Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was the Son of a Mythical Legend? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Inko slid a letter across the table to Izuku as the green-haired boy ate his breakfast. Izuku, Dad's letter arrived. It was an expected and regular occurrence. Despite being far away and unable to easily visit the two of them, Hisashi tried his best to keep in touch with his wife and son, writing to them on a monthly basis, if not more frequently. It had always struck Izuku as slightly odd that he never phoned, but the man always included generous sums with his letters, and so the Midoriyas never wanted for anything, even without considering their relatively restrained tastes. It was thanks in large part to these payments that the family was able to live where they pleased, and they enjoyed a modest two-story house of their own in Mizudafu's suburbs. Izuku finished eating before reading the letter. It smelled faintly of tobacco smoke, as Hisashi's letters always did. The man must have been a smoker. Izuku, I'm glad to hear that school's been going well. I have faith that you'll be able to enter any high school you set your sights on. I've included a little extra. Treat yourself to whatever you want. Much love, your father. P.S. Remember your Mesa. A melancholy smile crept onto his face at his father's traditional closing. While his obsession had always been with modern pro-heroes, Hisashi had a fondness for ancient folk tales and the heroes and monsters of myth. When Izuku had learned he was quirkless, born powerless in a world of heroes and superpowers, Hisashi had brought up the archer Minamoto no Yorimasa in his next letter. It was a nice image. Amongst the other heroes of old Japanese legend, here was one who saved the emperor through skill at archery, without any sorcery or divine power to aid him. But, as Izuku became increasingly aware as he grew up, those were only stories. Well, that went worse than expected, Izuku thought bitterly as he fished scattered pages of his notebook out of the school's koi pond. His day had mostly gone as normal, but after his teacher had decided to tell the whole class about the quirkless kid's goal of getting into UA, Bakugo had taken this as an invitation to torment him after class. Any, admittedly small, satisfaction he had at Bakugo discovering that he had specially purchased a scorch and waterproof notebook had vanished rapidly when the explosive blonde had instead decided to tear its pages out and chuck the mess out the window. I'll need to see if I can commission Detonarat to make paper that can untear. I'm sure it's possible. Actually, would it be possible? There's a number of heroes with transformation quirks and all of their outfits are either relatively sparse on material or made of highly stretchable fabric, which would imply that untearing material, so to speak, is a trickier problem than I'm perhaps giving it credit for, but then again that could also simply be a practical consideration given the disadvantages of looser clothing in a combo. Izuku's rambling thoughts were cut off by his blundering into someone at the school gates, clumsily knocking both of them to the ground. He had collided with a glasses-wearing girl with short brown hair. He noted that she wore a purple plaid school uniform, as well as a black hat and a cloak inscribed with Norse runes on the interior. She seemed slightly older than him, likely in high school. Izuku recovered first, scrambling quickly to his feet. I'm so sorry. Let me help you up. Oh, thank you. She grinned widely as she firmly grasped his hand, accepting his help hauling her to her feet. Izuku raised an eyebrow at her strange garb. Even her uniform wasn't one he recognized from any of the schools in the area. He calmed his nerves before asking, I don't think I've seen you around the area. Were you looking for something in particular? A friend of mine told me to wait here, but I think I'm gonna sit at that cafe over there instead. Sorry for the trouble. She brushed some dirt off her cloak, straightened her hat, and hurried off down the street. Izuku watched briefly as she walked away, before turning and beginning his own walk home. He decided on his usual route, a winding, isolated path that would give him time to think about his future. I need to figure out a plan to pass UA's entry exams. I can't be sure I'll be able to bring items into the exam with me, but it has to be possible to pass without the usage of quirks. Some UA alumni have quirks with limited use cases that I can't imagine fell within the constraints of the entry exams. He paused in thought in a dimly lit tunnel below a bridge. It wouldn't be a bad idea to look at alumni of other hero schools as well, see if any of them seem like I might have a shot, use them as a backup I hopefully won't need. Any hero training is better than none, at the very least. He had just begun to add a reminder into his phone to do just that when a squelching noise behind him made him turn. He barely managed to identify the source of the noise. A vaguely humanoid mass of dark green slime with a pair of eyes had bubbled up through a manhole cover before it slammed into and engulfed him. Panicked, he began to thrash around, trying desperately to free his mouth and nose at the very least. The sludge laughed at his efforts. Calm down. Just take a deep breath and it'll be over before you know it. You're a real lifesaver, you know that. Izuku frantically looked for some way out. I was facing him when he grabbed me, so pulling back will be fruitless, he realized. I didn't have time to take a breath, I need to be quick. With all his might, he instead tried to swim deeper into the villain that surrounded him, trying to push through to the other side. The villain was quick to react, shifting backwards to keep him centered. Sorry kid, but I need you more than you do. Nothing was working. Izuku could feel himself growing weak, he wasn't sure how long he had been struggling at this point. So this is how it ends, huh? Texas. Smash. It was like standing in a wind tunnel. Hurricane winds blasted his body, flinging the sludge away and spattering the walls with the hapless villain. Wheezing for breath, Izuku looked to his savior to find. All Might? The number one hero laughed as he swept the chunks of villain into a dustpan. The one and only. I really must apologize, I was tracking this villain earlier, but he gave me the slip and you ended up being caught in the crossfire. He began pouring the accumulated slime from the dustpan into a soda bottle. Regardless, I suppose it all worked out in the end. Is there anything I can do for you while I'm here? Izuku frantically tore through his pack to retrieve his notebook, frantically flipping to the page on All Might. Please, could I have your autograph? All Might grabbed a pen from his pocket and scrawled his signature with the practiced ease one would expect from a hero in the public eye as much as he was. No problem at all, kid. Always happy to give a signature to a fan. But, alas, a hero's work is never done. I need to get this ruffian to the police and resume my rounds. He crouched, preparing to take off in one of his famous leaps. On an impulse, Izuku lunged for All Might's leg. Oh wait, I still have so much to ask you. Thankfully, All Might's leap touched down on a relatively close rooftop. All Might scolded Izuku as he was catching his breath from the turbulent flight. Kid, that was extremely dangerous. You could have been badly injured or even killed. Now if you'll excuse me, I really must go. Please. I need to know. Can I become a hero, even without a quirk? All Might paused at this question. Izuku continued, all my life, I've dreamed of being a hero and saving people. I don't have a quirk, but is it still possible for me to become someone like you, someone who saves people with a smile on their... All Might had exploded into smoke. When it cleared, a haggard, skeletal man stood in his place. What? An imposter? The man coughed up a bit of blood and wiped it away before speaking. I am All Might. I don't believe you. It's like how people flex and hold it while they're at the pool, you know? To make themselves look buffer than they actually are. All Might sighed before continuing. I wish I could tell you that you have a chance, kid, I really do. He pulled up his shirt, revealing a horrific pattern of spiderwebbing scar tissue and cratered flesh, running up the entire left side of his torso. I've never revealed this to the public because it would undermine the image of the symbol of peace. I received this injury 5 years ago in combat with a powerful villain. Izuku was struck dumb at the sight of the horrific wound his idol had sustained. My stomach was destroyed and my respiratory system was crippled. As a result of this, I'm a shadow of my former self. My strength is limited to only around 3 hours a day of activity. All Might let his shirt drop back down. A pro hero can't always guarantee that things will go their way. At some point, you will be in a life or death struggle. I can't tell you it's possible to be a hero without a quirk. He paused at the entrance to the rooftop stairwell. Having a dream isn't a bad thing, but it's important to keep them realistic. And with that, he was gone. Izuku was still winded from descending the office building stairwell as he walked past one of Muzutafu's many shopping streets. I need to work on my fitness, what a joke. I honestly thought I had a shot at becoming a hero when I can't even handle a few flights of stairs. All Might was right, I'd just be walking to my death in heroics. He stopped. A large crowd had gathered, gawking and commenting on some spectacle further in. Some of the chatter reached his ears. Is nobody going to help? Those heroes are just standing there letting this happen. If their quirks aren't suited to the situation, they'll just make things worse. He's got a hostage and the kid's letting loose with a strong quirk, a single misstep and things y'all get ugly quick. Even without a hostage, that slime guy's quirk probably makes him tricky to take down. Slime? Izuku started forcing his way through the crowd of onlookers. Don't tell me. It was as he feared. The slime villain stood in the middle of the street, grappling with another victim. He must have gotten free when I distracted All Might. A sudden explosion temporarily freed the victim's head from the mass, just long enough for Izuku to glimpse their unmistakable blonde hair. Kaken. Before he knew what he was doing, Izuku had torn loose from the crowd, deftly ducking the arms of a hero trying to keep the crowd back. Death arms, he briefly recognized, and sprinting towards Bakugo and the sludge. Acting on instinct, he slung his backpack down from his shoulders and hurled it into the slime villain's face before attempting to shovel handfuls of slime away from Bakugo's mouth to free his breathing. Why are you here? Bakugo raged in true Bakugo fashion the moment his mouth was free. I don't know. My legs just moved on their own. The slime surged around them as the villain recovered, attempting to force them apart when suddenly Izuku felt a muscular hand close around his wrist. Detroit Smash. Roaring winds buffeted Izuku for the second time that day as the slime was violently torn away from the struggling boys. After a brief moment of stillness, rain began to fall as the gathered crowd cheered the #1 hero's timely appearance. The heroes who had been standing by watching the incident rushed in to check on the children who had been at its center. That was an extremely reckless thing you did, kid. You could have been badly injured or even killed, and you had no way to know how the villain would react. If his impulse had been to kill the hostage, you'd have blood on your hands, you hear me? In the future you should really stay behind the perimeter and let the licensed heroes dash. Izuku was not, in fact, listening. It's not that he wasn't trying, he could see Death Arms' mouth moving, and was trying his best to give the hero his full attention, but his limbs felt numb and heavy and his head swam. The sound of his voice was faint, as though Izuku was submerged in water and trying vainly to hear someone shouting above the surface. When Death Arms' mouth finally stopped moving and the hero seemed to be awaiting a response, he nodded and walked away. He had made it within around 5 blocks of his home, well into the residential area, when someone else grabbed him roughly and spun him around. He vaguely registered that it was Bakugo who had seized him. Izuku stared blankly, trying to parse something, anything from the muffled sounds. Bakugo shook him and shouted something else before releasing him and storming off. He watched the blonde depart for a few moments before attempting to shake off his daze and continue walking home. He only made it a few staggering steps before he collapsed, his vision fading. A faintly staticky male voice cut through the fog of unconsciousness. And in more recent news, the disgraced physicist Okazaki Yamami has been dismissed from her professorial position at Yabun University. Sources familiar with the decision state that Izuku blearily blinked his eyes awake, fumbling for his alarm. His hand found nothing but air where his bedside table would normally be. Looking over to figure out how he had missed a piece of furniture that had been in the same place for 10 years, he saw that the walls were bare of decorations and painted the wrong color. This was definitely not his room. Butted heads with her colleagues in the weeks prior to her dismissal. Yabun University's professor of Quirk Studies, Utsugashi Hiroshi, had this to say. Jolting fully awake at this realization, he shot straight up and looked around frantically. He had been laid on a futon in a sparsely furnished apartment living room. A table near the wall held a radio, which had been left tuned to some news channel. While I am disappointed to see the departure of such a young and gifted genius, Miss Okazaki's outrageous statements more than justify the university's decision. perhaps 18 years of age, regardless of intelligence, is simply too young for such fanciful notions to be discarded in favor of hard science. I have faith that she will grow out of such childish ideas and look forward to hopefully working with Miss Okazaki at such time. Izuku crossed the room and flipped the radio off before scanning the room. Spotting an attached kitchen, he hastened to it and began to ransack the drawers and cupboards in search of anything useful. All right, I've been kidnapped for some purpose. There are no visible hindrances to prevent me from leaving, so either they're watching this room or they're only out briefly and didn't expect me to recover just yet. Every cabinet and drawer in the kitchen was empty. Who gets an apartment with a kitchen then never even gets cutlery for it? Growing more desperate, he moved on to ransacking the broader apartment, whipping table drawers open haphazardly, flipping cushions over, and making no effort to clean up after his frenzied search. Ideally, I can find something to alert the authorities and get help. In the worst case, I have to find something I can use to fight off an unknown villain or villains who possibly have access to an unconsciousness-inducing quirk. At the very least, since I'm able to do this right now, they're probably not competent. In the apartment's bedroom, his desperation bore fruit. A boxy pistol made of 3D printed plastic lay on top of the dresser. All right, they're definitely not competent. Is this a liberator? I'll need to be careful using it, and it'll make a better threat than an actual weapon considering it's single shot, but it'll definitely be good enough to secure my escape against a single villain. The real question is how to deal with their allies if they have any. Abducting me on a street in broad daylight means they have access to either concealment abilities, transportation quirks, or both, and if they're still with whoever's in charge of holding me, I could have reinforcements breathing down my neck in seconds. Izuku cut his thoughts off as he heard the apartment door swing open on squeaking hinges. He pulled back the liberator's hammer as carefully as he could to avoid making noise, and slowly maneuvered so he was waiting beside the only door into the bedroom. From the living room, a girl's voice called out, "I'm home." "Oh, you're up. Have a pleasant nap? Feeling healthy?" "Okay, one villain, quirk unknown. They know I'm up and that I'm probably in this room. My advantage is that I'm armed and can likely get the jump on them as they enter." The girl spoke up from directly behind him. "Yeah, you'll want to get that," muttering looked at maybe. Izuku whirled around, 3D printed pistol at the ready. He jolted slightly upon realizing that he now held the same brown-haired high schooler from yesterday at gunpoint. She glanced at the gun nonchalantly. "You should put that down." I'll shoot you." "You think I'd leave that lying around if it was any danger?" "Come on, Izuku. That thing poses no threat to me, and even if you don't know it, it doesn't pose a threat to you either. The worst that happens if you fire it is we get a noise complaint and some plastic gets embedded in the walls and floor. Honestly, I forgot I even still had it." "How do you know my name?" "I'm one of Hisashi's friends, that's how. I was asked to keep tabs on you, for the eventuality that you'd start to fade away." He quirked an eyebrow at the strange terminology. "Fade away?" She paused for a moment before continuing on. "You don't believe me, so I'll give you some proof that I mean you no harm. Go ahead and leave, I won't do anything to stop you." Taking his eyes off the girl, Izuku took one hand off the gun and fumbled with the doorknob, opening the door and stepping through while keeping her at gunpoint. He slid outside the apartment's front door, then, satisfied that she made no move to follow, began to walk down the hallway. About halfway to the stairs, he started to suffocate. It felt as though no matter how desperately he gasped for breath, there was no air to be found. He collapsed to one knee, too dizzy to properly stand, as he heard her footsteps behind him. He found himself adrift in a vast void. In all directions stars could be seen, infinitely more clearly than he had ever seen them before. The moon loomed huge below him, with no earth in sight at all. "This has to be a dream." The girl's voice rang out, seeming almost to echo. "All right, let's try this again." With great effort, Izuku flailed until he managed to somehow turn his body around to face her. For her part, she seemed amused by his awkward movements, drifting through the void as naturally as if she was walking. "Allow me to properly introduce myself. My name is Usami Sumariko, and I have spent my life seeking knowledge of the supernatural and occult. And you, Midoriya Izuku, are not fully human." "What is this?" What do you dash? She cut him off with a raised hand, shushing him. Stop. Before I answer any of your questions, I need to know your answer to one of mine. Seeing her pause, he nodded. She continued. You must not reveal anything you are about to be shown or told to anyone not in the know. Is that okay? Can you keep this a secret? Even knowing he was dreaming, Izuku hesitated briefly at the request. It felt as though it carried some immense weight, some great implications he was yet unaware of. Realizing she was waiting for his response, he nodded again. It doesn't matter anyways. This is just a dream. Sumariko grinned. Excellent. So, as I said earlier, you're not a full human. The myths and legends of Japan? True stories, if a little distorted over time, every last one. Yukai once walked the earth like you and I, and were creatures to be feared. The greatest among their number, beings like the 4 Devas of the mountain or the astral night, were spoken of only in hushed whispers. The second one didn't ring a bell, but he knew the 4 Devas. His father had once recounted to him how, after Shutendoji's story came to an end on Nimoi, his 4 lieutenants had gone their separate ways and each carved a bloody swathe of vengeance across the countryside. What changed? Mankind lost its sense of wonder. For all their power, Yukai have one major flaw to them. All supernatural beings do, really. They run on belief. Doesn't particularly matter what flavor of belief that is: fear, respect, worship, even just knowing the stories and genuinely believing they're true, all's good. But without belief, a Yukai starts to fade from existence unless they have some way to get around it. Which brings me back to your situation. You're half Yokai, and because of that, you're starting to fade away. He waved his hands wildly, as though her statement was a physical object to be deflected. The motion set him spinning in place as he floated there. Why, you must be mistaken, surely? I've been quirkless my entire life with no sign of any powers, quirk or otherwise. She just grinned. Nope, yesterday's events confirmed it. Honestly, normally you probably wouldn't start showing your Yukai heritage for another couple years. I was observing you because of a tip I got. If I had to guess, the near-death experience you had triggered it early. Izuku grimaced, remembering the feeling of slime against skin, his lungs burning for air as he desperately tried to swim for freedom. Triggered it? Izuku, you were in that villain for 5 minutes without taking a breath. You didn't lose consciousness at any point, and you were still functional enough afterwards to grab All Might's leg and cling to it as you went for a brief flight. Unless you're hiding some quirk that lets you hold your breath for an unusually long time, only a Yukai could have managed that, and definitely only a Yukai would start to fade away from lack of belief afterwards. Any response he had died in his throat. Even if she was off on the time he was in the sludge villain, he had to admit it was odd how lucid and energetic he had been when All Might rescued him. He had caught his breath easily then, far more easily than it had been later that day, when he had sprinted at the villain. The silence hanging between them was shattered as a siren rang out through the void, heralding the appearance of a city. Shadowy, indistinct humanoids bustled to and fro in the morning light. The only clear human, aside from Sumariko and Izuku, was a young girl with short gray hair, looking around at the crowds with terror in her eyes. With the appearance of the city, gravity was restored and Izuku dropped clumsily to the ground, stumbling but ultimately staying upright. He started towards the girl, who was on the verge of tears. What Ash? Sumariko cut Izuku off. This area of the dream world's in use now. Looks like a nightmare of some kind, doesn't matter. Come on, we shouldn't interfere with someone else's dream. The young girl looked into an alleyway featuring a distinctly out-of-place forest landscape as Sumariko floated off. Izuku glanced at the girl, who was now walking towards the alley, for a moment before hurrying off after the floating high schooler. Now, if Yukai had simply gone extinct, none of this would be happening. You'd be an ordinary student living out a woefully mundane life in a quite frankly, dreadfully dull world. But Yukai are clever creatures, and the leaders among them saw the way the wind was blowing. At some unseen prompting, the scenery of the dream shifted around them yet again, the skyscrapers and streets of a modern city fading away and being replaced by a vast forest. So, long ago a bunch of yokai, realizing the world was starting to view them as nothing more than fairy tales, got together and created a separate existence they could call their own, with a population of humans who would give them enough belief that they could exist. She touched down on the ground next to a shimmering portal. They called their new land Gensokyo, and ever since, it has been a haven for the creatures of fantasy the world has no use for. After you. She gestured to the portal. After a deep breath, Izuku stepped through. He was awestruck by the sight that greeted him. A placid lake spread out before them, with several large stone pillars rising from the water. On the far bank, a well-maintained shrine stood proud and tall, and he could make out what appeared to be a few visitors chatting with a girl with bright green hair and a white and blue dress. Beyond that, there was what appeared to be a cable car station, and then a massive spread of lowlands and nearly untouched wilderness. On top of that, the air was crisp and clean to an extent Izuku had never even realized was possible. His breaths came easily, and the simple act of taking a breath and holding it seemed almost invigorating. He heard Sumariko step through behind him. So from here we'll take a cable car down to the village where you'll be meeting with someone who can teach you to use your powers and give you a better rundown of what you should know going forward. You're not going to teach me, Miss Usami? Nah, I'm all human and my fighting style's based around my powers, which you probably won't have. I'm here mainly to be your guide, since I'm one of the few people in Gensokyo who can freely move through the barrier. Besides, I need to check with some people about my fix for you, make sure it's viable, you know? The trip down the mountain in the cable car was scenic, if uneventful. Sumariko spent the trip reading a newspaper she had picked up from a girl with large black wings at the station. Upon disembarking in a small village that seemed as though it had been plucked straight from the Edo PRD, she quickly led Izuku out of the village and towards a large Buddhist temple situated beyond the village's farmland. She had at some point started ranting about the flaws of modern society, and Izuku had tuned her out in favor of taking in the scenery. Finally, they came to a small graveyard behind the temple, mostly empty of visitors. In one corner of the graveyard, a purple-haired girl whose outstretched arms and hat talisman marked her as a jiangshi was talking to a gray-haired girl who was holding her hands up in front of her, apparently some manner of ghost. Sumariko led him to the back of the graveyard where an older woman was idly leaning on a grave and smoking a kizuru. Sumariko nodded to the woman, gesturing to Izuku. Here's the kid, I'm going off to Ientai to have them double-check my theory. She then turned to Izuku. Just listen to what she tells you, I can guarantee that she knows her stuff, even if she can be a bit eccentric. And with that, Sumariko took off again, flying off towards what appeared to be an enormous grove of bamboo. Izuku shuffled awkwardly as he looked over the woman. She had long, straight brown hair ornamented by a leaf, and wore a green robe over her black kimono as well as a checkered scarf even though it was, in his opinion, honestly fairly warm. She packed another load of tobacco into her kizuru and took a long puff from it as she likewise examined him through round spectacles. So, you're the Midoriya kid, eh? And you want to be a hero, back in the outside world. I'm sorry, there must be some mistake. Miss Usami said that she wouldn't be teaching me because she's human and thus wouldn't be able to help me with any powers I'd get from my heritage. The woman grinned. I've picked up enough over my life to handle teaching a sprout like you the basics. I can tell just by looking over you, you're half Tanuki. The tells are subtle and most wouldn't see them, but they're there. I happen to dabble enough in the arts of disguise that I'll be able to help with whatever your ability is. But first, I need to make this clear to you, staying in the outside world is gonna be a huge risk. You mess up and lose that lifeline of yours before you get known, and you're dead. Deader than dead, even. Yukai being spiritual means you won't leave a ghost. Knowing that, do you want to stay in Gensokyo instead? Your life would be a lot simpler. Izuku's response came without hesitation. All I've ever dreamed of is to be a hero. I knew from the start it'd be a dangerous path. The woman chuckled. Your aspirations are admirable, kid. Call me Kamuri, I'll help you get a handle on your ability. Come with me, let's find you something to practice on. She began to walk off towards the edge of the graveyard, where it bordered a large forest. Bending down, she scooped up a handful of leaves. Leaves have long been the tool of choice for young Tanuki, and for good reason. An inanimate object isn't going to fight the transformation, and a leaf is a simple object without complex details to work with. On top of that, they're lightweight, small, and generally easy to find. Grab a leaf and just meditate on it. Feel like you want it to be something else, and go with your gut. With a puff of smoke, the handful of leaves turned into golden coins. An ability is part of yourself. Even though you've only just gotten it, you should feel it there, ready to be used and just waiting for you to call out to it. She let the coins drop freely into the soil. Holding a leaf between his fingers, Izuku concentrated. It was strange. Now that he had been told what to try, Izuku had always been observant. He prided himself on his detailed note-taking with regards to heroics, but simply holding the leaf seemed to give him far more detail than he ever would have imagined possible. He was acutely aware of every bump, every vein, each bend of the midrib and every nibble an insect had given it. And yet, beyond that awareness, was a different feeling, as though he were holding something completely indescribable in its simplicity, a blank canvas which could hold anything. He focused on that canvas, infusing it with his vision, not a leaf. Oh, not bad for a first attempt. Kamuri flicked the leaf in his hand, sending fragments of green glass scattering through the air. I'm guessing you focused on it not being a leaf? Created something that was as close to the original as possible without strictly being the original. Not a bad start, she gave an approving nod. Now keep working at it. Get a feel for your limits, big, small, complexity, that sort of stuff. You want to be comfortable enough that you can do this without thinking about it. Sumuriko returned a few hours later, a large box floating behind her. She landed next to the pair, looking quite pleased with herself, and proudly announced, "My formulas are all correct. I even managed to track down the fox to get a fourth check, and I was able to get my hands on the last items I needed for your fix. It's probably about time we got going." Izuku had made significantly less progress than she had. All he had to show for several hours of working on his ability was a scattering of glass leaves and his latest failure, a poor facsimile of a leaf made out of lime green felt. He had intended it to be a sock. Kamuri ruffled his hair. "Don't look so glum, kid. I wouldn't expect you to be a master from the start. Honestly, some of the tanuki here have been at it for decades and still sometimes forget to hide their ears or something. Keep working at it and show me what you've figured out the next time you visit me." Izuku looked up from the products of his repeated failure. "You mean you'll keep training me?" The woman grinned. "Don't ask stupid questions, kid. If I was the sort who'd give up on a fledgling yokai, I'd have dropped you after the third glass leaf. Now have a good day in the outside world, and come back to this graveyard tomorrow." Izuku blinked awake, roused by the whistle of a boiling kettle in the apartment's other room. He shuffled into the main room, still thinking about his dream. "Normally I forget what I dreamt as soon as I wake up." He chuckled to himself at the absurdity of it, wandering through someone else's dream, visiting a temple graveyard to learn under an eccentric sorcerer, and discovering a power science said was impossible for him to have. "Morning, Miss Usami." Sumuriko didn't even glance up at him, busy fiddling with an ornate necklace as she responded, "Morning, Izuku." She had laid out a cup of instant ramen for him. It seemed like the final insult in an awful string of events. He had been attacked by a villain, his dreams were crushed by the number one hero in the flesh, he was scolded by heroes for trying to help, he developed some kind of life-threatening condition that left him stuck in an apartment for reasons he couldn't understand. He had had an excellent dream that had left him feeling good about his future for once, only to wake up and be plunged back into the nightmare that was Quirkless life, and finally, to top it all off, all he had to eat was something that probably cost less than 200 yen and was about as appetizing as eating the coins it cost. Tears fell from his cheeks as he grabbed the cup and began to eat. He just wanted to go home, to hug his mom, tell her he was sorry for worrying her, to write to his dad and get a smoke-scented letter that assured him everything would be okay and mention some folk hero who went through a similar experience. But more than anything, what he wanted in that moment was his favorite comfort food, his mom's homemade katsudon. A burst of smoke engulfed his ramen, filling his vision and startling him into choking on his food. Coughing, he waved away the, strangely, completely scentless, cloud. A bowl of katsudon, looking just like his mom's cooking, sat on the table in front of him. Sumariko was immediately at his shoulder. "Hey, look at that, you did it. Took you less than a day too." Izuku stared at his new breakfast in disbelief. Slowly, he took a piece with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. It tasted exactly like his mom's cooking. Tears once more came to his eyes, but this time they were tears of joy. He turned his head to look at Sumariko. "Last night, that wasn't a dream, was it?" It was a statement rather than a question. He didn't need confirmation. He was eating his proof. Technically both yes and no? The metaphysics involved get a bit tricky. She pressed an object into his hand. "Here's your cure. Took me most of the morning to finish it up. Wear it at all times. If you get more than around 15 meters from it, you'll probably die." He examined it closely. It was the amulet she had been working on when he came in, an ornate bronze disc studded with 6 purple spheres. 5 of them formed the points of a star, surrounding the 6th, larger, one that rested in the center of the medallion. It was attached to a chain that appeared to be finely etched with runes. "What is it?" he asked as he fastened it around his neck. "Basically, I've rigged it up to leech belief from a number of occult sites in the world. There's several locations that never lost that romance to them, you know? People still believe in things like the mummy's curse. The thing is, though, that there's actually nothing in those places, so most of the time the belief just builds up and sits there before dissipating. As long as you wear that amulet, you shouldn't need to worry about belief. It's just a stopgap measure, though, so you'll want to figure out a way to get the belief you need if you're truly set on staying in the outside world here. Well, that or just grow powerful enough that lack of belief will just weaken you rather than end you." "So I'm free to go then?" Sumariko nodded. "Remember, wear that amulet. At all times. Don't take it off even if you're going to sleep or bathe." Izuku smiled widely as he left the apartment, beginning his walk home. And he sometimes wanders a little bit out of his normal route home, but only to watch hero fights. Afterwards he goes straight home. I can't think of anything he'd delay for if a hero fight wasn't taking place, and certainly nothing that would take him more than a day. He's got an excellent sense of direction. He wouldn't have gotten lost or anything. Police Detective Tsukachi Naomasa frowned ever so slightly as he jotted down notes on Midoriya Inko's testimony. He wasn't going into this case completely blind. His good friend Tashinori had asked him to, and he was always willing to lend the number 1 hero a hand, and Mrs. Midoriya's testimony reinforced the accounts he'd already gotten. His Quirk, human lie detector, hadn't pinged yet in his investigation, so nobody was lying. The problem was, all the testimony and eyewitness accounts pointed to the same, baffling, conclusion. Within a 2-minute window, a middle schooler with no quirk had disappeared off a residential street without a single witness to the incident, and had been missing for the past 48 hours. The last one to see Midoriya Izuku had been his classmate, Bakugo Katsuki, on his way home after being caught up in a villain attack. The next person to see the street Midoriya had last been sighted on was All Might himself, who found nothing but a discarded backpack. Nobody else had even been sighted close to the street in question. Naomasa tucked his notebook into his coat pocket. "Thank you for providing your testimony, Mrs. Midoriya. I realize this must be a trying time for you. I'll make sure to keep you updated every step of the investigation." He quickly ran through potential motives in his head as he walked away from the Midoriya household. The victim was quirkless, so quirk trafficking was out. The sludge villain was in prison and had no known associates, and it was too soon to be a retributive attack anyways. The Midoriyas lived in a 2-story house of their own. Tsukachi made a mental note to check the family's background and income to see if it could be someone going after his parents by way of their kid, or if there was a possibility a ransom demand would be incoming. Suddenly, a shout jolted him from his thoughts. Midoriya Inko sprinted past Naomasa with a speed that, in his opinion, would probably put most of the officers in his department to shame. She was met at the gate by a green-haired teenager. Midoriya Izuku, the detective recognized, recalling the numerous eyewitness descriptions he had gotten about the missing child. He smiled fondly at the reunion, happy that everything had worked out nicely, as the boy attempted to console his weeping mother. "Mom, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to worry you." I meant to be home sooner, and I came back as soon as I could, I swear. Inko sobbed louder and hugged her. Son tighter. But look what I figured out. Izuku squirmed out of his mother's grip and dug through his backpack before retrieving a pencil and holding it up proudly, beaming. A puff of smoke engulfed it, before clearing away to reveal that he was now holding an unbroken pair of disposable chopsticks. His mother's eyes widened in surprise as her tears stopped. You have a quirk? Still beaming, he nodded. Inko shrieked with joy and embraced him again, laughing. You have a quirk? Oh, I'm so happy for you. Naomasa coughed to get the pair's attention. Technically, I'm supposed to issue citations for unlicensed quirk usage. However, given the circumstances, I think I'll ignore that part of my job for now. Inko, oh, where are my manners? Izuku, this is Detective Tsukachi. He was just helping me with the missing person case I filed on you when you arrived. The detective chuckled. Thankfully my help didn't turn out to be necessary. Now, am I correct to understand that you got your quirk just recently? Izuku nodded. Yes, that's correct. Naomasa produced a form and pencil from within his coat. Why don't I help you register that? It's a quick process and I'm already here. I'll just need you to answer a few questions. Once again, the boy nodded. Well, if it's really no trouble. Alright, first off, what can you do? It appears to let me transform objects I'm touching with my hands into different objects. Don't worry about the exact details. You can always file a quirk change request later if you discover that you were wrong about some things. Now, changing other things, that'd make it an emitter type. And you said you manifested it yesterday. He checked a few boxes on the form. Can you tell me what time exactly? I'm not sure of the exact time, but it was either late at night or very early in the morning. Alright, that's fine. A general time frame is good enough. What were the circumstances of you gaining it? This is just a liability question, so we can waive responsibility for any accidental damages that may have been incurred when it first manifested. Izuku shook his head. No, nothing got damaged. I can't say where exactly I was at the time, other than that I was able to find my way home later. I just got a gut feeling that I could do something, and my quirk manifested, you know? But Naomasa stiffened almost imperceptibly as his quirk pinged him. He forced himself to relax. He's lying about getting a quirk on his own. But what? Was anyone nearby when you got your quirk? No, nobody was with me at the time. But Naomasa felt a lump in his throat. No damage done, but he got a quirk somehow and someone was with him when it happened. He couldn't arrest the kid just because his quirk registered a false statement. Lie detection and foresight quirks weren't admissible evidence on their own. He needed hard evidence. Evidence he had no reasonable cause to try to get right now. He made a mental note to have someone look into the Midoriya family's background as he put down the pen and tucked away the completed registration form. Alright, well, that's all I need from you. You should get a receipt in the mail within a few days giving you the filing number for your registration. If you need to update it in the future, you'll need that number so they can pull up your file. He tipped his hat to the reunited family before walking away from the doorstep, heart racing despite his calm exterior. His quirk didn't lie. Izuku hadn't spontaneously manifested a quirk, nor was he alone when he got his power. There was only one explanation he could think of, and if there was even the slightest possibility he was correct. He dialed All Might's number. The second night of training with Komori was significantly less stressful than the first. Izuku had a handle on transforming objects now and could reliably, if not quickly, change objects into new ones on command. After an hour of transformations, she slung an arm around his shoulder. You know, as a celebration, how about we go get a bite in the village? My treat. He scrunched his nose up. Although she hadn't been smoking her pipe, the smell of tobacco smoke still clung to her, mixing with a faint scent of alcohol on her breath. Don't worry about wasting a little time, she pressured him. You've got an extra 8 hours of training on everybody else thanks to being able to work on things in your dreams. Losing an hour or two won't hurt. Well, I'm a bit hungry. Izuku nodded. Do you know any places with good katsudon? After a brief walk into town, The pair finally arrived at a modest restaurant located next to a bookstore. They didn't have to wait for a table. The only other person in the restaurant was a medicine seller in a Samu and bamboo hat, who was apparently dropping off a DLVOI. Kamuri grabbed a seat near the wall, facing the door. An older man came by their table not long after they were seated and gave them cups of green tea. "What'll you be having?" "Well, I'll be having a bowl of udon with. Do you have any tempura crumbs?" "I'm afraid we don't, ma'am." "Udon. Then just a plain udon's fine by me." "And he'll be having a bowl of katsudon." "Your best rice, please." She leaned towards him conspiratorially. "My son here just got his ability, you see." Izuku choked on his drink, spraying tea everywhere. The man politely ignored the outburst. "That's so? Congratulations, then. Your food will be out as soon as it's ready." As he departed for the kitchen, Izuku leaned over the table to angrily whisper at Kamuri. "Your son?" She laughed heartily at his flustered reaction. "Hey, they won't charge me extra for the good stuff this way. It's your first proper meal in Gensokyo, you should enjoy it. Took you to a more modern place too, so it wouldn't be too jarring." "Yeah, actually, it's surprisingly familiar in here." He glanced over at what appeared to be a large portrait of Crimson Riot in ukiyo-e style. The barrier's not absolutely impenetrable, it intentionally allows stuff through. So you occasionally get cast-off junk passing through the barrier. Most of that tends to end up in this one curiosity shop, Kurindu, out by the village outskirts, and sometimes other stuff pops up too. The owner here likes hero stuff, always makes sure to buy it when it pops up. He apparently had that print specially commissioned from one of the artists in town based on a magazine cover he found. The owner returned with their food, setting the dishes on the table as he slid into their conversation. The subject: there is a famous hero in the outside world. I've always enjoyed reading about his exploits. Izuku eagerly took the chance to converse with a fellow hero fan. Crimson Riot's a bit old school, but his views on heroics are among the best in the business. Have you read the interview where he speaks about his early career? The man's face lit up. You're a fan of heroics too? Do you know where I can get more stuff? Kurindu doesn't stock hero merchandise very often. Izuku felt a spike of something from the man at this. It was difficult to describe, akin to the smell of freshly cooked katsudon perceived entirely through the strange sensation you get when you think someone's watching you. It made his mouth water. What's that sensation? The man looked puzzled. Sensation? I'm afraid I don't know what you're referring to. It feels like smelling my favorite food but with my mind, if that makes sense. You've completely lost me, kid. Realization blossomed across Kamuri's face and the woman started beaming like a parent who just heard their child's first words. Izuku, you're sensing his surprise. It was Izuku's turn to be baffled. I'm what? Yukai gains strength through belief and emotion, remember? Every yukai gains power from fear. Those who don't end up getting called gods instead, but tanuki also are strongly attuned to surprise. It's why they have a reputation as being pranksters. A good trick can get you both fear and surprise. The feeling the man was emanating shifted ever so slightly, becoming more analogous to the smell of a bowl of ramen from a high-end restaurant, not Izuku's favorite food, but one he'd enjoy just as well and equally filling. The feeling noticeably lessened after a moment as the man closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I see. Well, congratulations on your second milestone, I suppose. I'll need to excuse myself for a moment. The Motori family next door usually orders lunch delivered around this time and they're loyal customers. I always make sure to treat them right. Izuku watched as he hastily exited the shop, hurrying in the direction of the bookstore next door. He'd be lying if he said the man's fear of him didn't sting on some level. Am I really that scary? He wondered aloud as he took a bite out of his katsudon. It was good quality, but not quite as good as his mother's cooking. Kamuri waved off his concerns. Don't worry about it. People here tend to be a bit jumpy if a yukai just drops in out of the blue, but the village is generally a safe place and the villagers realize they don't have to be too afraid. I'm sure he was just caught off guard to realize his customer wasn't human like he assumed. If you come back, clarify you're only half yukai. There's a few of those in the village and it'll put him more at ease. Seeing as nobody was around to scold her for smoking indoors, she packed some tobacco into her kizaru and began to smoke. More importantly, this is a perfect opportunity for you to try out something. All that surprise and fear is still hanging in the air like my smoke, see? Feed on it. It's easy, way easier than using an ability. Just try to take hold of that sensation and tug. True to her words, it was easy. Izuku felt the lingering fear fade from the air as it suffused his body, filling him with warmth and energizing him, his senses noticeably sharpening. He took another bite of his katsudon. This time, it was the best he had tasted. After discovering the sense-sharpening effect of feeding on surprise and fear, Izuku took to pulling pranks on people. He quickly found that he could lessen the effect on him to increase the duration and adjust its strength on the fly, a discovery that meant that he could feed on surprise at school or on the way home and enjoy his mom's cooking with enhanced taste without needing to bear the guilt of surprising or scaring his own mother. Villain attacks became even more of a delight to watch than they already were. Inevitably, the sudden appearance of a villain would cause surprise, as well as a varying amount of fear depending on how dangerous the villain was. The earlier in the attack he found it, the better. Once the heroes started showing up, the amount of fear in the air dropped off rapidly, and they usually brought no surprise with them, as it was an expected part of how society functioned. On more than one occasion, he found himself torn between his admiration for All Might and his frustration that the man was just so good at putting people's fears to rest. A weaker will probably would have turned to villainy, but Izuku instead found it comforting that he could now literally sense fear. It meant he could easily know when people felt safe. A week after he learned to feed on fear, Izuku frantically stumbled into the graveyard, apologizing repeatedly. "Miss Kamuri, I'm here. I'm so sorry I'm late. There was an accident with an overturned cart in the village and I stopped to help them gather the stuff that had fallen off, which took longer than I thought it would." Kamuri wasn't there. In fact, the only other person in the graveyard was the Jiangshi, standing in her normal spot by a dense cluster of graves. For a split second, Izuku had the heartbreaking thought that she had abandoned him. "I've never showed up at a specific time, just generally whenever I get to sleep. Probably just wandered off at the moment." He approached the undead girl. Whoever had reanimated her clearly took great care of their minion. Although her skin was pale and clearly long dead, she showed no sign of any rot or decay. She wore a simple red cheongsam shirt with pink trim, and a black skirt with the same pink frills wrapped around it like a ribbon. A blue cap rested upon dark blue hair, bearing a star and the reanimation talisman one would expect from a Jiangshi. The entire outfit was immaculate, as though it had just been cleaned that morning. She made no indication of even noticing his presence. "Hey, hello?" Dark blue eyes continued to stare blankly into space, arms outstretched. "I was wondering if you've seen my teacher today? I'm sure you've seen me with her before. We usually train in this graveyard." A faint breeze ruffled the corpse's talisman, but the girl herself made no movements. Izuku watched a wind-blown leaf as it curled lazily through the air before flying off through a well-maintained stone passageway that had been concealed by the graves from a distance. Voices echoed up through the tunnel, too faint to quite make out what they were saying. His curiosity piqued, he crept up to the mouth of the tunnel to try to listen carefully. He didn't have time to try to understand anything that was being said before a cold shin, stiff with rigor mortis, slammed into his midsection with enough force to launch him across the gravestones. He rolled a short distance before impact with another grave arrested his motion. Blinking stars from his sight as he staggered to his feet, Izuku saw the graveyard's resident Jiangshi hopping towards his position with all the speed she could muster, bellowing, "Intruder! Spy! Lady Saiga has commanded me to remove your kind." He would have found it almost comical if she hadn't been attacking him. As things stood, however, he had barely recovered from the first hit when she swatted him upside the head with an unbending arm before lunging for his throat, mouth wide and ready to bite. Recovering faster from the arm swat, which had significantly less force behind it than the kick she had opened with, Izuku delivered a reasonable approximation of All Might's Texas smash to her stomach. It would have been more impressive if he actually had All Might's strength backing it up. Without the number one hero's raw, overwhelming strength, the move had a lot of wasted motion for very little return, but it did its intended job of shoving the zombie back enough that her teeth didn't sink into his neck. He'd seen zombie movies before, and had no intention of discovering if real zombies could infect you with a bite. He frantically grasped for something with his right hand as she lunged again. Hand closing around a rock, he used his ability and shoved a steel bar into her mouth, forcing her head back as she bit down on it instead of his flesh. It snapped like a breadstick. He was now more sure than ever that he really didn't want to get bit by her. Thankfully, she was temporarily occupied with chewing and swallowing the section of metal, and Izuku took the opportunity to put some distance between them. The moment she had gotten through the mouthful of steel, she made another one of her hopping lunges, leading with her all-devouring maw. Ducking quickly to the side, he was just barely able to dodge as she took a chunk out of the gravestone behind him. He recognized a clear pattern in her attacks. She preferred to be in close, and made those large, barely controllable lunges to close any gaps that emerged. He could use that weakness. She turned to make another lunge. This time he was ready. As she launched herself at him, he quickly sidestepped, throwing a handful of dirt into her face as he did so. The Jiang sure didn't flinch, but had clearly been blinded after chewing her latest mouthful, a wooden grave marker. She turned to try to spot her prey and apparently saw nothing, continuing to swivel her head around despite Izuku standing in plain sight. He let out a sigh of relief, trying to calm his pounding heart now that the threat was neutralized. The zombie's head immediately snapped to face the direction of the sound, and she lunged yet again. In a panicked, split-second decision, he created the first thing he could think of to keep something away. A long spear, the sort you would use to hunt a charging animal. The undead girl blindly impaled herself on it. For a moment, there was near silence in the graveyard, broken only by the sound of a slow drip of blood from the spear's tip. He had landed a solid hit to her stomach, and the spear protruded a good 2 feet out of her back. A slow trickle of blood made its way past her lips. Izuku stood transfixed, horrified at what he'd done. The undead girl's arms wavered, then slowly lowered to hang at her sides. Dead eyes blinked once, then twice, clearing away the dirt he had blinded her with. She stared at him for a moment, then looked down at the spear lodged in her torso. Floating ball of flame began to gather around the pair. Haidodama, he thought, the souls of the dead. It seemed that the underworld could tell that another would soon join their ranks. Finally, the Jiang sure broke her stillness. With slow, lurching movements, she staggered backwards, pulling herself off of the spear and leaving a gaping hole in her stomach. The spear fell from Izuku's grip and clattered to the ground. Still staring at him, she took a deep breath, inhaling the wayward souls. Her stomach began to knit itself back together, pale, dead flesh reconnecting and repairing itself. She lunged at him again. Impact with the ground shook Izuku from his daze. He desperately struggled against the cold limbs pinning him to the ground, trying to do something, anything, to free himself and stop her from biting him. A veritable wall of brown fur slammed into the Jiangshi and knocked her away from him. As he staggered to his feet, he saw he had been saved by his teacher, who now had shoulder-length brown hair topped with the ears of a tanuki. A bushy, brown-striped tail protruded from her robes, and was probably as large as the rest of her body. Wordlessly, she dumped the ash from her kizaru onto the ground, glaring at the prone undead. The zombie girl didn't have a chance. The moment she managed to rise to her feet, Izuku's protector scattered a handful of leaves in the air and snapped her fingers, prompting the leaves to erupt into a mass of smoke. Silhouettes of birds streaked out of the smokescreen to barrage the Jiangshi, distracting her at the same moment that a veritable horde of tanuki poured out of the nearby woods and seized her limbs, dragging her away. The woman he had known as Kamuri whirled on Izuku. "What the hell were you thinking, you reckless idiot? The moment I take my eyes off you, you get it into your fool head to go fight the Taoist guard dog? Do you have any idea how easily you could have been killed?" Seeing that he was on the verge of tears from her outburst, her expression softened. "Look, I'm not mad at you. Just worried yet? I've only taught you transformation stuff so far. You're just not ready to get in a proper scrap yet. And to almost lose you because I didn't train you enough." She let out a breath. "No training today. Visit the village and take it easy." When Izuku arrived at the graveyard the next day, His teacher was still in her tanuki form, smoking her kizaru and reclining on her tail as she floated in the air in a casual display of magical power. She had changed her outfit, and now wore a simple ecru shirt and a red-gray skirt with wave-like patterns along the bottom. A jar of sake and a booklet of what appeared to be promissory notes hung from her hip. She addressed him as he approached. "So we should probably talk about yesterday, yeah? First up, the obvious. I'm not actually human, and I gave you a fake name when we first met. Name's Fuditsu Mamizu, and I'm the boss of Gensokyo's Tanuki. If you don't want to learn from me after this deception, you can walk away now." Izuku waved his hands to dismiss her concerns. "It's not a problem, really, I trust you. If you wanted to harm me, you would have just needed to stand back yesterday, and besides that, you've had plenty of opportunities during our training. Besides," he thought to himself, "this isn't my first time discovering someone I look up to is hiding their true form." A faint smile came to her face as she continued. "Yesterday showed me that you're not ready for a combat scenario. My fault, really. I figured that, being part Tanuki, teaching you tricks and transformations would suffice, and that I'd get to combat techniques later. But from your fight with little Ol Yoshika, and the fact that it seems like retreat was never an option in your mind, I see I was wrong. You need hand-to-hand training, and you need it now." She exhaled, pipe smoke drifting through the early summer air, and pointed to something behind him. "So I swallowed my pride, called in some favors, and got you a combat teacher." Izuku turned to look back up the path to the temple. Approaching was an odd pair of a man and a woman. The woman wore a fairly simple white and black dress and a necklace of green prayer beads. Her long, wavy hair had a strange color, starting as purple but fading to a light brown as it reached her back. She was dwarfed by the man next to her, a veritable wall of muscle in a martial artist's GI who looked like he could give Endeavor a run for his money in an arm wrestling competition. He peered down at Izuku, as though mentally evaluating the boy's potential. The woman spoke up. "Ah, you must be little Midoriya. I am Hijiri Byakuren, a humble disciple of the Eightfold Path and head priest of the Murin Temple. It's a pleasure to meet you." Izuku bowed politely at Byakuren's introduction. "Yes, I'm Midoriya Izuku, and it's nice to meet you too. I apologize that we've been using your graveyard this whole time. I hope it's okay, and if I need to go elsewhere to practice combat, I completely underdash." Byakuren waved off his concerns as the muscular behemoth brushed roughly past him to stand at Mamizu's side. "Oh, it's no problem at all, really. I will want you to learn hand-to-hand in a different location, but that's simply because it's more convenient for me if we train in the temple's yard. We already use it for duels from time to time." He did a double-take, looking back and forth between the obvious martial artist and the monk. "You mean you'll be the one training me?" The man finally broke his silence, doubling over as booming peals of laughter racked his body. Finally catching his breath, he spoke with a low, rumbling voice that seemed to reverberate in Izuku's bones. "Your kid needs more training, Mamizu. What have you even been doing with him for this past week if he's still trusting what his eyes tell him?" The Tanuki grinned and playfully swatted the man with her kizaru. "Your ability's downright cheatin', fair deception new, and you know it." In the space of an eye blink, the muscular man transformed before Izuku's eyes. 1 second he was standing there, and the next, a large inhuman beast was in his place. It was a dreadful chimera, a being with the head of a monkey, the torso of a tanuki, and the legs of a tiger. Where a tail would normally be, a snake thrashed about, hissing at anything that got close. Izuku recognized the monster instantly. The monster which had menaced the emperor and was slain by the archer Yorimasa. An arrow was still lodged in its side, blood matting the fur as it flowed from the wound. He couldn't drag his eyes away from the grievous injury. The beast spoke, its voice now a hissing rasp that seemed to come from Izuku's mind rather than the creature's mouth. "I know that look human. Of course I don't still have that archer's arrow in me. I had that thing removed centuries ago." Another blink of the eye and the arrow was gone, the surrounding where the wound had been immaculate and untouched. Kamuri slung an arm around the beast, grinning. "This here's Hujunu, a friend of mine from the good old days and none other than the very same being shot by Yorimasa." Her ability lets her hide the true form of anything. Whatever you're seeing is what you think she is, rather than what she actually looks like. Nu groaned, a strange sound to hear from the chimeric beast. Why do you always have to bring up that story, Mamizu? Because it's hilarious, that's why. You got super drunk and buzzed the Imperial Palace every night for like a week straight, and he shot you right in the butt when you were pulling loop-the-loops over the garden. Oh, like you're one to talk about embarrassing incidents. Do I need to bring up the stomachache thing in front of the kid? That was one time, and it wasn't due to me pulling the same trick for a week straight like I wouldn't get caught. Byakuran smiled gently at Izuku as the pair of tricksters squabbled. They can go on like this for a while when they start reminiscing about the past. Let's go around to the front of the temple so we can get started. He nodded and followed her, Mamizu and Nu's friendly bickering fading into the distance. As they walked, Byakuran continued. I must say, I was quite pleased by your response to Mamizu revealing her yukai nature to you. I've made it my life's work to promote coexistence between humans and yukai, and would have refused you then and there if you had had a poor reaction. Truthfully, I had some concerns when she first approached me asking me to train you in hand-to-hand, as she had previously expressed unease to me over whether you'd be afraid of her if her true form were to be revealed to you. Yukai tend to be the villains in old myths, after all. I'm glad you didn't let that stop you from seeing her for the person she is. Back home we have a number of pro-heroes who look like stereotypical villains, or quirks that are viewed as villainous. I feel like you should never judge someone just because of their power. Byakuran smiled at him. I'm glad to hear that my concerns were misplaced. You'd fit in well at the temple if you ever chose to stay. Izuku's brow furrowed. I don't understand why she gave me a fake name, though. Mamizu's well known despite being a relatively new arrival to Gensokyo. When she migrated here from the outside world a few years back, she rapidly built up her power base, gathering the Tanuki under her banner and establishing herself into the politicking of the various yukai groups. I imagine she was worried that if she gave you her true name, you'd find out she was a yukai through talking with someone else, or if you went into the village with her and referred to her by name. Byakuran turned towards him as they arrived at the temple's yard. Now, Mamizu told me about your ability, and I have a fairly good idea on how to incorporate that into your fighting style. Am I correct in understanding that contact with just one or two fingers is sufficient to allow you to transform things? Thinking back, Izuku recalled his mostly unsuccessful attempts at using his power on his first day in Gensokyo. Yes, but when I've only used two fingers I haven't had much luck with the transformations. I kept turning leaves to glass instead of turning them into completely different objects. That's excellent. It's more than enough for it to be usable in the manner I'm thinking. Now, what I think will work best for you is to use open-handed strikes, so that you can use your ability to weaken any armor your target might have. From what you said, changing the material of an object is easy enough for you to do with few points of contact. Open-handed strikes so I can use my power at the same time as I strike, huh? Certainly, it seems like a better plan than my initial idea of mixing grappling into my attack pattern. I was hung up on the prevalence of quirks that require contact with all 5 fingers to activate, but my ability doesn't actually have that limitation, even if using 5 fingers makes it easier. This isn't without risks, though. If I am slow to transform objects, then using my fingers to perform a strike can easily result in my breaking them, and if I lose the use of my hand, then I won't be able to use my power at all. I could possibly mitigate this by... Byakuran interrupted his thoughts. Naturally, you'll want to train more with Mamizu so you can use your ability at the speed required. As for the risk of breaking your fingers, I specialize in physical enhancement magic and can try to teach you similar techniques you'll be able to use gathered fear for. Apparently, he had been mumbling again. At Byakuran's prompting, a girl in a white dress and blue headdress carried over a stack of wooden boards. Thank you, Ichirin. Now, at first we should practice with palm strikes so you don't risk your fingers. The goal is to master enhancement to the point that the only thing you feel when breaking the boards is the physical resistance of the board itself, no pain or scratches from the splintering wood. The process of enhancement itself is fairly simple, considering you've already been performing sense enhancement using fear. Instead of focusing on your senses, you want to pour the energy into your limb as you perform the strike, using it to reinforce your body so you can put more strength into the blow than normal. Izuku did as she instructed to the best of his ability, striking the board with all of his strength. It splintered messily, leaving jagged cuts along his arm. Byakuren called out to a girl sweeping the courtyard, "Kyuko, could you make a quick run to Ientai to get some medical supplies?" It took Izuku another week to figure out how to properly enhance his physical capabilities. Bakugo's daily torments were, as it turned out, an invaluable aid. To this, giving him the opportunity to work on his defense against harsher blows than his supernatural teachers were willing to throw at him. The explosive blonde, for his part, was completely infuriated by his favored victim's newfound resilience. 2 weeks after that, he was finally capable of altering the material of an object with a touch. He couldn't change large amounts of material. The speed he needed to work in order to use it in conjunction with his attacks limited him to only changing material within an inch or so of the contact site, but it was sufficient to allow him to bypass any physical obstacle. And finally, after 1 more week, 1 full month after he started training under Byakuren, he was able to put all the pieces together. Izuku looked at the tree trunk he had been practicing on with no small sense of satisfaction. A fresh hole adorned its center, the edges of which were formed of soft, wet clay. He examined his arm carefully. Not a single scratch marred his skin. "Nicely done," Byakuren said as she examined the fruit of his labor. "Do 10 more of those strikes with each hand. If you don't successfully put a hole in your target, or if you sustain an injury, restart the count for that arm." Izuku nodded confidently at the instructions. "And after that? If you can do that, I'd say you're ready for sparring." Dense fog surrounded Izuku, hiding the familiar features of the temple yard as he shifted warily, trying to detect any sign of where the next attack would be coming from. The fog made no move to betray its master, drifting lazily in the air completely heedless of any wind. Sound was no help either. Someone had gotten into a shouting match with the temple's Yamabiko, who was merrily echoing everything yelled her way with all the volume she could muster, drowning out any noises that might have emanated from the mass of fog. Scent likewise was useless, as the whole thing smelled strongly of sake. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as he sensed a sudden shift in the fog behind him. Desperately, he flung himself forward as a plume of the dense substance reared up and speared down on the spot where he had been standing, crushing the stones of the yard's flooring into dust. Rolling to his feet as quickly as he could to keep himself in a good stance, he ducked to the side to avoid a second jab from the fog. Undeterred, the roiling mass continued its assault. Focusing completely on defense, Izuku deflected at least a dozen hits from all sides before one finally slipped through his guard, a heavy strike to the back that sent him sprawling to the floor. The fog gathered into one spot, becoming denser and denser before it finally solidified into the form of a short girl with long orange hair and 2 enormous horns protruding from her head, wearing a white and blue dress with torn-off sleeves. A total of 3 chains dangled from her wrists and belt, each attached to a weight in the shape of a cube, a sphere, and a pyramid. She uncorked a purple sake gourd and drank deeply from it before speaking. Not bad, not bad. You blocked a few more hits than yesterday. I might have to up the speed or power soon." Izuku chuckled at her as he set about using his ability to repair the damage to the courtyard's flagstones. "Miss Ibuki, if you up the power of your hits, I won't be able to block them at all." She laughed off his objection. "Then just get better at blocking." Once Izuku had started sparring matches as part of his combat training, news had spread rapidly throughout Gensokyo's close combat enthusiasts, who had soon mobilized and formed a fight club at the Murin Temple. Byakuren had allowed this on the grounds that they assist in Izuku's training in any way they were able. Suka, one of the 4 Devas of the mountain and unofficial ruler of a 10th of heaven, was actually banned from participation in the fights since a particularly rowdy battle between her and a Hell Raven had seen the entirety of the temple yard destroyed in a cataclysm of magma and fire, but she still hung around to watch the fights and was happy to help Izuku learn to defend against unseen foes. Izuku walked over to Mamizu, who was sitting on the steps leading up to the temple entrance next to an ominous dark cloud that he assumed must be new. She was idly packing tobacco into her kizaru as he took a seat, watching Byakuran face off against a white-haired girl with red pants and a white shirt. Izuku couldn't remember her name. She was a fairly rare sight at the matches. Mamizu spoke up as Byakuran's opponent lit herself on fire with a finger snap. Today's the big day at last, huh, Izuku? Those months just blew by in an instant. I just hope I'm prepared. I know you guys have been doing your best to train me, but I still haven't taken any wins in sparring. Nu laughed, an extremely irritating noise with the way his mind was currently parsing her. It echoed and had a touch of reverb to it, creating a veritable cacophony after mere moments. You shouldn't judge your readiness by if you can take a win against the battle maniacs we've got here. Some of them are literally the stuff of legends. Mamizu was in the outside world as recently as 3 years ago, and from what she's told me I don't think many of those so-called heroes out there could take home a win here either. She paused. Izuku assumed that if he could see her she'd be putting a hand to her chin in contemplation as she continued, actually, maybe against Ichirin? I don't think she can do much on her own if you get past that Nudu bodyguard of hers. Mamizu interjected, also, you got that win against Koishir because she got bored with the fight and forfeited by wandering off. Izuku didn't remember fighting anyone by that name, and he definitely would have remembered getting a win, even one by forfeit. She continued, ignoring his bafflement. Point is, you shouldn't sell yourself short. I settled down in Japan for a while before I took to wandering the world, and I saw heroes in basically every corner of the globe, some better than others. You're definitely better than the real bottom-tier guys, and you haven't even gotten official hero training yet. You'll do fine in those entry exams. She raised an eyebrow as Byakuran delivered a devastating kick to her opponent's torso. Leaning over to Nu, she asked, how many of Moku's ribs do you think just cracked there? Oh, at least 4 easy. Probably lost a lung too. Definitely gonna need to renew herself, but she can probably tough it out for the rest of the round without slowing down if she's in a stubborn mood. Mamizu turned back to Izuku. Look, no matter what happens when you take that entry exam, I'll be proud of you, and you'll always be welcome here. She leaned back, blowing tobacco smoke into the air before continuing. Don't waste any brain power worrying about how you'll do. Just remember, Yorimasa was able to be a hero without any divine blessings or magic. If he could do it, you definitely can. Everything suddenly clicked for Izuku. He knew his father was a tanuki, and a well-connected one at that. Izuku would have ceased to be on his first day with his powers if Sumariko hadn't been told to watch him. Sumariko had also been the one to introduce him to Mamizu, so there was a definite connection there. To his knowledge, very few Yukai in Gensokyo were able to cross over to the outside world, but both Nu and Byakuran had indicated that Mamizu had been there until very recently, and Mamizu herself claimed to have settled in Japan for a while before wandering the globe. Byakuran had said that Mamizu had worried about how Izuku would view her if he knew she was a Yukai, but this concern only extended to him. After being revealed, she had made no efforts to disguise herself in a similar manner for the benefit of human visitors to the temple, hanging around her usual haunt in the graveyard in her true form without a care in the world. Mamizu also showed far more concern about his safety than that of her own tanuki underlings. When she had come to his rescue, she had used them as a living wave against the Jiangshi without a second thought. As a habitual smoker, the smell of tobacco smoke was ever present around Mamizu, just as Hisashi's letters always smelled of smoke. Mamizu was friends with the same being shot by Yorimasa, found that event funny, and enjoyed bringing up the incident whenever she could. Mamizu could shapeshift. Izuku shot awake. Nu poked Mamizu with her trident as Izuku vanished abruptly. Looks like your kid finally figured it out. Honestly thought it would have been sooner. The elder Tanuki chuckled. I could have told him outright, but a puzzle is always more rewarding when you figure it out for yourself. If you say so. I've always been one for making sure the truth never gets out myself. She put her trident down and leaned back on the stairs, folding her arms behind her short black. She squirmed a little bit to get into a comfortable position, always tricky when you have asymmetrical wings. After a bit of fiddling, she managed to slide her red, sickle-like right wings into a position where they were resting on the steps instead of digging into her back, and the blue tendrils that formed her left wings were able to hang free without being crushed against the stone. You really do care about him, huh? Mamizu took a swig from her sake jar. Course I do, don't be stupid. I didn't nearly kill myself roaming far from my belief base to set up an income stream for no reason. I still think that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen you do, Nu said, lazily reaching an arm up to use her ability on a passing cloud. An ethereal snake flew off into the sky, and a few moments later the cloud's form was concealed. She snickered to herself as she sensed a marked uptick in fear and confusion from the human population. Regardless, don't forget you're the boss of the Tanuki around here now. You can't just leave them hanging. Wouldn't dream of it. They're my underlings, I have a responsibility to them, just as I have a responsibility to support Inko and Izuku. Now that I've recovered, I just have one more thing I need to juggle. Mamizu grinned at Nu. By the way, I bet you a week of meals from that one soba place in former hell that someone shows up within the hour to beat the crap out of you for that cloud stunt just now. Nu grinned back. You're on. Izuku stood before the gates of UA High School, staring up at the school's imposing H-shaped silhouette. Mamizu's reveal had what he assumed was the intended effect on him. Rather than spending his morning worrying about the upcoming test, he had instead been focusing on the fact that his teacher and his father were apparently one and the same. He almost missed his stop on the way into, only realizing he was there because a gray-haired girl had bumped him as she got off the train, jarring him from his thoughts. He shook his head in a futile attempt to drive out any lingering worries. Refocusing on the upcoming test as best he could, he strode confidently through UA's front gate. He made it about 3 steps before someone slammed into him, causing him to stumble. Out of my way, worthless Deku, growled Bakugu's unmistakable voice as the explosive blonde shoved past. It was more of an inconvenience than anything else. Really, it wasn't like a stumble, no matter how clumsy, was going to actually do anything to injure him now that he'd grown into his half-yokai nature. He regularly practiced with someone who could crack stone even when holding back, after all. That said, it was taking a while for him to hit the ground. He opened his eyes to find that he was floating. I'm sorry for using my quirk on you without permission, a girl's voice called out, but I thought it'd be a bad omen if you fell right before such an important test. As she pressed her fingertips together, gravity returned, and Izuku dropped to the ground, landing on his feet. Now on the ground again, Izuku looked over the girl who had saved him. Brown hair styled into a bob cut framed a roundish face with large, brown eyes, and she wore a dark red jacket and pink scarf to protect against the early morning chill. He noticed small pads, vaguely reminiscent of the paws of a dog or cat, at the tips of her fingers. Presumably, her quirk was touch-activated. She huffed. Honestly, the nerve of that guy, shoving his way through with no concern for others. Well, I've got to go find my seat. Good luck on the entrance exam. Well, she's certainly in a hurry, Izuku thought as he watched her rush off. The written portion of the exam went by without issue. Training in his dreams meant Izuku enjoyed the luxury of not having to sacrifice study time, and he reflected with no small amount of satisfaction that he was probably the single best prepared individual in the room of test takers. Finishing with plenty of time to spare, he made his way over to the lecture hall where the hopeful entrants would be briefed on the practical portion of the exam. As he watched students trickle in, he noticed that they tended to be wearing the same school uniforms as they sat in their assigned seats. They're probably seating us by school, which means that I should be next too. What are you doing here, Deku? Hissed Bakugu. You and I both know that you're just wasting everyone's time. Izuku didn't dignify Bakugu's bullying with a response, instead choosing to focus on present Mike as the hero strode up the podium, clad in his trademark leather jacket and sunglasses. No microphone was present at the podium, the voice hero didn't need one. Let me give a warm welcome to all you listeners here today. Everybody say he. His shout was met with total silence from the assembled audience. Undeterred, he continued. All right. Pay close attention now, little listeners. You'll have 10 minutes to show your stuff at your assigned replica districts. In his seat next to Izuku, Bakugu grumbled. Tisich. I guess they don't want friends or classmates working together. And I was looking forward to crushing you too. There will be 3 types of faux villain robot for you to take down, each with a different point value based on their difficulty. Your goal is to use any tools at your disposal to rack up as high a score as you can. So the key to this test is efficiency and initiative, Izuku thought. Raw strength is meaningless if you can't act fast enough to get to a faux villain in time, or if you spend too much time on smaller groups or groups of low-value targets. This would naturally give an advantage to entrants with quirks suited to area attacks or mobility. And, needless to say, don't even think about directly attacking or otherwise interfering with your fellow applicants. Stepping on others to get ahead won't cut it in the heroics industry. There's plenty of heroes out there without quirks that specialize in raw offense, so there has to be some sort of other trick to the test. Midnight's an alumni, and her quirk wouldn't be usable against robots, so she'd effectively be going in quirkless. Perhaps some sort of off switch to allow perceptive and agile applicants to subdue the villains and earn points without needing raw power? A new voice called out, interrupting the hero's ongoing presentation. "Excuse me." The speaker was a broad-shouldered, muscled young man in a suit with neatly parted dark blue hair. He adjusted his glasses before continuing, holding up the informational pamphlet as he spoke. "You have listed 3 types of faux villain, but the handout we were provided with clearly lists 4 types. Such an amateur error is not befitting of a school of UA's caliber. Furthermore," he continued, turning on the spot to point a finger at Izuku, "you there, with the curly green hair. You've been muttering the entire time, being a nuisance to your fellow test takers. If you're not going to take this seriously, then you should leave at once." Izuku shrank down in his seat at being called out for muttering, offering a sheepish apology as he did so. Present Mike grinned and continued, "Thank you for speaking up, examinee 7111. That gives me the perfect lead-in to the final aspect of the test. The final type of villain is worth 0 points. Think of them like a thwomp in a Mario game. They're technically beatable but won't give you anything for doing so, so it's better to avoid them. There's one in every testing area." Satisfied with this answer, the boy bowed deeply, shouting out, "I see. I apologize for my rudeness in presuming that your statement had been made in error. Well, that's about enough from me. I'll leave you with a quote from the great General Napoleon Bonaparte. You become strong by defying defeat and turning loss and failure into success. Or, to put it another way, true heroism is overcoming life's hardships." The presentation finished, the gathered applicants filed out of the assembly hall to make their way to their assigned testing areas. Izuku looked over the gathered crowd at his assigned testing area as they chattered about the upcoming trial. It made for a diverse sight. The various mutation quirks dotted throughout the crowd gave many of the prospective students extremely distinctive looks. Just at a glance, he could see a huge kid whose arms were actually several tentacles connected by webbing, someone with arms so long they were touching the ground, and someone with what appeared to be pistons of some kind extending from their elbows. He spotted the brown-haired girl who had stopped his fall in front of the school standing apart from the main group. She had her eyes closed as she took deep, slow breaths, apparently trying to calm herself before the test started. "I should see if I can help with her nervousness," he thought, and started to walk over to her. The hand grasped his shoulder before he got far. "You." He turned to see it was the same boy who had called him out in the auditorium. "What are you up to? Are you trying to disrupt other test takers' concentration? Such an underhanded tactic is unbefitting of a prospective heroic student." She seemed nervous, so I wanted to see if I could help her calm down. If she's trying to focus, then she doesn't need other people coming in to make it harder for her. You should think about your actions more carefully before you dash." Present Mick's voice rang out across the area from a high tower, "And start." Izuku immediately rushed through the gate into the city, previous conversation forgotten as he focused entirely on hunting the villain robots. He vaguely registered Present Mike continuing to speak, and felt a wave of surprise roll over him as the applicants realized the test had begun. He gathered it for reinforcing his arms. He was plenty fast enough already. "Thank you, UA High, for having a sudden start to your test to take entrance by surprise. And thank you, Nu, for only giving start as a warning before tackling me as part of sparring. Coming to the first group of robots, a cluster of 3-pointers, he leapt into the middle of them, letting the gathered surprise flow into his arms. Hands flat, he delivered a spear hand strike to the nearest 3-pointer's main body, tearing easily through tin foil that had once been armor sheeting, grasped a handful of the wiring inside, and yanked. As the robot's husk collapsed, he whirled and crushed another one's head with a chop before sidestepping a rocket from a third. Grabbing the third's head, he tore it free of the body and turned it into a spear before hurling it into a fourth one's rocket pods, setting off a chain reaction of explosions that destroyed the machine. Before he could get to the fifth one, a beam of light tore through it, downing it. Looking to the source, he saw a blond boy wearing a belt, which had a trail of smoke coming from a lens in its center. "Merci for the distraction, my friend. I would stick around and chat, but, alas, time is short." The observation room was a buzz of activity as All Might walked in. Looking around, the number 1 hero could see nearly every member of the UA faculty manning various observation stations, doing their best to keep up with the frenzied applicants as they destroyed every robot they could get their hands on. The strange animal that was UA's principal Nizu perked up as the hero entered. "Ah, All Might. Glad you could make it. Please, take a seat wherever you'd like, and feel free to observe whichever applicant you want." All Might obliged, grabbing a free observation station next to Eraserhead. He could faintly hear the bedraggled underground hero grumbling under his breath that it was irrational to judge so many students and send out application letters within a week. The console was currently displaying camera feeds of a short student throwing sticky spheres from his head to immobilize the villain robots. After some fiddling with the buttons on the side, he was able to get a search box to pop up. He typed in the name of the first student he wanted to check on, and pulled up their view. Nizu was suddenly at his shoulder. "Ah, checking on Midoriya, I see." The green-haired applicant was currently tearing through a group of 8 2-pointers with vicious efficiency, severing robotic limbs and yanking circuitry in a whirlwind of motion. All Might noted Midoriya's preference for open-handed strikes, something that required extensive training due to the significant risk of self-injury if performed wrong. Yes, he's really quite proficient with that quirk of his, despite having had it for less than a year. Nizu continued. He seems to be using it to weaken the armor plating as he strikes, effectively bypassing the robot's defenses. I imagine there'll be some complaints from Majima about that. Actually, he won't be happy to find that some of the steel that would normally be perfectly salvageable has turned into what appears to be tin foil. His prey depleted, Midoriya dashed off to find another group of victims. All Might's eyebrows raised at the kid's speed. It wasn't anything that would compete with a dedicated speed enhancement quirk, but he'd fought villains who had more all-around enhancements with less speed than that. On top of that, his risky combat techniques hadn't led to a single scratch on him in the 6 minutes the exam had been going so far. Not taking his eyes off the viewport, he cleared his throat. "What is young Midoriya's quirk, by the way?" He knew perfectly well what it was registered as. "It's registered as Object Transformation," Nizu replied, "an emitter quirk that lets him change objects he's touching. The more fingers he has on an object, the more easily he can transform it, but he's apparently already proficient enough with it to change something's material with only the briefest contact. So nothing that would account for why he's completely unharmed or his physical prowess. Now then," the principal continued, "if you'll excuse me for a moment, it's about time the arena traps were activated." The sound of groaning metal and crumbling stone echoed through the streets of the replica city as an enormous robot, easily at least 6 stories in height, tore its way out from the ground. Fear filled the air in no time at all as panic swept through the applicants. As fleeing students rushed past Izuku, he heard a girl's voice cry out in pain. The girl he had met outside the school had fallen directly in the path of the 0-pointer, her leg pinned under a piece of rubble. Without a second thought, Izuku sprang into action, rushing to her aid. Grabbing the chunk of stone, he heaved it off her leg and turned it into a crutch, offering it to her. "Can you stand?" She rose unsteadily to her feet, wincing as she put weight on the injured leg. Taking the crutch, she smiled at him. "Yeah, I should be able to. Thanks for the save." The tremendous mech was nearly upon them now. Fleeing was no longer an option, not with her injury. Gathering the massed fear around him like a cloak, Izuku let it flow through his entire body, empowering him as the mech's foot came down. The strain was immense. He could feel himself burning through the fear as he tried to keep the robot's massive bulk from crushing the two of them. He'd last maybe 30 seconds, and they had more time than that remaining in the test. Suddenly, the crushing weight disappeared and he began to push the robot back. Now losing the struggle, the tremendous machine began to flail, throwing itself further off balance as it began to tip backwards. Touching her fingertips together, the brown-haired girl released her quirk. The zero-pointer went crashing to the ground, armor plates buckling as they tried futilely to resist a far greater impact than they had ever been designed for, the whole weight of the monstrous machine now demanding it topple to the earth. The tremendous force caused dust to blow up through the entire replica city, silencing everyone in the testing area. "And that's all the time we have, little listeners," shouted Present Mic's voice, bringing the exam to a close. Sumariko was waiting for Izuku outside UA's front gate. "I assume the exam went well?" Yes, but more importantly, what are you doing here? I haven't seen you since you gave me my amulet." She sheepishly rubbed the back of her head. "Yeah, sorry for ghosting on you for a while there. I got involved in some shenanigans involving Evil Dream Me and needed to resolve that. At least I got you to Mamizu before then. And that's another thing, how, exactly, do you know Mamizu?" She looked pointedly at the trickle of students leaving UA. "Not here. Follow me." She led him down a series of streets and alleys to a small cafe, grabbing a seat towards the back. Izuku looked around the cafe as he grabbed the menu. Although it didn't have many customers, it was still hardly a private setting. This is supposed to be a better place to talk about that stuff? Sumariko put her menu to the side. Most of the people in town who are into occult stuff come here, and nobody's more skeptical of the occult than other occultists. Everyone here's gonna be minding their own business and focusing on their own investigations, because everyone thinks they're the only one who's on the right track. Case in point, the guy sitting by the door, Saul, is a crazy drunkard who thinks he found a magical golden city of invisible gods in the middle of the jungle. Izuku took another glance at the patrons. They did seem to be engaged in their own discussions, or in Saul's case, his drink. The nearest group was 3 tables away, where a red-haired young woman in a strawberry red dress and matching shoulder cape was in the middle of describing something to a blonde girl in a white sailor outfit, using a funnel and string to illustrate whatever her point was. "So, anyways, how I got here. My quirk is a pretty useless one. I can take patterns on cloth and make them animate as I please." She held out her cape to demonstrate, the Nordic runes sewn into the inside of it scrolling slowly by, as though they were on an electric billboard. "But I was also born with psychic powers. I quickly realized that they weren't a quirk, but something else, something greater. I never experienced quirk exhaustion when I used my powers, and the applications I found for them over time were far broader than nearly any quirk I had ever heard of. I knew enough to keep them secret, and the stress of having to hide my powers while knowing that I was completely unlike anyone else caused me to drift apart from the world. Everyone my age is told to idolize heroes, to obsess over fashion, to watch the latest shows, everything like that, you know? All they care about is petty little modern fabrications while I'm having a crisis over why I was born with my powers." She stopped for a moment as the waitress came up to them and took their orders. "So anyways, I resolved to discover why I had these powers, what I was here to do. I chased lead after lead for years, spending every last yen of my allowance on occult stuff, exhausting every avenue in search of an answer. 2 years into this search, I found a single written account by someone who claimed to have been trapped in a land of yokai for 2 years. It was pure luck I found it. It was a blog post that had only been up for 10 minutes when I stumbled across it, and after I spent a half-hour copying it onto paper, I tried to click through to the rest of the blog and found the whole thing had already been deleted. I knew this had to be something, and focused the whole of my search on looking for answers about this, Gensokyo. At last, about 2 years ago, it finally happened." "You found a way in?" She grinned. "I ran into a brick wall. Gensokyo's barrier is meant to only let things in if it wants them in. For a forgotten yokai, getting in is a piece of cake. For a meddler like me, actively trying to get in? Forget it. I'd never have managed it in a million years of work. So how'd you get through then? I got used, that's how. Random text message from an unknown number arrived 3 months after I admitted defeat, outlining a way in and exactly what to do. I managed to convince my parents to tour the globe for summer vacation, and after a year, I had gathered all the ingredients I needed to create 6 of what I called the occult ball. I just needed one more, and once more my mysterious contact came through. The next morning after creating the ball, I discovered an unmarked package laid on my desk, containing the 7th. I was ready to break into Gensokyo. At this point, the waitress returned with their orders, and Sumariko paused to take a long sip of her green tea before continuing. Those initial 7 occult ball allowed me to project my consciousness into Gensokyo, letting me mess around as I pleased with no risk to myself. But it still wasn't enough. I reconfigured the occult ball, setting up a ritual to cast them into Gensokyo. They would naturally attach themselves to individuals, and could only be passed on if someone forcibly took them from you. Whenever someone was able to gather all 7, it would pull them out into our world temporarily, and I could then cast the ball back into Gensokyo. I was looking for another breakthrough, and I eventually found it when I reeled in Mamizu. She presented me with the solution to my problems. An 8th occult ball, this one not created from something in the outside world, but from items taken from Gensokyo. She chuckled. It was a cunning trap, baited by my own desires. I wanted a way into Gensokyo, and she gave me exactly what I wanted, without a way to return on my own terms. I was trapped in Gensokyo and endured a string of attacks by yokai before I became desperate enough to try to do something very, very stupid. I was stopped by force, and returned to the outside world without the occult ball that had caused all that trouble. Imagine everyone's surprise when I woke up in Gensokyo the next time I went to sleep. Turns out after that whole ordeal, I gained the ability to project myself into Gensokyo when I sleep. If I had to guess, it's because of prolonged exposure to the concentrated supernatural energy of the occult ball. From there, I was able to reach an understanding with the residents of Gensokyo. I had been a pawn in a bigger game, so they were willing to forgive me, and Mamizu soon approached me with a request. She had left behind a son in the outside world, and wanted me to make sure he was safe. As someone from the outside world who had already demonstrated exceptional skill at manipulating supernatural energies, I was the obvious choice. After a long moment, Izuku spoke. Did you ever find out who your mysterious backer was? Sumariko's lips curled into a snarl. The Lunarians. Wait, like people who live on the moon? Yeah. They're the worst people you'll ever meet. They care only about themselves and their own society, and everyone else might as well be insects to them. They have an obsession with purity, in the Shinto sense of the concept. By avoiding anything associated with death, they can keep themselves pure and stop themselves from ever aging or dying. There's a few Lunarian refugees in Gensokyo who aren't bad people, but as a whole you'll generally want to steer clear of them if you ever run into them. She put down her empty cup of tea. Well, I've probably taken up enough of your time. I'm sure Mamizu can tell you more when you see her tonight. She dropped the bomb on you, didn't she? Izuku just nodded. She genuinely cares about you. It's just that being a millennia-old yokai that focuses in trickery and disguise doesn't really prep you for this sort of stuff. One of my best friends in Gensokyo is a millennia-old human, and she'd probably have no idea how to properly handle it either. And with that, Sumariko departed, leaving Izuku with the bill. All Might lingered in the observation room after the other teachers had left, rewatching Midoriya's struggle with the 0-pointer. The green-haired young boy had made it through the entire exam without so much as a scratch, and showing no signs of Quirk fatigue. He turned to Principal Nizu, who was finishing up his tea as he looked through a stack of files. Nizu responded before he could even voice his question. Midoriya hasn't been enrolled in any formal training of any kind, nor does his listed quirk have any applications that would enhance his physical strength. His screening test for any quirk-enhancing drags also turned up completely negative. Certain incidents in young Midoriya's recent history have given me reason to be concerned that he may be connected to villains in some way. It wouldn't be the first time we've had a spy attempt to enroll. I completely understand your concerns, but I will not compromise the integrity of UA's entrance exams. He's earned enough points to pass even without adding in rescue points. That said, to assuage your concerns, I will have him put under surveillance once he enters, until such time as we can be sure that he is not involved with any criminal elements. As for his unusual displays of physical ability, placing him in Eraserhead's class should prevent him from being able to do much damage with any hidden aspects his quirk may have to it. Thank you, Principal. That truly does take a weight off my mind. I do apologize for making you go to this trouble. The principal waved off his apology. There was another student whose background raised a red flag, so I was already going to have someone watched. It really is no extra bother to add a second. That night, Izuku set out to get answers out of Mamizu. He found her alone in the temple graveyard, sitting on a gravestone and looking at the forest, back to him, ears twitching occasionally at some distant sound. Unable to bring himself to break the silence, he sat awkwardly on the ground next to her gravestone and gazed into the forest as well. A trio of lights could be seen faintly flitting about deep in the woods. After what seemed like an eternity, she spoke. The people of Sado called me Futetsuwa Daimujin once. My pack found it an absolute riot, the dreaded Danzabiru, bane of honest men, the tanuki who drove the kitsune from Sado once and for all, being worshipped as a god? Ridiculous, the biggest con job yet. They started to call me by that name as well, and I happily took it for myself. Soon enough, I became famous throughout the Yukai community. Futetsuwa from Sado, cleverest of all the tanuki, who rose all the way from being a lowly, powerless animal to a god. Probably not a single Yukai back then who didn't know that name. I absolutely dominated the gossip. Or so New tells me. We lived it up like kings, ornamenting our hideout with lavish gifts given to me by worshippers, convinced the good times were never going to end. Izuku remembered what Sumariko had told him when they first met. But humanity moved on. A wistful smile crossed Mamizu's face. Being worshipped as a god turned out to be both a blessing and a curse. With two separate streams of belief, I outlasted the rest of my pack, and every other Yukai I knew from back then. Even New, my oldest and most trusted friend, had gone and died on me. And so I soldiered on, completely alone, watching as the years went by and my shrine fell into disrepair, getting fewer and fewer visitors. Soon enough, I knew the end was near. I resolved to leave the world in the form that made me famous, and took on my old human disguise to wait out the final decade or two that I had. And then she came along. His voice was a whisper. Mom. Inko was the first visitor to my shrine in months, touring Japan after graduating from university. To this day, I don't know how she learned about the shrine, but she made the trek out to it to sightsee and found me there. First thing I ever heard out of her was her chewing me out for sleeping on the floor of a shrine. She chuckled at the memory. Then she asked me if I had a place to stay. Absolutely boggled my mind. Back in my heyday, I used that form to con people so frequently that nobody'd give Hisashi the time of day, and in my utter bewilderment, I agreed. We hit it off in no time at all, and she offered to let me accompany her throughout the rest of her trip. I figured that even if I was doomed to fade into nothingness, I could at least make sure someone remembered me and accepted. Now, I may be a swindler, but never let it be said that I don't repay kindness. I offered to cover all the costs of the trip, but she insisted that she pay for everything. We ended up splitting the costs, and when our travels finally came to an end and I figured it was time to part ways, I learned what it takes to genuinely surprise a crafty old Yukai like myself. Izuku had an idea of what it was. She proposed. Mamizu nodded. We had a quiet, private ceremony before settling in her hometown, and I got to enjoy a taste of that human life I had watched from the outside for so long. The day you were born was one of the happiest moments of my long, long life. Sighing, she continued, but I never could avoid the inescapable fact of my inevitable end. With every birthday we celebrated as a family, I was reminded of my own ticking clock. I would not force you and Inko to watch as I grew weaker and died from something no doctor would be able to even understand, let alone cure. I told her I was taking a work post abroad to support you, and set out to travel the world. One last hurrah for wily old Danzabiru. No swindling, no pranks, just the stuff that first got me worship, giving money to people in dire need, acting as a savior in their darkest times. All I asked in exchange was that they pay forward a small amount of their income, and even then, only if they truly felt that they needed to repay my kindness. In 5 years of roaming the earth, I built a network that would be able to provide for you and Inko for the rest of your lives, as well as any descendants you'd have. And then, I returned to Sado to lay down and die. When I returned, I experienced true surprise for the second time. Among the precious few offerings at my shrine was a letter, written in unmistakable handwriting I'd long since given up hope of ever seeing again. Knew that crazy old BSRD had somehow survived the years just as I, and made her way to Gensokyo. She requested that Futetsuwa from Sado once more ride to war and remind the world to fear her name. She shook her head lightly. She always had a flair for the dramatic. Honestly, I never waged war even at my most feared. Her letter came at a perfect time. I made my way to Gensokyo and was able to stay in touch with you by writing letters. She pulled out her kizaru and began to fill it. So there you have it, the story of how I failed at being a parent. After a brief silence, Izuku spoke. So, I'm a half-god. Mamizu threw him an incredulous glance as she lit her pipe. That whole story, and that's what you focus on? No, I never got quite enough worship to become an actual god. Still a yukai, through and through. A powerful one, though not at the level of the yukai of boundaries, but definitely up there in the rankings. I heard the Astral Knight even went to her doom because she was worried my fame would eclipse hers. Neither of those titles matched up to any myths he knew. I'm unfamiliar with either of those yukai. Both of them were unique yukai, one-of-a-kind beings who don't come from any of the types usually spoken of in myths, kappa, oni, and so on. The first one is the creator of Gensokyo, Yakumo Yukari. She's a weird case, never really cared for fame and legend, but her behavior is otherwise absolutely that of an archetypical yukai. She does as she pleases, when she pleases, for reasons only she fully understands, and there isn't a force on earth that'll stop her. To my knowledge, the only one who's ever actually pulled one over on her is the Lunar Ian Sage, and considering what happened later, I'd reckon Yukari still got the last laugh. She blew smoke into the air. As for the Astral Knight, I don't truly know her name, only her reputation and the tales of her exploits. She rose to prominence during the Sengoku PRD, butchering entire battlefields and fancying herself a ruler. Gathered a number of the more violent yukai under her banner before finally getting herself killed trying to take Kyoto. The humans feared her so much they erased every trace of her they could find. I doubt there's a single myth left out there about her. A whimpering from the forest interrupted their conversation. The wolf padded out, making a whining noise as it attempted to open its jaws, which were stuck fast to a strange purple ball. Mamizu sked, getting off of her gravestone to tend to the animal. Blasted wolves get into all sorts of stuff they shouldn't. The Forest of Magic's got plenty of weird stuff you shouldn't eat, but they haven't advanced enough as yukai yet to be smart enough not to bite whatever they find that smells tasty. Stroking the wolf's fur comfortingly, she turned the ball into a leaf before discarding it. Liberated, the wolf gave a happy bark and nuzzled against her before running back into the forest. As if in response, a few more wolves walked out of the woods, more of the sticky ball stuck to parts of their fur and paws. There might be a lot of them asking for help, if a whole pack got into this stuff. You mind giving me a hand? As Izuku hurried to free the wolves, he continued their conversation. I don't think I can really fault you for disappearing on us. You were caught in a difficult situation and did what you thought was best to support us. It definitely helps that you kept in touch, though, to be honest, even with your letters I was almost starting to suspect you were secretly a supervillain. You're not exactly wrong, yukai were basically the villains of the olden days. If you overlay the metrics of modern heroics onto the old myths, then about half of Gensokyo's population is the equivalent of retired villains. An absolutely massive wolf, one eye heavily scarred, emerged from the treeline and walked over to Mamizu, looking almost smug. Izuku smelled blood on its breath as it opened its maw, revealing more of the purple ball stuck in its teeth and gums. Mamizu, unconcerned, set about removing them. So how'd the entry exam go anyways? Izuku tore his eyes away from the gargantuan beast, which was looking at him the way one might eye their dessert. I think it went well overall. I've been studying before going to bed, so the written section wasn't an issue, and I'm pretty sure the robots they use are made to be easy to take down for untrained applicants. I know they keep Recovery Girl on deck for treating injuries, but I think that's just in case of a worst-case scenario. I only saw one major injury in my testing group, and it wasn't even directly caused by a robot. She stuck her head into the wolf's open mouth, looking around for any remaining irritants. Robots? Yeah, you'd have had no trouble with that. They're not a threat to you, Kai. Not for the first time, Izuku wished he could take a notebook to Gensokyo when he slept. What do you mean? Mamizu patted the wolf's side, signaling that its mouth was free of foreign objects. It turned and walked back into the woods. So you, Kai, are spiritual entities, yeah? Despite being able to affect the world around us, we're fundamentally creatures of belief. This is why it's almost always monks and other holy figures dealing with us in myths. They had the skill to use spiritual energy to attack us. Samurai in a pinch could use prayers to augment their weapons, too. I heard, Thebigiduji lost an arm that way. The problem with robots is there's no soul behind them, so their attacks completely lack any spiritual component. Not impossible to damage a Yukai, if the force of the attack is great enough, but since Byakuran's training focused on your defense, they might as well have been going at an iron wall with a toothpick. I reckon even some shrimp of a kid punching you would have better success, since at least they'd have their own will behind the blow. She stretched, beginning to make her way to the cemetery's entrance. Anyways, glad to hear it went well, even if I already expected as much. How about we grab a bite to eat as celebration? Hellforge strode down the street with single-minded focus, making his way towards Yoroi Mush's hero agency. The pavement cracked and bubbled as he passed, unable to withstand the immense heat radiating off the villain's molten metal form. If he took any satisfaction in his unstoppable advance, it didn't show on the vaguely skeletal metal that formed his face. He stopped. At the next intersection was an instantly recognizable silhouette, standing tall and muscular with two iconic tufts of hair. Izuku. Honey. Izuku paused the video. He'd seen it before. Anyways, Hellforge's rampage was seemingly unstoppable until All Might had brought it to an abrupt end. It remained one of the #1 hero's more famous takedowns. His mother burst into the room, waving a letter bearing Yue's seal. It's here. Yue's response arrived. He gingerly took the letter containing his future. It was heavier than he imagined, like it contained something more than just paper. A good sign, hopefully. Considering how many faux villains he had destroyed, he was probably in the clear, but worrying had always been in his nature. Tearing open the envelope, he found a set of letters and paperwork, as well as a metal disc. As he set the disc on his table, it activated, projecting an image of, I am here, with your entry exam results. All Might? Yes. It is I, All Might. I have taken a position with UA for the coming year, and as the newest member of the faculty, I was selected to record the exam result videos to help me acclimate to my duties. Now then, young Midoriya, without any further ado. The #1 hero coughed and straightened a set of papers handed to him from off-camera. Your written exam results were exceptional, speaking to a studious nature and diligent preparation that will serve any aspiring young hero well. On top of that, you earned a respectable 55 villain points during the practical portion of the exam, nearly enough to place you within the top 10 scorers. That's about what I expected, considering I spent the last part of the exam helping that girl escape the zero-pointer. Anyone who was still hunting robots during that time would have passed me. But that's not all. We grade on. What sort of hero school would we be if we didn't reward entrants for doing the right thing? To that end, there was a hidden component to the test, rescue points. For risking life and limb to save your fellow applicant from the zero-pointer, the judges saw fit to award you 20 rescue points. All Might reached a hand towards the camera, as though offering it to Izuku. So allow me to be the first to congratulate you, young Midoriya. This is the start of your hero academia. The video ended, transitioning to a screen displaying the top 10 applicants. Villain points. Rescue points. Kirishima Iger, 65, 35. Bakugu Katsuki, 77. Sir. Midoriya Izuku, 55, 20. Yurarka Chogo, 28, 45. Shiozaki Ibara, 36, 32. Yanagi Reiko, 45, 22. Kendo Itsuka, 25, 40. Ida Tenya, 52. Tetsu, 49. Tokoyami Fumikage, 47. He sat there, the scoreboard burning itself into his eyes, as it sank in. He had made it. He was going to the school of his dreams, something that had seemed nearly unattainable just a year ago. Spring rolled around soon enough, bringing with it the first day of school at UA. This school's too big, where's the classroom? He came to a stop in front of an absolutely tremendous door labeled as the classroom in question. I guess this must be to ensure they can accommodate all sorts of quirks? Pushing open the door, he wondered who'd be in his class. With any luck, neither Kaken nor that glasses kid will be in the class. I must insist that you take your feet off that desk immediately. Such an action shows disrespect to your classmates, the craftsmen who made that desk, and the sacred institution of UA. And what middle school did you go to that put that DMN stick up your butt? You 2-bit extra? Great, they're both here. Stick up my? The glasses-wearing kid was clearly taken aback by Bakugu's words. Composing himself, he began again. I attended the respected Somei High School. My name is Ida Tenya. That stuck-up private school, huh? Bakugu sneered. So that's it, huh? You FING elitist, you go to one good school and think you're better than everyone else? I would never. Someone aspiring to heroics should aspire to promote good relations with their classmates. Glancing awkwardly around the room from the entrance, Izuku spotted the brown-haired girl from the entrance exam. She grinned and gave him a small wave, which he returned. Catching the movement out of the corner of his eye, Ida broke off his argument and approached. Hello there. I'm Ida Tenya from Somei. Izuku held his hands up in front of him. Yeah, I already overheard. I'm Midoriya, it's nice to meet you. Midoriya, I feel I owe you an apology for my actions during the entrance exam. I let my nerves get to me and dismissed you as being unfit to be a hero, when you were truthfully more capable than I. Doubtlessly, you were able to discern the true nature of the exam as a judgment of one's heroic aptitude, proving yourself the better man. Didn't even know rescue points were a thing. Someone brushed against Izuku's back as they squeezed through the doorway. Sorry for blocking the doorway. But it's no problem. A girl with chin-length gray hair covering one eye had slid past him as she quite literally floated into the classroom, contorting her body to minimize her profile and make it through the narrow opening. She seemed to have no idea what to do with her hands, and they instead dangled at her sides, roughly level with her elbows. If not for her school uniform, she would have looked the very picture of the classical Japanese ghost. Ida wasted no time in addressing the newcomer. It is a violation of the law to use your quirk in public unless you have a license to do so. We may be in a hero school, but unless you have received permission from the faculty to use your quirk outside of training exercises, I will have to request that you obey all applicable statutes. Wordlessly, the girl complied, lowering to land on her feet. She then began to walk over to her seat with a slight, but noticeable limp. Ida immediately apologized. Please forgive my insensitivity, I had not realized you were injured. Have you been to see Recovery Girl, miss? Yanagi Reiko. And it's not something capable of being repaired. I was attacked by a wolf when I ventured into the woods when I was younger. A girl with long black hair done up into a ponytail put a hand to her chin in thought, wondering aloud, but wolves have been extinct in Japan since the Meiji period? Reiko took her seat before responding. My apologies. Rather, it was a large, irate dog. The incident has been built up in my memory, over time. The injury's deleterious effects have lingered long after the encounter. A brief silence followed, giving way to more muted chatter among the students as Izuku made his way over to the brown-haired girl's seat. Before he could open his mouth to talk to her, however, the classroom door slid open and a haggard-looking man with long, unkempt black hair made his way over to the teacher's desk. His outfit was a simple one, eschewing the flashy trappings common in pro-heroics, a simple black shirt and pants, as well as a long gray scarf and a simple but functional utility belt. After taking a moment to size up the class, he spoke. "It took you lot 8 seconds too many to settle down. It's irrational to waste time, especially when time is of the essence." Reaching down to open a desk drawer, he continued, "I'm your homeroom teacher, Izawa Shoyuda. Put these on and report to the PE grounds." Retrieving a pile of blue jumpsuits, he dumped them unceremoniously on the desk and left. Everyone stared blankly for a moment as his words sank in. Then, there was a brief rush for the desk as the students rummaged through the jumpsuits for ones in their size. Izawa addressed the gathered students. "Today, you will be taking a Quirk apprehension test, with the aim of establishing a baseline for your capabilities. Japan has yet to adjust the standard of physical testing to account for the age we live in. Irrational as it may be, they bar the usage of quirks in similar tests in middle school, as though differences between individual students will simply cease to exist if they ignore them." Nodding to Bakugu, he motioned for the boy to stand in the middle of a marked circle. "Bakugu, how far could you pitch a softball in the middle school tests?" 67 meters. Izawa tossed him a softball with some sort of sensor attached to it. "Use your quirk, and don't hold back. As long as you don't leave the circle, anything is fine." Bakugu nodded and wound up for a throw. As his hand let go of the ball, he let out a massive explosion to propel it through the air, roaring, "Dai!" as he did. A measurement device in Izawa's hand beeped twice, and the teacher checked the display before showing it to the class. 705.2 m. A hero should understand their own capabilities more than anything else. These metrics will form the foundation of your development here at UA. Some students began chattering among themselves. 705 meters? That's so manly. Awesome. This'll be fun. Izawa shot a glare at the group. "Fun, you say?" The class fell silent as the hero continued. "I thought you were here to become heroes, not to enjoy yourselves for 3 years. How about this? Then, I will expel whoever performs the worst over the course of these tests." A bit of fear emanated from some of the students at this comment. Some brave soul piped up, "That's unreasonable." UA's heroics department allows its teachers the freedom to do as they please. I don't think it's unreasonable to end the dreams of someone who thinks they can half-but their heroics training before their story ends in tragedy. This is plus ultra. I expect you to overcome these obstacles, if you're to be worthy of being called heroes. Izuku's mind swam with possibilities for how to use his ability as the students gathered around the course for the 50-meter dash. Most likely a rocket or something similar would be best for acceleration. I'll need to be careful with my choice, as I can't assume I'll be allowed to spin it up before the dash begins if I use something that has a startup delay. He plucked a hair from his head and willed it to become what he needed. Nothing happened. How have I gone 8 months without testing if I can use my own hair? Aizawa-sensei? Yes, Midoriya? My quirk transforms other objects, but apparently doesn't work on things taken from me like hair. Would I be able to get something to use? No. As Izuku reeled from the blunt rejection, Aizawa continued, "You can't always ensure a situation is to your advantage in heroics. This limitation of your quirk is a useful one to know. Keep it in mind going forward." As Izuku turned back to the course, the blonde boy he had seen during the entrance exam was lining up along with a pink girl who had 2 small yellow horns jutting out from her hair. Bizarrely, he was facing backwards. As Aizawa signaled the start, the boy leapt into the air and fired his laser, the recoil propelling him halfway down the course before he crashed clumsily to the ground, clambered to his feet, and repeated the motion for a final time of 5.51 seconds. "Bakugo Midoriya, you're up." Izuku silently thanked the boy for his unorthodox technique as he gathered surprise from the air, taking his place at the starting grid. As Aizawa gave the signal, he poured it into his legs and began running. Bakugo blasted on well ahead of him, as expected from the boy's versatile quirk, but Izuku still got a very respectable time of 5.6 seconds. Izuku grinned as he received the dynamometer for the grip strength test, letting his ability flow through the device and weaken the components it used for resisting the forces applied to it. As he squeezed the grip, it broke. Midoriya. Why? Yes, Aizawa-sensei? The point of this test is to get an accurate measure of how much compressive force you can apply with the usage of your quirk. Taking the ruined device from Izuku, he continued, with that in mind, wouldn't you agree that sabotaging the equipment's ability to take accurate readings is contradictory to the test? Chastened, Izuku silently nodded. I'm taking this device down to the support labs for repair. Take the second one from Shuji, and use it properly this time. As Aizawa departed, someone tapped Izuku in the shoulder. Turning, he saw Reiko hovering there. Midoriya. Yes, Yanagi? Why did you use your quirk to sabotage the dynamometer? It would have been more efficacious to conjure up a vice in a manner similar to Yaoyorozu. You say you are incapable of using it without an object to transmute, but you've been wearing an amulet this whole time without showing any inclination to use it. Almost unconsciously, Izuku's hand covered his lifeline, shielding it. I can't use my quirk on this. It's, got sentimental value? Reiko stared at him for a long moment. Just as he began to grow uncomfortable under her gaze, she turned and drifted off. He measured 125 kilograms on the grip test. The tests continued without further disturbance, Izuku having given up the thought of using his ability after 2 unsuccessful attempts. The distance run ended up being an absolute farce. Yaoyorozu, the girl with the long black ponytail, it turned out, Ida, Reiko, and Izuku all competed with each other up until time had to be called in the interest of being able to finish the tests. Yaoyorozu had used her quirk of creation to produce a motor scooter and fuel for it, allowing her to go on without any risk of tiring. Ida had plenty of experience and a highly refined running form. Reiko had apparently been using her quirk to levitate herself nearly every day for years and showed no signs of growing tired from the effort, and Izuku simply had inhuman reserves of stamina due to his inhuman heritage. Eventually, they came to the final test, the softball throw that Bakugo had been chosen to demonstrate at the start. After Kirishima had taken his turn, 700 meters, Izuku stepped up to the pitch. He wound up for the throw. Midoriya. And released. The ball sailed a respectable distance. He turned to his teacher, whose hair somehow looked even more unkempt, as though it had just been flipped up and fallen down again. Yes. The measurement device in Aizawa's hands beeped twice. The scraggly man looked at it, before turning it to show Izuku his score. 130 m. Never mind. Good throwing arm. Bakugo lobbed himself out of the crowd, lunging towards Izuku with a crazed look in his eye while popping off a series of explosions in his right hand. Deku, you absolute bastard. As Izuku braced for impact, the sound of explosions stopped. Silvery gray loops flung out and wrapped themselves around Bakugo, thoroughly entangling the blonde. Holding the other end of the coils, which appeared to be the loops of his overly long scarf, Aizawa glared at the boy with newly red eyes. His hair drifted up around his head as though he were underwater, and distinctive yellow goggles, formerly hidden by his scarf, were now visible hanging around his neck. I've erased your quirk. I won't tolerate disruptive outbursts of this kind during my classes. Aizawa was now instantly identifiable to Izuku. That's it. You're the underground hero Eraserhead. You're capable of erasing the quirks of those you look at, but your power comes with a drawback of drying your eyes out the more you use it. You wear those goggles to prevent things getting in your eye because if you blink, the effect ends. The underground hero glanced at Izuku for a moment before turning his attention back to Bakugo. Stop making me use my quirk so much. We'll talk after class. Bakugo was still glaring at Izuku. I said we'll talk after class. Is that understood, Bakugo? After a tense moment, Bakugo gruffly nodded. Aizawa released him, and he turned away and returned to the rest of the class. Aizawa pulled out a hologram projector and clicked a button on it, displaying a chart of the class's overall rankings. Izuku was in the top half. An invisible girl, recognizable only by her jumpsuit, fell to her knees, evidently the Hagakure Turu, who had come in last. By the way, the teacher said, grinning, The whole expulsion thing was a lie. A logical ruse, in order to ensure you gave it your all. Hagakure was now bawling. Curriculum sheets are back in the classroom, look them over so you know what the schedule is. Class is dismissed. And Bakugu, remember, stick around. Aizawa was left on the field with the blonde after the rest of the class filtered out. Now then, Bakugu, explain to me why you lashed out at Midoriya like that. The student huffed. Isn't it obvious? The demon BSTRD's mocking me, looking down on me. This raised an eyebrow. Really? I could understand you thinking that. About Yaoyorozu, who got number 1 overall, or even Uraraka, who got an unbeatable score on the same event you attacked Midoriya over. There's more to it than that. Bakugu snarled. There isn't. They gave it their all, but Deku's holding back like I'm unworthy to see his full power. I was with him every year of schooling up to this point, so I know him like the back of my hand. He couldn't even scratch half that distance back in middle school, but now he casually throws 130? He's hiding something. The blonde stormed off. Aizawa made no move to stop him. Aizawa found All Might talking with Kirishima about something. He got the number 1 hero's attention and motioned in the direction of the teacher's lounge before heading there himself. Before long, All Might joined him. My apologies, Aizawa. I was just wrapping up my discussion with young Kirishima. Now, what was it you wanted to talk to me about? I still don't agree with Nizu's decision on this matter. I feel the more rational decision would be to simply expel Midoriya if you have concerns that he's connected to villains. While I understand the sentiment, it's one I initially had, myself. I respect the principal's approach to this situation. If we are mistaken and Midoriya is innocent, then all that expelling him would do is push a talented student towards villainy. Aizawa threw a folder onto the lounge's coffee table. All Might opened it looking through the contents. Regardless, the underground hero continued, I did what was requested to confirm our hunch. Midoriya wasn't permitted to use his object transformation during the test. Those are all baseline physical capabilities. Nothing that would be impossible for a quirkless individual who's fit enough. Even the distance run, I had to cut it off before I ran out of time for the remaining tests. But All Might's attention was now fully on the underground hero. They're all too good, when taken as a whole. Every one of his results is within spitting distance of athletics records from prior to the emergence of quirks. And they all display tremendous improvement from his middle school data, far beyond what one would typically expect. His quirk should have been erased on the softball throw, but there was no drop in his capabilities. It's possible someone else has used a quirk to boost his physical ability that would have gotten around my erasure. The number 1 hero stifled a cough. I see. That is troubling indeed. Izuku was chatting with Ida as he left the school building. Aizawa-sensei really had me fooled. I thought to myself, so this is what the most elite school is like. However, encouraging your students to draw out their potential via deception is a brilliant strategy. Naturally, it wouldn't do to allow students to simply coast comfortably on their own capabilities. A girl's voice cried out, Hey, are you headed to the station? Wait for me. Ida turned as the brown-haired girl ran up. You're the girl who threw infinity on the softball toss. She nodded. Uraraka Ochako, pleased to meet you. If I'm not mistaken, you're Ida Tenya and Midoriya Deku. Izuku coughed. Deku? Yeah, isn't that what that Bakugu kid was calling you? My name is actually Izuku. Kaken just calls me Deku to demean me. Uraraka rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. Oh really? Sorry about that. Though I have to say, I kinda like the name Deku for you. Kinda sounds like Dikair, you can do it, you know? Taking an insulting name and owning it, transforming its meaning. Yeah, I can get behind that. A smile grew on Izuku's face. Deku it is, then. Ida butted in. Midoriya, don't be such a pushover. Bakuga's name is meant as an insult, remember? Uraraka, however, had moved on to the next topic. Aizawa-sensei really had it out for you, huh? He just refused to let you use your quirk. I get that a real hero might be caught off guard at times, but doesn't that sorta go against the goal of figuring out Quirk's capabilities? They continued to chat about various topics all the way until their paths diverged. As Izuku returned home, he smiled to himself, satisfied that his first day of UA had gone even better than he could have hoped. There were some days when Tsukachi loved his job. Today, he reflected, as he sat in a dimly lit bar that smelled strongly of vomit, was not one of those days. His background check on the Midoriyas had found nothing suspicious about Inko or her family, nor anything about Hisashi's family outside. Hisashi himself, however, was a different story. The man had skipped out on the Midoriyas when his son had turned 3. Tsukachi already knew that. However, as soon as he was out of Japan, the man's movements became extremely difficult to track. Either he eschewed modern transportation methods, avoiding cameras and documentation, or he had access to a quirk that allowed him to avoid detection. Months of searching had led Tsukachi to a long trail of villains and more small-time crooks Hisashi had given money to, but even that was fraught with dead ends and false leads. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Checking it, he saw a new email from one of the foreign detectives he was working with. Inspector Neo Mesa. As requested, I was able to get permission from the warden to question Wastewalker about his interactions with Midoriya. Apparently, Midoriya visited him after his business went bankrupt and gave him enough money to pay off his creditors. However, he instead decided to go on the rampage that got him jailed. He was very insistent that Midoriya didn't require any repayment and that he never gave the man a cent. Inspector Jones. It tracked with all the accounts so far. Midoriya had apparently wandered the world freely giving money to all sorts of unscrupulous types. It made no sense, there had to be an angle he was missing. A large hand slammed a glass down in front of him. Bad form to be checking your emails while waiting for your contact, don't you think, officer? A behemoth of a man stared down at him from a single milky white eye. Call me Polyphemus. I believe you contacted me about talking with me, so what brings you to my humble bar? Tsukachi raised an eyebrow. Still going by your villain name even after you claim to have gone straight? Reminds me where I came from and what I'm not going back to. Well, I hate to dredge up a past you're intent on forgetting, but I'd like to ask about your dealings with a Midoriya Hisashi. A wide smile grew on the Cyclopean man's face. Midoriya, huh? That man was my savior, got me out of the whole villainy business. Ransom attempt gone wrong, kid I grabbed stabbed me in the eye, blinded me. My right-hand man saw an opportunity to make a power play and seized control of my gang, left me bleeding out in the gutter. I would have died that day, but Midoriya found me and brought me to the hospital. Paid for all my treatment, and even left me some money for my own. I saw the writing on the wall, then, ironic, considering I'm blind, and decided to leave the business before I had another brush with death. I took that money, left my native Greece, and set up a bar here with the one member of my group who stayed loyal to me. I've been sending small payments Midoriya's way ever since I got this place off the ground. That definitely qualified as something he had missed. Midoriya asked you to repay him? That softy? Not at all. He was very clear, only pay him back if I wanted to, and had the means to do so without jeopardizing my finances. Didn't even ask for much, just a small amount paid on a regular basis. Honestly, I'd probably be paying loan sharks much more, if I'd tried going straight on my own. He typed a note into his phone. Possible lead, Hisashi's income sources, and do you know of any other villains Midoriya, helped? Polyphemus seemed baffled by the question. Any other villains? No, not at all. Only other guy I know of was a fisherman whose ship was completely lost overnight during a bad storm. Just walked up to the docks in the morning to find his way to make a living completely gone. That guy insisted on repaying him too. Tsukachi donned his hat and got up from his seat. I see. Well, thank you for your time. As he departed, he heard the former villain shouting after him, Hey! You just gonna leave without buying anything? I've got a business to run here. UA's curriculum was surprisingly mundane aside from being taught by pro heroes. Izuku considered as he sat in the classroom waiting for the afternoon's classes to begin. It made sense, when he thought about it, UA was still a high school with a duty to give its students a proper education, after all, and heroes couldn't get by on nothing but compatibility. This only made the upcoming course even more interesting in comparison. Just 3 words, with no other explanation given. Foundational Heroic Studies. The unknown has a way of making the mind run wild. What could the course entail? Simple studies in heroics history and laws? Reviews of villain takedowns and notable rescues? Quirk training? Actual combat training? Few members of 1A could resist the topic. Izuku could hear some of his classmates throwing around theories as to the mysterious course's nature. The chatter was immediately silenced by an unmistakable, boisterous voice from the hallway. "I am here." The door to the classroom slid open as the number 1 hero struck a pose at the entrance. "And I am coming through the door like a normal person." All Might swaggered up to the desk at the front of the classroom in a well-practiced manner that spoke of his countless interviews and public appearances. As he did so, the chatter shifted to discussion about their teacher. Within Foundational Heroic Studies, you'll be building up the skills essential to heroics through a variety of trials. In this way you'll gain practical experience that will benefit you in the field. Now, for the first class, we'll jump right into the deep end with a battle trial. He motioned towards a set of slots on the wall, which slid open to reveal sets of numbered containers. "In light of your first battle, we've prepared the equipment you submitted design requests for. The gear you'll bring to the battlefield as a hero is vitally important. Get changed and gather at ground beta." At one time, Izuku's ideal hero outfit had been heavily inspired by All Might. An old sketch, with elements meant to evoke the number 1 hero's iconic smile and instantly recognizable hair tufts. Perhaps he still would have used that design if he had gained a strength-boosting ability instead. However, the ability to transform objects was an entirely different power that lent itself to deception and unpredictability and demanded different design elements to match. Taking cues from statues of Tanuki, his costume consisted of a fairly simple Samyu paired with a bamboo hat in the style Tanuki were typically depicted with. Accessory-wise, he had a booklet of blank sheets that, he was happy to find, were made of papyrus. Just as requested, he had long since discovered his ability worked more easily on plant matter. A jug normally used for sake instead held water, for usage in disaster relief and rescue operations. This had come with a note from the support department stating that they were trying to find a way to compress the water to allow the jug to carry more without making it spray pressurized water everywhere when opened, and apologizing that, as it stood, the jug currently had a low capacity. "Hey Deku," Uraraka said as he approached. "I like your outfit. Gives a real, Tanuki, kind of vibe. Is that because of your quirk?" "HM? Oh yeah, I figured I should go with something matching what I can do. And since I've found my quirk is best able to transform leaves and such, a Tanuki seemed like the obvious theme. I sorta wish I'd drawn my costume better in my request form. I feel like it came out a bit puffier than I wanted. I'm worried about loose bits catching on stuff while I'm floating, you know?" All Might cleared his throat, his voice carrying above the class's chatter. "Nice styles, everyone. It's often said that clothes make the man, and I can see no better proof of that than all of you. You look every bit the part of true heroes." A heavily armored individual who Izuku quickly recognized as Ida raised his hand to put forth a question. "Sensei, I see you've brought us to one of the mock cities used during the practical portion of the entry exam. Will we be simulating a villain attack?" "Right you are, young Ida, though perhaps not in the way you might think. You see, while villain cleanup is statistically seen most often in the open air, the vast majority of villainy is committed indoors. In our hero-saturated society, only the foolish or overconfident villains make open moves, while the intelligent ones stick to the shadows." The hero, very unsubtle, retrieved a folded piece of paper from one of his belt pouches and began to obviously read off of it. "For this exercise, you will be split into teams of 2 members each. These teams will be randomly selected for either a villain or hero role. The villainous team will have to defend a mock nuclear weapon they intend to deploy, while the heroic team must either secure the device or restrain all members of the villain team within the time limit. I will now select the teams via lottery." He looked around for wherever the team selection box had been placed. "But sir," Ida wondered, Wouldn't it make more sense to allow us to pick our own teams, rather than determine them by random chance? Well, Izuku replied, professional heroes often have to work with other heroes they might not know very well, especially in situations where they might not have the luxury of time. I imagine this is to test our performance in a similar situation. I see. Always developing our skills, to be expected of UA. I apologize for my interruption. Now then. All Might reached into the box and dug around. For our first match, we have the villain team of Uraraka Ochako and Midoriya Izuku against the hero team of Ida Tenya and Bakugo Katsuki. Uraraka examined the prop nuclear device closely. So we've got 5 minutes of setup time to ready our defenses and move the device to a location that suits our abilities, huh? It doesn't seem like there are any penalties, so I'm pretty relieved. All Might really is as nice in person as he seems. Uraraka. Yeah, Deku. Can you take the bomb and hide it wherever you think is best? I'm going to set up some tricks. I'm happy I was selected to be on the hero team. It would be troubling to have to be a villain, even just for a training exercise. Our mobility will be an invaluable asset in locating and securing the device within the time limit. Bakugo ignored Ida, glaring at the building's entrance. If Deku wants to keep his quirk secret, I'll just beat it out of him. I'll make him use it. All Might's voice crackled over their communicators. The villain team's 5 minutes of setup time is now complete. The hero team may now enter the building. Ida turned to his partner. We should advance carefully into the building, together. Uraraka's quirk lets her attack from unexpected angles and Midoriya didn't use his during Aizawa's test. We can't afford to let our guard down. Fuming, the explosive blonde rushed into the building, letting off explosions to propel himself down the corridors. Ida attempted to follow. To no avail, the boy was long gone. The hallway was linear, however, and Ida continued until coming to the stairs to the second floor, where he finally accepted that Bakugo would not be waiting for him. Taking a moment to check the map of the building's layout they had been given, he realized with a start that the map didn't match up to the portion of the building he had seen. Had All Might given them false information as a way to show that you can't always trust your sources as a hero? No, more likely that Midoriya's unknown quirk let him shift the building's layout to an extent. He resolved to advance more carefully, as if the building's layout had indeed been altered, it would be logical to funnel attackers into a trap. He stopped at the stairway's first landing, where, according to the map, there should have been a doorway to the second floor. Looking closely, the wall was slightly discolored in one area. Tapping it, it sounded hollow. He spoke over the communicator they had been given. Bakugo, I've found what appears to be a doorway to the second floor that was blocked by the villains. I'm attempting to open it and proceed onwards. The wall crumbled easily enough. Apparently, whatever Midoriya's quirk was didn't allow him to actually apply and dry mortar during the setup time, so the bricks were held together very loosely. He carefully moved through the newly opened doorway, trying to move as quietly as possible, eventually coming to an open room with barricaded windows. The prop bomb sat inside, apparently unguarded. Too easy, Ida thought. This has to be a trap. He caught an irregularity in a sliver of light creeping in from behind a corner. The edge of the beam was slightly curved, as though someone were casting a shadow. Capture tape at the ready. He sprinted around the corner to catch the target off guard and expertly wrapped the tape around a wooden statue resembling Midoriya. Something slammed into Ida from above. This is completely unmanly, Kirishima objected as he watched Uraraka drop on Ida. To his credit, Ida recovered relatively quickly, though he was now in a grappling contest that didn't allow him to put his quirk to use. In the heat of battle, ambush is a valid and effective strategy. You should never pass up an advantage given to you. Additionally, Reiko pointed out, that's one of Midoriya's decoy bombs. Ida would have been in greater trouble if he had assumed it to be the real one and acted accordingly. Izuku lay in wait for Bakugo on the third floor. If he knew his bully, the irritable blonde would have rushed in alone without backup and was aiming for a fight rather than a win. He tapped the broadcast button on his communicator. Uraraka, what's the situation with Ida? I ambushed him and was able to use my quirk on him. He's weightless and drifting, but I can't get in close enough to restrain him. Leave him, as long as one of us is up, we just need to play for time, and he's not near the real bomb. Got it? A roar of rage accompanied the sound of something being blasted across a room, likely another of his decoys. Come out and fight me, worthless Deku. There's Bakugo, right on schedule. Why should I fight you, Kakin? He called from his hiding place. You spent years calling me worthless because you thought I had no quirk. You're just looking for another way you can say you're better than me, now that I have one. Another blast from the neighboring room, this time accompanied by the sound of crumbling stone. You're useless in a fight, Deku. You know you can't win, so all you can do is hide and sling insults. Your quirk wears you out as you use it, while mine doesn't have the same raw combat power as yours. I have no incentive to fight on your terms. A third blast and the wall of the room Izuku was in disintegrated, showering him with bits of stone. Using the shower as a smokescreen, Bakugo lunged at the boy. You should fight me, Deku, because you're shit at hiding too. Acting on instinct from training, Izuku deftly evaded the blonde's right-handed swing before grabbing his arm and executing a textbook shoulder throw, slamming his tormentor to the ground. You open all your fights with a swing from your right hand, before even using your quirk. I'm no longer just a worthless Deku. Bakugo rolled to his feet before using his quirk to propel himself away from Izuku, adjusting his course in midair with another blast to launch himself back at his opponent from a different angle, capture tape ready. As he tried to wrap it around Izuku, the half-yokai grabbed it and turned it into inflexible metal, ruining the tape. Enraged, Bakugo slammed a foot into his stomach in response, taking advantage of the lapse in Izuku's guard to intensify his assault. This is getting a little hard to watch, don't you think? Ashido Mina asked as the class watched Izuku get blasted through a wall. Whoever trained him did well teaching him to block, but that doesn't help too much against a quirk like Bakugo's, Ajuru observed. On top of his obvious defensive training, Reiko countered, Midoriya has displayed monstrous durability. I am curious as to whether Bakugo is even capable of inflicting any lasting damage. All Might shook his head. Young Ashido is right, it would be unprofessional of me as an educator to allow this state of affairs to continue and risk serious injury in a training exercise. He activated the mic that let him speak to the teams. Young Bakugo, if you continue in this fashion, I will have no choice but to halt the exercise and deem it a loss for you. Causing severe injury to a classmate during a training exercise is unacceptable for one seeking to become a hero. Bakugo had grabbed Izuku as part of following up his latest attack with a headbutt. It was a mistake. Izuku poured the contents of his water gourd over the blonde's hands, soaking them and watering down the boy's nitroglycerin sweat. For good measure, he also kneed him in the stomach. Losing his grip and staggering back, Bakugo aimed one gauntlet hand at Izuku, grabbing a pin on it with the other hand. You think that I don't know that my quirk weakens as a fight goes on? That was the first FING thing I thought about with this design. These gauntlets have been storing my sweat this entire dim time, so I can still let out one big blast when my tanks are dry. Something that sounded like All Might's voice crackled faintly from Bakugo's earpiece. He ignored it. Don't worry, he won't die if it doesn't hit him. Izuku leapt forward, throwing himself to the floor and flattening himself as best as he was able. Bakugo pulled the pin. All-consuming fire engulfed the corridor, then, silence. After a long moment, All Might spoke through the earpieces. The hero team has run out of time, rendering the villain team the victors. Young Midoriya, please report to Recovery Girl to make sure that Bakugo has not inflicted any serious harm. And young Bakugo, I'll be reporting this incident to Aizawa. Izuku returned from his checkup with Recovery Girl to see another match was in progress. Reiko was visible on the monitors, floating in the air and deftly dodging lasers and hurled acid from the team of Aoyama and Ishido. She was returning fire using a support item concealed in her costume sleeves, something capable of firing a barrage of what appeared to be fist-sized pellets of energy, while Yaoyorozu took advantage of the distraction to further hinder the hero team using flashbangs, nets, and other traps. Did I miss anything? He asked Uraraka as he slid back into the class. Well, after our round, All Might clarified that excessive force was not permitted. Todoroki was on the hero team next and froze the entire building, and almost got in trouble until it was verified there would be no lasting harm. Yanagi also had a discussion with him about that weird support item of hers to establish that it was non-lethal. The villain teams have generally been playing to stall after seeing how effective it was in our fight. Was Yanagi correct about how you handled Bakuga's attack, by the way? I wasn't there to see you fight him. Huh. She said that you likely saw the attack would balloon out from its origin point and got yourself closer to him to put yourself in its blind spot, said she once. Did a similar thing when fighting an ice user. Oh. He hadn't actually had time to think about it, but instead had just acted on impulse. I didn't actively think about it, but I felt like that was the right move. The rest of the class also voted on who was the most effective. They decided on me, because Yaoyorozu argued that you shouldn't have been antagonizing Bakugo when all you needed to do was stall for time. Bakugo was preoccupied with fighting you rather than the objective, and Ida was ultimately ineffective due to walking into our trap. A bunch of people took issue with that. They thought you were more effective due to making decoys of both the objective and us, and using your quirk creatively to make favorable engagements. I thought you deserved it, personally. The hero team finally slipped up, failing to take cover in time from another of Yaoyorozu's flashbangs. While they were debilitated, she swept in and captured them. The villain team wins by capture. Now, class, who do you think was MVP of this match? So, I got you something to celebrate your making it into you. Sorry it's a bit late, took me longer to do this than I remembered it taking. Mamizu handed him a simple journal with an unmarked brown cover, grinning. I specially treated it with magic, the same way people'd make their Yuma books back when it was in style. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Yuma book? It was popular for a while, back when literacy was on the rise. Some yokai on the verge of being forgotten realized, hey, I can use this, and wrote a short book about how scary he was. About 20 years later, the story circulated enough that he just popped right back into existence, like he was never gone. This started a whole bunch of folks taking the chance to ensure their existence. Another yokai realized that the right rituals could confer the same resistance to harm that they had to the book itself and make their insurance policy that much more viable, and soon enough it was all the rage. I reckon that journal there'd survive pretty much anything short of a professional yokai hunter. I also got you this, she said, pulling out another, much thicker, book, bound with fine leather and decorated with gold trim. A bookmark decorated with a cartoonish image of a tanuki was tucked into it. Izuku took the book from her and opened it to the bookmarked page. He was greeted by a large, exquisitely drawn portrait of Mamizu, accompanied by a large block of text that was simultaneously completely different from Japanese but also strangely familiar. Somehow, he just instinctively knew what it said. Futetsuwa Mamizu. Ability. The ability to disguise. Threat level tight. Human friendship level, very high. Main place of activity, Forest of Magic, Murin Temple, etc. It's a specially commissioned copy of the Gensokyo Chronicle, Mamizu said, written in the Tanuki script. I had new use her ability on it, so anyone else who happens to see you reading it won't realize what it is. You should be able to bring both of these items with you when you transition between worlds, but if not, I know for a fact that Sumariko can do it, so I'll have her bring them to you. A new voice cut into the conversation. I certainly hope those precautionary measures will be enough if you're letting your child bring these items to the outside world. The newcomer was a tall, stern-looking woman with yellow eyes and short blonde hair. She wore a white dress and a tabard decorated with intricate designs in white thread, as well as a two-tailed cap that was covered in paper seals. 9 bushy fox tails radiated out from the back of her dress, marking her as a kitsune, and an incredibly powerful one at that. Izuku soon located the corresponding entry in the Gensokyo Chronicle. Strangely, she was the only kitsune listed. Yakumo ran, chief servant of Gensokyo's creator Yukari. Mamizu snarled. What business do you have here, Shikigami? Get lost while shopping for Yakumo's dinner? As I've said before, replied Ran, there is no need for hostility between us, Mamizu. With your lingering ties to the outside world, it would be advantageous to have a good working relationship with myself and Lady Yukari. The vampires have their own ties to the outside world and don't work with you, Mamizo pointed out. The Scarlets only import items, and so their activities are generally permissible. Your recent activities, however, warrant closer scrutiny. Lady Yukari is currently particularly conscious of the situation in the outside world, and things must be handled delicately. I was living in the outside world before you even body-snatched that fox. I think I know how to handle things. Ran sighed. Have it your way then. Just remember that the utmost care needs to be taken for the time being. And you, little half-tanuki? Izuku stiffened under the fox's gaze, suddenly acutely aware of how weak he was in comparison. Why yes. The fabric of reality tore around the kitsune, opening into a void starred with unblinking eyes. Tread carefully. Just as abruptly as it had opened, the hole in reality snapped shut without a sound, taking Ran with it. The next day, UA's front gates were a bustle of activity. Reporters from seemingly every news agency in Japan swarmed the entrance, eager for any shred of information they could get about UA's newest hire. Anyone who got even remotely close was assailed with queries. What kind of lessons do you have under All Might? What were your thoughts seeing All Might at the front of the classroom? What do you think of All Might as a teacher? Aizawa groaned internally as the crowd came into view. The press was irritating at the best of times, and the news that All Might was teaching at UA had apparently driven them into an absolute frenzy. They were even in the middle of questioning a random passerby who was trying fruitlessly to explain that he was neither faculty nor a student. The teacher took a deep breath before pushing into the crowd, making his way for the door. Are you a teacher at UA? Would you be able to give some insight as to All Might has the day off today. Please vacate the area. Your presence here is obstructive. Please, would you be able to get All Might to come out and answer some questions? It shouldn't take up too much of your time to simply relay a request and As the reporter tailed Aizawa, they drew too close to UA's entrance gate, which let out a loud beep before metal pillars shot up to block the entrance. He allowed himself a moment of satisfaction at the muffled, indignant shouts of the reporters before proceeding into the school building. Aizawa cleared his throat as he stood at the front of the class, flipping through All Might's notes from the previous day. I hope you've all recovered from yesterday's battle trial. Some of you may have noticed that one of your classmates is not present. Bakugo continued, using excessive force despite a warning and has received a week's suspension accordingly. He will be back in time for the sports festival. A murmur ran through the class. Ida raised his hand. Sir, would this not prove too damaging to Bakugo's hero education? A school as demanding as UA can't afford to lose any time with its students, after all. If Bakugo shows that he is unable to keep up upon his return, then I will not hesitate to expel him. The same goes for if he continues to behave quite so violently towards his classmates, and doubly so if he continues to disregard direct instructions. Now that that's out of the way, I'm sorry to have to do this. The entire class shifted nervously. You need to pick a class president. Doesn't matter to me how you actually decide, just select somebody by the end of the class PRD. Aizawa then grabbed his yellow sleeping bag from one of his desk drawers and slipped into it, disappearing below the desk. The class erupted in shouts declaring candidacy. Ida's voice cut above all the rest. Silence, everyone. Just because you want to do it doesn't mean you're the right choice for the job. This title implicitly requires the respect of one's classmates, so the only logical choice is to hold a democratic election for the position. We're still less than a week into school. It hasn't really been long enough for us to have developed any trust in each other, and everyone's just going to vote for themselves, Tsuyu pointed out. Precisely my point. Anyone who is able to rally multiple supporters this early into the term will obviously be the correct choice for president. Satisfied with his logic, a list of 1A students was quickly thrown up on the blackboard and a vote taken. I don't understand how I managed to get 3 votes. Izuku lamented over his lunch. I'm sure you'll do just fine, Uraraka encouraged, talking through a mouthful of rice. Ida paused to swallow a mouthful of curry before speaking. Indeed. I voted for you because your performance in the battle trial demonstrated remarkable judgment. I have faith you'll rise to the task. But didn't you want to be class president yourself, Ida? She wondered aloud. You've definitely got the look for it. As I said in class, desire for the role does not itself indicate the ability to perform the task. I would have betrayed my principles had I voted for myself when I believed someone else was the better choice. Man, you're always so upstanding and stuff. Are you from some high-class family? Ida sheepishly lowered his head towards his food. I don't like calling attention to it, but yes, I'm from a long line of heroes. Have either of you heard of the turbo hero, Ingenium? Izuku's eyes lit up. Of course I've heard of Ingenium. He's super popular and has one of the larger agencies in Tokyo. Izuku figured it was polite not to mention that Ingenium also had a supposed curse on him due to his hero office. It had been originally purchased by a wealthy businessman who was found to be a vigilante when he was killed fighting the villain Hellforge. After that, it had been purchased by the paladin hero, Idealist, who enjoyed a rapid rise in the hero rankings until a sudden, completely inexplicable disappearance. The building had then remained vacant for months until Ingenium purchased it. That's correct, Ida said, smiling proudly. He's my older brother, and a beloved pro-hero who guides the people as a beacon. I aspire to follow in his footsteps. However, I'm very aware that I've only just begun my journey. It's too early for me to take a leadership position. Uraraka set down her empty bowl, having devoured the remainder of her rice while he was talking. You know, Ida, I think that's the first time I've seen you smiling. He was visibly taken aback. What? I smile all the time. Usadash. She was suddenly cut off by an ear-splitting wailing that paused briefly to allow a robotic voice to speak. A level 3 security breach has occurred. All students, please evacuate the building in an orderly fashion. The students in the lunchroom proceeded to begin the evacuation in anything but an orderly fashion, stampeding for the exit. A random male student paused in his escape to shout at the group, "What are you guys doing just sitting there?" A level 3 breach means someone's infiltrated the school grounds. We gotta get out of here quick. Reiko floated aimlessly above the crushing herd of students, idly snacking on a skewer of grilled mushrooms as she watched the frenzied withdrawal. She'd be lying to herself if she said she didn't feel a bit of anger towards how quickly the situation had devolved. So quick to go into a panic. They say they want to be heroes? Glancing towards the window, she saw Present Mike and Eraser head out front, arguing fruitlessly with the reporter horde, which had somehow managed to bypass the gates. She recognized the heads of some of her classmates in the crowd, being pushed along by the wave of human bodies. The one with the glasses, something? Was reaching for the girl with the anti-gravity quirk. They managed to touch, and Ida was able to dislodge himself from the crowd and shove off the wall, propelling himself to the exit sign before beginning to yell about keeping calm. Reiko finished her mushrooms, turned, and drifted away. Principal Nizu and several other members of UA staff surveyed the remains of the UA entrance gate. It was immediately obvious how the reporters had been able to breach UA's security and gain entrance to the grounds. What was left could only be called a gate, in the loosest sense of the word. The reinforced metal pillars that had formed the security barrier were a complete write-off, reduced to dust by someone's quirk. More distressingly, whoever had destroyed the gate had done so quickly enough that the reporters hadn't been able to give a description. Nizu spoke after a moment. No ordinary reporter could have done this. And even if they could, their agency would have never allowed it because of legal liability. This was meant to send a message. Aizawa stood at the front of the classroom the next day. For today's foundational heroics lesson, we'll be studying the skills used by heroes when responding to disasters. As such, we will be visiting an external training facility with areas set up to simulate various rescue conditions. Some of your costumes may not have been designed with rescue in mind, so for today's lesson it's entirely your own judgment whether or not to wear them. Once you're ready, gather in front of the school to board the buses to the training site. As Aizawa was about to leave the classroom, Izuku spoke up. Sir? I was wondering if it would be possible for me to nominate Ida as the class president instead of me. He displayed quick thinking and effective judgment during the security breach yesterday, and sorta don't really want to be the president anyways. The last words came out as a sheepish mumble. The teacher sighed. This sort of thing really should have been decided yesterday, but I'll get you the paperwork to make the change of role official. Now, if there are no more questions, hurry up and get ready. The class soon piled into the buses to take them to the rescue trial facility. Ida, pleased with his new leadership position, eagerly took the reins and guided the boarding of the bus to ensure maximum efficiency when being seated. He was, of course, crushed when the bus's seating layout rendered his plans moot, with 2 long rows of seats facing the vehicle's central axis rather than the typical aisles. The rest of the class happily chatted as they journeyed to their destination. "Say, Midoriya," Setsu, "I always like to say what's on my mind. I apologize if this is a bit blunt, but your quirk has a lot of similarities in usage with Yaoyorozu's. You should compare notes sometime." Kirishima leapt into the conversation. "Hold on. Azui Dash. Please call me Tsuyu." Their powers seem similar on the surface, but Midoriya needs something else to work with first, while Yaoyorozu can create what she needs herself. We can't assume that something that works for one of them will work for the other. Besides, Reiko added, staring directly at Izuku, Yaoyorozu uses her own body to create items, and has limits on how much she can viably create. Midoriya has shown no sign of quirk exhaustion when using his ability so far. Mina joined in the chatter. "We've really got a lot of heroic-type quirks, huh? You know, the ones that are both flashy and strong. Kirishima's got that red lightning and that all-around boost that comes with breaking his hardening. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu both make things in a fancy way. Yanagi's got her dash. My quirk is just the floating. Oh, right, the projectiles are from some support item. There's also Bakugu," Tsuyu pointed out, "but his personality's bad. Even if he is able to stay in the heroics course, I don't see him being very popular as a hero." Aizawa poked his head out from behind his headrest in the front. "Settle down, we're almost there." The training facility was absolutely tremendous, as they had come to expect of anything UA was associated with. The unmistakable astronaut-esque figure of 13, the space hero, met the class at the entrance. Uraraka was visibly straining to contain herself from what Izuku assumed was an outburst of pure joy, like he himself had when he met, well, just about any hero, really. "This," said 13, "is a practical training area I created to simulate all kinds of accidents and disasters, ranging from floods and downpours to landslides and fires. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short." Aizawa pulled 13 aside for a moment to speak privately, out of the class's earshot. "Say, 13, where's All Might? He was supposed to meet us here for this class." "From what I understand," she said, holding up 3 fingers, "he took some detours while commuting to do hero work and ran himself out of time. He's resting in the staff room. He's completely irrational. Well, let's go with the backup plan." The 2 pros returned to the waiting class. "Before we begin," started 13, "I just want to say a few things first. I'm sure most of you are aware, but my quirk is called Black Hole. It generates a vortex that destroys anything SCD into it." Uraraka nodded eagerly. "Yeah, it's a great quirk that's perfect for rescue situations. It could also easily kill people, however. And the quirks of everyone else here have the same potential. Don't ever forget that each one of you could kill someone with a single wrong move." Izuku noticed Reiko shift her posture out of the corner of his eye, her eyes darting around almost nervously. "Aizawa's assessment test taught you your quirk's potentials, and All Might's battle trial taught you the dangers of using your quirks against others. My hope is that this lesson will give you a third point of view and reinforce that your quirks do not exist to hurt others, but rather are a means to allow you to help others." The space hero took a bow. "That's all I have to say. My thanks to you for listening patiently." Aizawa straightened his posture and walked to the front of the class. "Now then, to begin the day's lesson wheel." Something behind him, down in the USJ's main plaza, got his attention and he turned to it. Suddenly, he whirled back towards the class. Izuku felt a small amount of fear. "Everyone stay together. 13. Protect the students." A swirling vortex of black mist suddenly burst into existence in the middle of the plaza, spewing forth a horde of villains. Last out of the gate were a lanky man with grayish-blue hair and disembodied hands clinging to him, and a large, muscular man visibly straining with effort from carrying a large sack filled with a number of large round objects. He set the bag to the ground delicately before hastily moving away from it, joining the larger crowd of thugs. "Is this like the entry exam?" wondered Kirishima. "Don't move," commanded Aizawa. "Those are villains." The mist coalesced into a tall figure who appeared to be made of black fog squeezed into a suit. The hand-covered man addressed him in a raspy voice. "Man, Kurogiri, what a disappointment. The raid boss didn't even spawn after we went to all the effort of getting a party together." The mist man replied calmly, "The curriculum we acquired said that all Might would be here. Perhaps he's running a bit late?" "Good point. Maybe he'll show up if we kill the ads first." Aizawa flipped his goggles down over his eyes and readied his capture weapon. 13. Try to evacuate the students and get in contact with UA. Kaminari, try to use your quirk to get a signal out. You can't mean to fight them alone. Izuku shouted, "Your fighting style focuses on erasure and capture of a single target. Even if you can suppress all their quirks, there's too many of them." He called back as he leapt into action, "It's illogical to rely on only one tactic as a hero." 13. I'm counting on you. A villain with large, spiny forearms grinned as Aizawa came hurtling in, throwing his arms up in a defensive stance as the spikes enlarged. Just as quickly, the spikes shrank to their original size, leaving a massive hole in his guard through which the hero punched him in the face, laying him out. Without even wasting a second, he whipped around and swept the legs out from under the large, muscular man who had been carrying the bag, who toppled over onto a woman who was busy wondering why her hair was no longer prehensile. A huge man with 6 arms and 3 torsos attached to a single head laughed at his ally's misfortune. "Morons. That's Eraserhead. He erases your quirks just by looking at you. But you can't erase mutation quirks like mine, huh, little hero?" Aizawa didn't even bother with a response as he slammed an elbow into the giant's face, blinding him for the brief moment it took to wrap his capture weapon around the man's legs and fling him into a group of villains who were standing too close to each other. 13 finally gave up on contacting UA through whatever jammer the villains had in place. "We need to evacuate now." In a flash, Kurogiri was between the class and the USJ's exit. "Greetings. My apologies for the late introduction, but we are the League of Villains. Might any of you happen to know the location of All Might?" Kirishima leapt from the crowd, red electricity dancing over a hardened arm as he delivered a massive blow to Kurogiri's torso. "Bet you didn't think I'd be able to beat you down before you could react." The man soon reformed. "That was rather dangerous. I suppose you can't be disregarded even if you are mere students. After all, you're attending the most highly regarded school in the world of heroics. I suppose there's no choice but to scatter you." Kurogiri's mist swept over the class, engulfing them and filling the world with darkness. Izuku vaguely sensed somebody's fear spike much higher than anyone else in the class. The mist cleared from Izuku's vision before he knew it, leaving him in the middle of a ruined city. He couldn't see any other classmates just yet, but he could see a few villains hunting around nearby. He quickly ducked behind a piece of rubble. How is this even happening? A villain with a warp quirk is here with an alliance aiming to take All Might's head? The rock he was hiding behind suddenly shifted, lifting into the air to join the leg of an enormous humanoid mass of stone. "Hey, kid," a voice like grinding boulders rumbled out. "Boss says I'm supposed to squish anyone I find like a bug. Nothing personal, you understand." As the leg began its descent, something wrapped around Izuku's waist and pulled him to safety inside a nearby building. "Oh, come on. I'm too big to fit in there," whined the stone golem. "Guess I've just gotta smash it then." The building shook from an impact, but remained standing. Blasted building codes. "Give me a second, okay? Stay right there, please." Izuku looked to his savior to find that it was Tokoyami, who had apparently sent Dark Shadow out to snatch him. "Thanks." The raven-headed boy nodded. "Don't mention it, Midoriya. The Lords of Shadow saw fit to ally us in this circumstance, and sent us to the same location. The forces of Makai shall not best us today." Izuku paused for a moment at Tokoyami's strange speech patterns, eventually deciding to put it aside and focus on escaping the current crisis. Sure. So, first off, we need to see if anyone else was sent to this area. If so, we need to join forces with them so we can take down that giant guy. He's too dangerous a threat to let him follow us. Currently, my plan to take him down is... Shigaraki, if we let Eraserhead keep rampaging through our forces, we won't have the combat strength to take on All Might. Kurogyari observed as he returned to the villain's side. Shigaraki groaned. Fian. It's about time for our summoner to earn her keep anyways. How long are you going to sleep? He firmly grasped the cloth of the bag, which turned to dust in his hands. 5 large orbs rolled a short distance before coming to a halt. They appeared to be predominantly made of brass, each one bearing large cracks that had been filled in with a glowing purple substance, in an effect reminiscent of pottery repaired via kintsugi. After a moment, the orbs floated into the air, taking a flat, pentagon-shaped formation parallel to the ground. Lightning arced from each of the orbs to a central point on the ground, and in defiance of all rules governing electrical flow, the crackling electricity proceeded to take the shape of the outline of a woman dressed in traditional clothing. Suddenly, the orbs snapped open, revealing their nature as large, red eyes. They fixated on Aizawa, who felt a chill down his spine despite over a decade of heroics experience. There was no emotion in those eyes other than pure, unfettered hatred. He'd seen less hate in the eyes of villains that he'd personally put behind bars. In stark contrast to her eyes, however, the Lightning Woman seemed almost smug, as difficult as it was to make out her facial expression in the lines of shifting electricity. The eyes narrowed, as if daring him to make a move. Aizawa rushed forward, analyzing the electric villain for weaknesses as he moved, keeping his eyes on her. The obvious mutation aspects of her quirk wouldn't be negated, obviously, but if he was lucky the electricity was an emitter, and otherwise he could at least be secure knowing that any range advantage her quirk afforded her was negated. The lightning failed to subside. Diamenit, the electricity's part of the mutation somehow. Can't let the capture weapon touch that. In that case, the eyes are the obvi. A beam lanced out from the closest eye, raking across the ground and forcing him to make a clumsy dive to the side in order to narrowly dodge it. Years of back-alley brawling had taught him well, however, and he was able to convert the hasty maneuver into a roll, keeping himself in motion as 2 of the other eyes barraged the spot he had just left with bolts of plasma. Eyes weren't using a quirk to attack, then. Perhaps some type of support drones and a mutation quirk that gave them a body of electricity? It didn't change the plan either way. The eyes were the only obvious target, and seemed to be sustaining the electrical apparition. The issue was just how to get in when he couldn't negate the enemy's ranged attacks. With 5 overlapping fields of fire, it was like fighting a more dangerous version of Snipe. The villain let loose another energy barrage, sweeping another beam across with one eye to force Aizawa to keep his distance as he weaved around the projectiles. Making his way over to the fountain, he ducked behind it, taking a moment to catch his breath from the relentless assault. He poked his head out from cover for just a moment to check on the villain. Nearly immediately, another barrage forced him back down, but a single glance was enough for his purposes. She hadn't moved. More importantly, the laser from earlier hadn't left any appreciable damage on the ground. He had a plan. Shigaraki watched with satisfaction as the lightning villain they had brought along easily forced Eraserhead on the defensive. So the thing with metagames is they don't always shift based on what's OP, they also shift based on what's popular, you know? All Might's build has influenced a wave of imitators and such. And this means that in turn, some things just slip under the radar because they're not commonly used. Summoner builds, for instance, nobody uses those, so when someone does actually roll one it catches everyone off guard. The warp villain decided to humor the lanky villain's gaming analogies, seeing as their help had the situation well under control. He kept an eye on the door anyways, in case 13 tried to make a break for it. That one mountain rescue team has someone whose quirk gives them summon minions. One-off meta build doesn't eliminate my point, and if I'm thinking of the same team they've actually caught a number of villains off guard with those things, which actually reinforces what I'm saying. Shigaraki smiled behind the hand covering his face. Besides, our summoner's a special case anyways. Her summons are top tier. As they were talking, Eraserhead had managed to pop out of cover long enough to wrap his capture weapon around the top of the fountain and break the ornamental structure off of it, giving him a large chunk of stone. Bracing it ahead of him as a shield, he sprinted into the villain's barrage before flinging it ahead to screen for a kick to the nearest eye. Pain shot up Aizawa's leg. Whatever material the eyes were made of, it was like kicking solid stone, and the one he had struck hadn't even budged. The other eyes turned to look at him as he kicked off of the eye, trying to reopen some distance before they fired. The lightning villain had no intentions of letting him escape, however, and followed him, matching the speed of his kickoff perfectly. Mockingly, she even pantomimed the action of walking as she hovered through the air. As he landed, she reached out with one hand and grabbed him by the neck, hoisting him into the air. Agony coursed through him as electricity danced over his skin. Dimly, he recognized her grabbing his goggles and tearing them from his head, flinging them aside carelessly before running her free hand along his cheek in a twisted imitation of a caress. More electricity crackled across his cheeks and eyes as he struggled against the ongoing electrocution to do something, anything. An errant muscle spasm, forced by the current flowing through him, caused him to kick out, his leg aimed directly for her stomach. To pass through. To no effect other than further racking his body with electricity. One-handed, almost casually, the villain flung Aizawa back towards the fountain, and he struck the ground in a crumpled heap. Then she fired another barrage. The sound of a building crumbling to rubble echoed through the ruined zone. Really, at this point I'm honestly just impressed that UA bothered to build all these buildings to code, you know? The massive stone golem of a villain called out. Like, this area's meant to be simulating a destroyed city for rescue purposes, they could have just made sure the things stayed standing on their own and called it good enough. Is this guy going to stop talking at some point? Izuku mouthed to Tokoyami. The bird-headed boy just shrugged. I sort of wish they had called in some people to smash this place up for them. Might have actually kept me off the streets if they had gone and built a fake city and then said, hey, we need to simulate the aftermath of a villain attack. People with destructive quirks, have at it, you've got 20 minutes, we'll pay you. Actually, that's a good idea for a business, making destroyed cities for hero schools. Maybe I should try that once I get paid for this job. Who am I kidding, society's probably gonna collapse when we kill All Might. Another impact rang out through the streets of the ruins as the villain threw his weight against another building. This time, though, it was accompanied by a yell. Gah, what the hell? Acid? Izuku poked his head out from the rubble he and Tokoyami were hiding behind to see a Shido Mina sailing through the air, showering the villain's stone body with acid from one hand while propelling herself with spray from the other. Uraraka was clinging to one leg, visibly straining to resist nausea. Uraraka and Ashido are out there, we need to help them. Tokoyami nodded. Their aid will prove invaluable if we hope to vanquish that earthen entity. Indeed, did your plan not require a distraction? Izuku rushed out from cover, dark shadow swooping out alongside him. The villainous stone golem took notice of the sudden movement, turning to attack them as they approached. Ah, more scurrying insects. I'm slightly suspect of UA's quality. Now, I clearly have a range and power advantage. One would suppose that the reasonable option is to simply escape. A titanic arm slammed down, forcing Izuku and the sentient Quirk to split up from each other as they continued their approach. One wrong move and you guys will die. Why throw away your lives recklessly? You're still in high school. Why does society think throwing children into heroics is a good-eyed, arg, my back? The stone golem's attention focused on the running students. He had failed to keep an eye on the airborne duo, who had now managed to melt a hole in his stone armor with acid. As the gargantuan figure recoiled in pain, Izuku reached its leg and let his ability flow into it, turning the limb into pumice, which quickly crumbled under the giant's weight. As it fell, dark shadows snatched the villain from the hole in its back. Okay, that was actually pretty cool, the villain admitted as the shadowy Quirk held him in its grasp. Tokoyami groaned. Will you shut up already? Kirishima sent the final villain sprawling with a punch to the gut, powering through the cloak of flame the man had been using. I think that's everyone for my end. Ida, how are you doing on your end? The heavy whack of Ida's armor against flesh resounded from the other side of a massive bonfire. I've nearly finished over here too. Whatever nefarious aim these villains had in mind, they were ill-prepared to fulfill their goals. Another thud, and as if on cue, the fires of the conflagration zone died out, leaving the pair of trainee heroes standing in a burnt-out replica city. Both of them were surrounded by beaten villains. One of the thugs groaned and rolled over, spitting some loose teeth onto the ground. You think we're not ready? Hansi and Misty could have brought only that brute of theirs and they'd still be over-prepared. I'm just here for an easy payday after that thing kills All Might for us. A punch to the face from Kirishima knocked the thug out. This is bad, man. If they have something they think can kill All Might, it's definitely a serious threat to us. It's not terribly manly, but I think you should run for help. But Dash, you're the fastest one in the class and that warping villain isn't watching us. This is the best opportunity we're gonna get. We're not even close to the entrance. The conflagration zone is on the total opposite side of the USJ. Who said anything about going out the door? Kirishima held up a hardened arm, crackling with red energy. I figured this out an offensive application of my quirk a week before the entrance exam. I think it works like an atom bomb, splitting bonds to release energy. The backlash SEKS, but I think a full power punch will be able to breach the wall. He was surprised at how easily the lie spilled from his mouth. He wound up for a punch, letting one for all flow through his arm, grasping the feeling All Might had told him to grasp. The wall was obliterated, leaving a large hole to the outside. Cracks spread up his hardening, dripping blood as pain blossomed through his arm. Kirishima, are you okay after that? This is nothing, go. After a moment's hesitation, Ida nodded, running out the new exit. Kuda ran up, following a rat. I found the control room for the area and turned off the fire simulation. He quickly signed. Kirishima gave a sheepish, apologetic smile. I'm so sorry, man, I don't know sign language. Sad is done, guys. Ciro called. He overused his quirk. Puddle Jumper leapt out of an uncovered pool, knife gleaming as he lunged for the sugar eater. Ojiro's tail intercepted the villain mid-flight, knocking him back with a distinct cracking noise. Laughing, the villain disappeared back into the water. There's too much water here, we need to get out of the area or this guy will never stop harassing us. Shuji, does it sound like there's anyone else out there? The ears disappeared from the huge boy's tentacles. It's hard to tell with all the wind and rainfall, but I didn't hear anything that sounded like anyone else, classmate or villain. All right then, we try to find our way out of here, and be careful of that guy's ambushes. Kaminari stood there, a dazed look on his face as Jairu and Yaoyorozu tied up the unconscious villain. Well, we took down that electric guy but now our antenna's out of commission, Jairu muttered. You think you can get anything, Yaoyorozu? The taller woman frowned at a device she had made. I'm afraid whoever or whatever was jamming the signal appears to still be active. We just have to hope someone runs for help, I guess. This plateau should be fairly defensible between our quirks, especially once Kaminari recovers. It might be a good idea to dig in here, for the time being. Come on, Aima. We can't stay on this boat forever. The blonde gave no response from inside the cabin. Hagakure turned to her companion. It's no use, Tsuyu, he's completely locked up. Think we can bust down the door and just fling him to shore? One of the villains in the water cried out, to hell with caution, and hurled a blade of water at the ship, slicing it in half. Aoyama suddenly burst from the door, ran to the railing and leapt off, using his laser to launch himself through the air, a look of utter terror on his face. Hey, wait, that's not the right direction for the plaza. To carry me, it'll be really obvious where I am in the water. This changes nothing, brat. One of the defeated villains spat at Todoroki through chattering teeth, his body firmly trapped in a glacier. Your little ice trick means nothing to our trump card. What trump card? Who are you working with? I'm not afraid of you. You're a hero, you won't kill me. Endeavor regularly maims his victims and nothing comes of it. Frostbite's an awful thing to experience. The ice encasing the villain crept closer to his neck. Okay, I'll talk. Won't matter anyways. I don't know their names, but Hands and Mist are the main leaders. They send out a call for hired muscle. They're working with a third-person, Batwing girl with long blonde hair and a red star tattooed on her cheek. Long pointy ears too. She's in some kinda weird cult, says she needs to gather souls for her master. Gave them this weird lightning creature she claims can kill All Might. I just came along for an easy payday if this works. I've got 5 kids to feed. Shigaraki scratched at his throat impatiently and with just a hint of nervousness. Kurogyri, what's our summon doing? It's just been standing there and occasionally casting ball lightning since 13 protected Eraserhead. It hasn't even used any beams. Is it out of spell slots? If I had to guess, she's toying with her. I don't think Eraserhead's even dead, the hand-covered villain muttered. I think he twitched a bit earlier. Should have brought Nomu, he wouldn't have toyed around with the heroes like this. A villain ran up, covered in soot. Bad news, boss. One of the brats broke a hole in the building with some crazy punch and sent one of his buddies running to UA for help. Shigaraki's eye twitched. You let one of them get away? It wasn't my fault. Burnout was supposed to shift the fires so we could cut them off from each other. But he got knocked out immediately, so the whole plan fell apart before I could do anything dash. Shigaraki's hand tightened around the hapless thug's throat. Our plan relied on catching UA off guard. If they throw pro after pro at us, we're done for. We get the bad ending. The thug's skin began to crack and dry up, falling away from his neck in flaky chunks. Shigaraki ignored his shrieks of pain as he continued, Kurogyri, get ready to warp us out of here before we get a game over. He dropped the dead thug and paused for a moment, an ominous smile spreading across his face. Oh, and summon? One of the lightning villain's hate-filled eyes swiveled to focus on Shigaraki. The apparition herself made no moves, though she ceased sending her lazy projectile volleys at 13. Take the symbol of pieces pried down a notch before we leave. She turned and began to float away. Why'd she stop firing? 13 wondered, capping her suit's fingertips now that she didn't need to intercept any more projectiles. The leader's command to retreat had been a massive relief, but his instructions to the so-called summon indicated he still wanted to inflict harm. 13 was the only one in the plaza. It would take too long to... The villain was heading towards the flood zone. The villain, who was made of electricity, was heading towards a body of water that presumably had students in it. 13 ran like her life depended on it, mentally cursing her suit's design. It was made for rescue situations. Mobility hadn't been as much of a concern as protection when designing it. Almost impossibly quickly, one of the villain's eyes swiveled and fixed a baleful glare on the space hero before firing a beam, ripping through her stomach and tearing apart both flesh and armored space suit like tissue paper. As the hero fell, the electrical villain's body turned and flew to her foe, ready to follow up on the opening. A squish rang out, and the villain stopped. Midoriya Izuku had seemingly come out of nowhere and driven a hand, open in a spear hand strike, directly into one of the villain's eyes, sinking deep into the orb, which now dripped black liquid. In an instant, a series of emotions flashed across the 4 unharmed eyes. Pain and surprise. Confusion. Realization. Then back to pure, all-consuming hatred. Before Izuku could pull his hand out, the injured eye clamped shut, gripping his wrist firmly with its eyelids in an attempt to stop him from fleeing. In unison, the remaining eyes fired beams. At that same moment, dark shadows slammed into Izuku, knocking him out of their path. Before the eyes could recover and fire again, Izuku kicked the injured eye as hard as he could, wrenching his hand free as it flinched. The body of lightning flickered in and out of existence as he fell to the ground, the eye he wounded blinking rapidly as though trying to flush an irritant. After a moment, the figure stabilized, holding a hand to one of her face's non-existent eyes. Where previously the lightning forming her body had been tightly controlled, now it freely arced off of her, scorching the earth. One of the eyes focused on his left leg, its iris turning blue. She lunged for Izuku with her free hand, and, drawing on months of training in the Murin Temple's yard, he moved to dodge the untrained movement. His leg, heavy and numb, refused to move at his command. Her hand tightened around his neck, sending electricity coursing through him. Izuku had long since noticed the improved durability Sumariko had mentioned being half Yukai would impart on him. Kaken's explosions had still stung, but they had felt muffled, as though he was attempting to blast through layers of padding. However, this ignored that defense like it was never there, sending searing pain through his body from an instant of contact. The monster immediately threw him as hard as she could, gliding through the air after him to deliver a follow-up kick to his gut the second he landed. Dropping her hand from her face, she reached for his lifeline amulet before suddenly stopping at a crack sound. In slow motion, both Izuku and the lightning monster watched a small shard of glowing purple crystal fall from above. Slowly, the eyes swiveled away from Izuku to the injured one, which Kirishima had just struck with an enhanced punch. Blood dripped from each of his limbs, which bore heavy cracks. Any more attacks like that and his hardening wouldn't be able to take the recoil. Enraged, the electrical being grabbed both of the students, hauling them into the air. A resounding boom echoed from the entrance of the USJ as it vanished in a cloud of concrete dust. One of the heavy metal doors flew through the electrical apparition, disrupting it for an instant and letting Izuku and Kirishima tumble gracelessly to the ground. "Have no fear," called an unmistakable voice. "For I am here." All Might wasn't smiling. The moment the words, "villain attack at the USJ," had left young Ida's mouth, All Might had already left the teacher's lounge, throwing everything he had into reaching the place in time to save the students. As he soared through the sky, he cursed the time limit on his powers, which stopped him from being able to both save people and still fulfill his duties as a teacher. Once, he would have been able to keep the whole of Muzutafu safe and teach a class at the same time, whizzing out the window to save people before returning barely. A moment after he had left. Okay, maybe that last part was exaggerating a little. His stomach wound gave a pang of pain and he coughed up a small amount of blood. Just another reminder of how weak he'd grown after defeating All for One. He'd need to make this quick. Landing directly at the gates of the USJ, he was always proud of his ability to land his jumps exactly on target. He clenched a fist and blew through the doors, bellowing out his iconic line as he did so. The sight before him hammered in how badly he had failed. Eraserhead lay unmoving on the ground of the plaza, and 13 had apparently been dragged to his side by young Tokoyami. Uraraka and Ashido were attempting to provide medical care to the best of their ability despite having no equipment. Elsewhere, an imposing villain made of electricity was hovered above young Midoriya and his successor, young Kirishima. Both boys appeared to be injured, though they were at least visibly recovering. 5 orbs floated above the villain. 4 of them rotated to face him, revealing themselves to be eyes glaring at him with undiluted hate and anger. The last one had apparently been damaged already. It was tightly shut, displaying a material resembling brass and crisscrossed with cracks filled in with a glowing purple material. Black blood dripped from it slowly, evaporating quickly after striking the ground. Off to the side, a villain covered in hands called out, "Oh, what a surprise!" The DPS ran off ahead of the group. "Summon, that's our target. Kill him." Neither All Might nor the electric villain needed to be told twice. Both of them exploded into motion. Their speed was no comparison. In the brief instant it took the villain and her eyes to get halfway to the entrance, the number 1 hero had collected the teachers and students and deposited them at the doorway, apparently struck the hand-covered leader, judging by the leader suddenly stumbling and the hand on his face falling off, and finally met the lightning apparition in the middle, striking her injured eye with a heavy blow that slightly pushed it back and swinging another strike at one of the open eyes. Just before the second attack connected, the eye shut and his arm passed right through the sphere. Shigaraki reached down and picked up the fallen hand. Sheesh, it's useless to stand against him without a countermeasure. He even took the opportunity to hit me while saving his colleagues and students. I couldn't even see him. But then he was a bit slower than expected. Is it true after all? Are you weakening All Might? All Might delivered a Texas smash to the injured eye, once again budging it but failing to inflict actual damage. How do you like our summon, Mr. Number 1 hero? It's got maxed out dodge and damage reduction. You could hit it all day and it wouldn't even feel a thing. All Might grinned. Is that so? My thanks, villain. If force won't do the trick, I just have to hit harder. pouring more power into his punches. He began to unload a vicious barrage of rapid punches to the damaged eye. Under the sustained assault, the cracks in the eye began to visibly grow as the villain was slowly forced back. Shigaraki, his voice barely a whisper, hissed to Kurojiri, "Give me a portal to his back." The tanks got aggro. The mist villain complied with the order, creating a portal that Shigaraki moved one death-dealing hand into. At the same time, two of the electric villain's eyes glowed blue as they focused on All Might's arms, noticeably slowing his assault as the two remaining eyes began to glow with energy. Something went wrong with their plan. The portal briefly appeared at All Might's back before flickering and reappearing in front of the eyes, spread wide to block their line of sight. Shigaraki was barely able to pull his arm back before a massive barrage of projectiles flew through, sailing into the air and blowing a hole in the USJ's roof. At the same time, the weight was lifted from All Might's arms, allowing him to renew his assault. The lightning villain desperately jabbed an arm into his injury in a futile attempt to slow his attacks. As the hero continued his assault, his hands almost seemed to take on a ghostly blue glow to them, slowly beating the damaged eye out of its spot in the formation. "You seem surprised by my vigor, villain. Here's a lesson for you, free of charge. You may have thought you could handle my full power, but UA teaches its students to never stop striving to improve themselves. For that is the true meaning of our motto." His assault let up for a moment as he wound up a Detroit smash. "Go beyond." The iconic move slammed into the eye, blasting it out of position and sending it careening into the ground. New cracks spiderwebbed across its battered surface. Plus, as it struggled to move, All Might leapt into the air to deliver a follow-up. Ultra! California smash slammed into the grounded eye like the hammer of a vengeful god, crushing it against the unyielding ground and creating a wide crater from the sheer force of the impact. At last, the heavily abused eye cracked and shattered spectacularly in a blast of dark purple smoke and black ichor, the shockwave propelling small fragments of purple crystal high into the air, where they began to fall like rain. The electrical villain let loose an ear-splitting shriek as its form flickered and finally dissipated, its four remaining eyes closing and dropping to the ground. Uraraka yelped and threw herself over 13's wound to try to stop any of the crystals from getting into the fallen hero's innards. Shigaraki scratched frantically at his neck. "No, no, no. This wasn't supposed to turn out like this. Our summoner said there was no way this summon could lose against All Might." Then he paused, throwing his arms out wide. "But then you're spent after that, aren't you, All Might? I can kill you with a single touch right now." "Kurojiri!" Blood burst from Shigaraki's hand. An instant before a gunshot rang out. The rest of UA's staff had arrived. "That would be our cue to leave," Kurojiri calmly observed as Snipe's bullets passed harmlessly through his intangible body. "Farewell, heroes." His fog swallowed Shigaraki and the fallen orbs of the lightning villain before disappearing, leaving no trace of the attack's ringleaders other than a small, rapidly shrinking pool of black liquid. 13 and Eraserhead are both alive, thankfully. 13's actually the one in worse condition. Even though she was still conscious when we got here, we had to put her under so we could try to reconstruct her stomach. She insisted on giving us testimony before she'd let us sedate her. Oh. Good thing, too, she's the only witness we have for what happened between the students being scattered and the group from the ruins zone arriving. All Might nodded to Tsukachi, motioning for his friend to continue. Apparently, Eraserhead's quirk did nothing to that electric villain and a misjudgment of its durability got him downed. She jumped in to save him and stalled the thing for a time before getting taken off guard, at which point Midoriya jumped in and risked his life to save her, becoming injured himself in the process. The detective let out a sigh. "I hate to say it, but we may have treated the kid unfairly in our caution. Of course, I'll get testimony from him once he recovers, just to be sure. His father's still a concern of mine, but that investigation is independent of this one." All Might nodded. "In light of the day's events, I have to say I agree with you. Young Midoriya's actions display a true spirit of heroism, and I fear I let my hatred of all for one cloud my judgment when you told me of his possible involvement. Assuming his testimony checks out, I'll request that Nizu lift the monitoring on him." Uraraka watched the ambulance depart with her favorite hero loaded safely inside, not daring to tear her eyes away from it until it was well out of sight. Finally, she allowed herself to take a deep, shuddering breath, telling herself that the ordeal was over. She began to walk over to Ida, to thank him for running all the way to UA to get help, when a stabbing pain in her foot stopped her. Frowning, she pulled her boot off and shook it. A few fragments of purple crystal fell out, having apparently fallen in while they were raining from the sky earlier. She shook the other boot out too, before putting them back on and heading over to Ida. Unnoticed, a final shard stayed embedded in the ball of her foot. Kurogiri's portal dumped Shigaraki unceremoniously onto the floor of the League of Villains bar hideout, the brass orbs from the lightning monster rolling through at the same time. The mist villain himself calmly stepped through after them, the portal closing behind his back. A bat-winged woman with pointed ears and a red star tattooed below one eye lay sprawled on a sofa, swirling her long blonde hair around one finger. As she watched the villains return, she wore a purple vest over a white shirt and a long red skirt, and had tied a large red bow into her hair. A line of runes ran along the bottom of her skirt, glowing faintly purple. So how'd it go then? Shigaraki shot a glare at her as he picked himself off the floor, careful to avoid placing all 5 fingers on the floorboards at any one time. Was worthless, summoner. Our entire force got wiped out before UA's staff even got there. Stop calling me summoner, she snapped. I'm a master of planar magic, not that worthless conjuration parlor trick. Reaching down with one arm, she grasped one of the orbs and laid it on her stomach as she continued to lounge on the sofa. Did you manage to kill anyone? No. Our help was worthless, and your summon was worthless. All Might just crushed it and killed it, broke it into purple shards. A shame. I was hoping you'd at least get some souls for my master out of this affair. Did you at least stab someone with one of the shards? Shigaraki looked very much like he wanted to strangle her. And what would that have done? She looked at him like he had just asked why you couldn't eat an entire watermelon in one bite. Killed them? Duh. Or at least had some weird lingering magic effects if you didn't hit something important. I don't know, I didn't invent this stuff, I just copied the formula from some text message. Kurogiri returned with a first aid kit and began to bandage Shigaraki's hand, conveniently stopping the villain from lunging across the room to throttle her. I believe the point Shigaraki is getting at, Miss Ellis, is that he believes your involvement in the plan only hindered us. We have now lost the element of surprise, and, at your insistence, we brought along your own associate rather than the Nomu that Sensei had specifically developed for this purpose. Now your associate is dead and UA will be on their guard against future attacks. Ellis rolled her eyes. I can guarantee you that whatever stupid little flesh thing you're thinking of would have fared worse than Yujin Megan. And I have to correct you, she's not dead. The girl's a boneheaded brute, but her durability is her strong point. Isn't that right, you little moron? The eye in her lap shot open to glare at her as she ran a hand along it like one would pet a cat. She cooed, Yes, you hate this, don't you? After a moment, she looked up at the other villains. This isn't the first time she's been defeated, her eyes didn't come pre-cracked, after all. I can get her fixed up within a month. But I'm curious as to how your All Might was even able to damage her in the first place. Tell me everything about your little invasion. Uraraka found herself struggling to stay awake that night. It wasn't that she wasn't tired, she was absolutely exhausted, both physically and mentally, after the incident at the USJ, but she could still see 13th's injuries every time she closed. She was dreading the inevitable nightmares. At last, however, she lost her battle and drifted off into the world of dreams. A young man with short, shaggy dark brown hair took a moment to gaze out across the scenery of the lunar capital through golden eyes, appreciative of the splendor of his homeland, the various noble estates sprawling as far as the eye could see. His own family's estate was out there, somewhere, though not visible from the palace. The white hallways of Lord Tsukuyami's palace were always pristine, a detail made possible by the stalwart efforts of nearly 50 moon rabbits working a ceaseless parade of cleaning shifts. He admired their dedication, if not their ability. He ran a finger along the windowsill, not a speck of dust, as expected. I heard you were promoted to captain of your patrol group recently. He turned to face the newcomer, a woman with short gray hair tied into a single braid. A single wing protruded from the back of her tan jacket, and her red eyes seemed to pierce straight through him. Kishin Sigyum, one of the most reclusive yet important figures in the lunar capital. The greatest threat to his planned ascension. He stayed calm. There was no way she could know his plans. He had chosen his co-conspirators carefully. Indeed I was, Lady Sigyum. In light of the honored sage's defection last month, I saw no alternative but to step up my efforts. I can only hope the Watatsuki sisters have done the same. Sigyum remained silent. Forgive me for my rudeness, I forgot how carefully you must watch your words. A troublesome ability, by simply speaking of ongoing or future events, she could negate them entirely. How could he have forgotten? He continued the stunted conversation, carefully maintaining his facade. My house has been on the decline in recent centuries. I intend to bring our name back into prominence. It is a matter of policy that I do not speak of the affairs of the nobility. Of course. What brings you here today, by the way? I can't imagine you're here for a social call. She stepped to the side of the hallway to examine a vase that had stood there since the palace's construction. One she had doubtlessly seen countless times before. Conspirators will dispose of Lord Tsukuyami and seize control of the throne, she stated simply. His blood ran cold. Where had his scheming failed? Who had sold him out? He tore his gloves off frantically, desperately reaching for Sigyum. A single touch was all he would need to kill her. Your ability will bring death to the lunar capital before the day is through, Sigyum casually continued as she leaned back, watching him stumble in his haste. Despite centuries of combat training, he somehow managed to jam his foot against the pedestal the vase was resting on. The vase fell to the floor and shattered. And, clever as you are, you and your co-conspirators will evade capture. The sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway, heralding the arrival of reinforcements. At the head of a troop of lunar rabbit soldiers was a sword-wielding woman in a red and white dress, a yellow ribbon tying her light purple hair into a ponytail. Watatsuki no Yorihime, one of the leaders of the Lunar Defense Corps. It couldn't even be called a fight. She wasted no time in defeating the treasonous noble, her troops shackling his hands behind him. By the way, said Sigyum, might I trouble you to use your ability to fix the vase you broke? He glared at her as though his gaze could kill her. A shame, she said, departing. It was a rather nice one. Yorihime read the sentence off right there in the hallway. Amatsu no Wada, heir to the house of Amatsumi Kaboshi, for your crimes of treason against the throne of Lord Tsukuyami and attempting to bring impurity to our pure land, I hereby sentence you to be exiled to Earth, with no allowance for return. It was the worst fate a Lunarian could endure. May you spend the rest of your days suffering in that impure land, and every night be reminded of the world you turned away from. Uraraka was thoroughly confused by her dream once she awoke. It made no sense to her, like she had somehow gotten someone else's dream. Then again, she was grateful on some level, at least it wasn't a nightmare. Checking her phone, a message from UA informed her that the school would be closed for the remainder of the week, opening up 2 days in her schedule. She'd need to do some shopping, since she now had 2 extra lunches to account for. Uraraka gazed forlornly at a box of mochi next to the register as the cashier rang up her items. Normally, she'd pick one up for herself as a treat, but UA had decided to cancel classes for the remainder of the week due to the incident at USJ. She was grateful for the break, but at the same time it stretched her budget thinner than it already was. After a long moment, she managed to tear her eyes away to pay for her groceries. The cashier handed her the mochi along with the receipt. You looked like you were having a bad week. Smiling happily as she exited the store, Uraraka turned to begin her walk home when a shout stopped her. Oh, hey Uraraka. Ashido Mina ran up, tailed by Jair. This is perfect, guess we're in the same area? I actually ran into Jaira earlier, and she told me something odd. You weren't chanting at any point during the attack, right? I know Mina was with you most of the time, but I just wanted to make sure, Jaira said. No, I wasn't doing anything like that. I was too busy trying to, I dunno, stop my favorite hero from bleeding out in front of me? Yeah, it's like I told you, no way was Uraraka doing anything weird like that. You sure it wasn't Tokoyami or someone somewhere else? Nah, couldn't be. It was definitely a girl's voice, and it was coming from the plaza area. It sounded familiar, but without hearing everyone in class chanting I couldn't say exactly who it was. Creepy. Well, we've got you here. We were going to karaoke to de-stress after yesterday. You want to come with? I'll pay for the room. Uraraka considered the offer for a moment. Sorry, I'm a bit busy today. No problem, see you when school starts back up. Testimony from Eraserhead and 13 identifies the ringleaders behind the attack as Kurojairi and Shigaraki Tamura. Tsukachi said to the gathered UA faculty as surveillance footage from the USJ was displayed on screen, showing the two villains. With the exception of Eraserhead and 13, every member of UA faculty was in attendance at the briefing. 13 was still unconscious, while Eraserhead had insisted on at least being allowed to remotely attend despite his own hospitalization. On top of that, we have testimony from several captured villains describing a third individual involved in masterminding the attack. Shigaraki's comments regarding a summoner are likely referring to this individual. Neither Shigaraki nor Kurojairi have entries in the public quirk registries, nor are there any recorded quirks matching theirs. Either they dodged the registry, or someone erased their files. He pulled up an image of the Electricity Anai's villain that had caused the most damage during the attack. The main combatant in the attack, pictured here, was consistently referred to as a summon by Shigaraki and was unaffected by Eraserhead's quirk. It's possible that it's a byproduct of a quirk in a manner similar to the earth beasts used by Pixie Bob of the Wild Wild Pussycats. In the event that this entity is encountered again, it should be treated with extreme caution, considering its demonstrated combat strength. Vlad King raised a hand. In light of the security breach shortly before the incident, I feel the possibility should be considered that the League may have infiltrated UA. Their comments during the attack indicate that they expected All Might to be present. Tsukachi nodded. On that subject, another disturbing matter came to light during our investigation. The image of a middle school student to appear on screen. The boy was extremely short for his age, with hair composed of several large purplish-black balls, obviously his quirk. This is Mineta Minoru. He attended the UA entry exam before disappearing later that day. It was being investigated as a standard kidnapping, but the possibility that it was directly connected to the League's activities cannot be ignored. Mineta was extended an offer to join the hero course, but was unable to accept it, and his position was given to the next highest scoring applicant, one Shinso Hitoshi. That's our spy then, said Snipe. It's an obvious enough play, take out another applicant so your own can get in. The line connected to Eraserhead's room crackled as the hero unmuted it. That's an illogical course of action. If they could get insider information to learn their spy wouldn't get in without their intervention, then they wouldn't need a spy to begin with. If anything, it's a distraction, meant to try to get us to fixate on a scapegoat. I agree with Eraserhead, said Tsukachi. The only thing we can concretely conclude from Mineta's disappearance is that Mineta himself is innocent. The disappearance itself could be a smokescreen, or it could have been a direct attack on UA by eliminating a student. Either way, the officer responsible for the investigation has been reprimanded for not escalating it sooner, and I apologize that UA had been made aware of this incident prior to today. Now, this next slide indicates the primary areas of activity of all captured villains involved in the USJ attack. Tsukachi pulled Nizu aside after the meeting ended. Principal, a moment of your time, if I may? Certainly. What can I do for you, detective? I apologize for any inconvenience with this request, but All Might and I both feel that dash. Oh, I've already lifted the surveillance on Midoriya. His actions during the USJ speak to his innocence louder than any interviews could. That I suppose I should have expected as much. Well, while I've got you here, the detective fished a set of papers out from his folder before continuing. One of the villains we captured, who goes by Boulder Dash, filled out a job application for a anti-villain combat practices teacher position. Nizo looked thoroughly baffled. There's no such position at UA. In fact, we don't even accept applications in the first place. We send offers directly to heroes we think would make good teachers. Well, into the trash this goes, then. Thank you for your time. 13 lay in her hospital bed, watching the moon through the window blinds. Another day of attempted treatment had gone by without success. The doctors were completely baffled. Healing quirks had failed, and the stomach they had transplanted to replace the ruined one had begun to rot almost immediately after the procedure had been completed. The next plan was bringing in a hero from the Philippines with a quirk that let him take others' injuries onto himself, but there was some debate over whether this would work and whether they should even risk it, considering the possibility that the ailment would simply multiply. Suddenly, a shadow fell across 13's bed. The space hero tried to turn her head to see who it was, but some force held her back. "Please don't look at me," said a girl's voice. Through the copious painkillers, 13 felt a distinctive tingling in her wound as a ghostly blue glow illuminated the room. She attempted to see what was going on out of the corners of her eyes. In response, the unseen force shoved the hero's chin up, keeping her visitor out of sight. "Don't look at what I'm doing either. It's dangerous for you to know." After a moment, the tingling stopped as the room darkened once again. "Tell the doctors to try whatever they did first again, it'll work now." The force keeping 13's head in place abruptly disappeared. As fast as she was able, she turned her head to see who was in the room with her, only to find that the stranger had left without a sound. The cameras, needless to say, had no footage of the event the next morning. This was very much a different kind of dream than the one Uraraka had experienced 2 nights ago. For one thing, her mind wasn't being flooded with fabricated details. She was remarkably lucid, sure, but the scenery and characters of the dream were complete mysteries to her. For another, the scenery of the dream was a stark contrast to that of the night before. Where previously there had been immaculate white buildings constructed in meticulous conformity, instead there was Edo-style houses of all sizes thrown up almost haphazardly. Where there had been silence and isolation, the streets were instead a riot of noise and color. Horned figures laughed, danced, and drank, cheering and launching fireworks into the sky. The explosion's light brought a third contrast to light. Tonight's dream was apparently set in some great subterranean cavern. "Oh, you're a new face around here," came a woman's voice from behind her. Uraraka turned to see a tall, blonde woman dressed in a blue kimono and carrying a massive dish filled to the brim with liquid. A single red horn extended from her forehead. "Name's Hashiguma Yugi. I'm the boss around here. What brings you to our little underground paradise?" I just sorta woke up here. I'm sorry if I'm intruding, you seem to be in the middle of a festival or something." Yugi looked puzzled. "Huh, couldn't hear a thing you just said. Guess your grasp on this world's pretty tenuous." "Well, anyways, we're having a good old-fashioned Oni festival right now, partying, drinking, fighting, the works. Feel free to drift around and sightsee while you're here, it's always a lot of fun. I'd offer you a drink, but it seems like you've nearly passed on." A horned man, an Oni, Uraraka supposed, ran up. Rather than the tiger loincloth standard to most depictions of Oni, he was wearing more traditional clothing that wouldn't look out of place on a villager from the Sengoku PRD, if not for the bright colors he had chosen. "Boss Yugi, Suka just demolished 3 blocks of the city with one of those black holes of hers." Yugi grinned. "Guess I'm up now then. We moving up to techniques yet or still just playing around?" She said she was done warming up after that. "Right then. Gonna go for knockout." She looked at Uraraka. "Might wanna back up, Ghosty. Kanekuma here can show you where it's safe." The male Oni nodded and motioned for Uraraka to follow before hustling down the main street, ducking and weaving through the mass of Oni. Uraraka found that she just needed to will herself to follow him, floating swiftly after him and passing through all obstacles in her path. As he ran, he panted out, "Boss Yugi's record is smashing up 6 blocks with that move, but she's been in good form this month, so we're gonna be getting a bit further out." An ear-splitting shout erupted from behind them, followed by whoops and laughter. "That's the warning, let's hope 8 blocks is far enough." Straining to see back up the street, Uraraka could faintly make out the small shape of Yugi taking a long drink from her dish before lifting a single geta-clad foot. Kanekuma had taken cover behind a wagon filled with cabbages. Gonna be windy in a second. Yugi brought her foot crashing down. A shockwave exploded out from the point of impact, throwing rubble and dust high into the air. The lively sounds of the festival faded into silence for a moment. At least nearby, distantly, the revelry could be heard continuing. Another Oni poked his head out of the remains of what had, until recently, been his house. After a moment surveying the huge field of rubble, he cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted out, 7 blocks. A huge cheer erupted from the crowd, and the festivities resumed. Uraraka woke up smiling. She hadn't been able to go to a festival in months, and the one she had dreamt of had absolutely been lively enough for her to enjoy, even if she had been limited to watching it. So the Aichi Prefecture disappearance, and subsequent reappearance, proves that unassisted transfer is entirely possible if improbable. Tokoyami furrowed his brow as he flipped through an encyclopedia of demons he had checked out from the Mythical library. His own collection had been unsuccessful at identifying the entity that had attacked the USJ, much to his consternation. Clearly, his resources were lacking. He'd need to resolve that. Okay, but without a way to force the desired result from probability space, that knowledge doesn't actually help us. The Skeptic Cafe was one of Tokoyami's favorite places to relax. Despite its name, nearly every occultist in Mythical frequented the place. Actually, perhaps the name was fitting. The cafe's regular patrons could unanimously agree that society was incorrect about the accepted nature of reality, even if each of those patrons would disagree on what exactly society's incorrect assumption was. On the contrary, Chiuri, we know from the existence of people with luck quirks that this sort of thing can work. You're looking at it wrong. If we can't force nature to give us the desired result from the probability space. The one annoyance, then, was when another of the cafe's patrons was a bit noisy about their nonsense. Tokoyami shot an annoyed glance over his shoulder to the table behind him, where a red-haired young woman was in the middle of an extremely noisy conversation with a blonde girl in a sailor suit. They were discussing some nonsense about non-Euclidean spaces and parallel universes. Then we find a way to rig the probability space itself. Brilliant, Professor. You appear to be disturbing the other patrons, Chiuri. Oh. The blonde looked around sheepishly, making eye contact with Tokoyami. Sorry, she muttered meekly. Tokoyami turned back to his research. A section about the properties of the evil eye seemed promising. The creature had been primarily composed of eyes and lightning, and its eyes had even turned blue at one point, matching up with beliefs from the Aegean region of Turkey about blue eyes being especially potent users of the curse, but ultimately led to a dead end, as there were no demonic entities associated with it as far as he could tell. He stopped flipping through the book for a moment to admire the quality of a picture of Baphomet. It really was a very nice book on the occult. He made a note of its name, to purchase a copy for himself. Mamizu hummed as she smoked on her pipe. Bunch of eyes and lightning, huh? Izuku nodded. Yeah, I could damage it a lot easier than anyone else could. I assume it has to have been some kind of yokai. Yeah, definitely something non-human. If you could hurt it and it could hurt you back. Description has me stumped, though, doesn't match up with any yokai I know of from back in the day. Izuku's shoulders slumped in defeat. So we're at a dead end then? She grinned. Never said that. Said that I didn't know what it was. If anyone knows what it is in Gensokyo, it'll be Raimu. Another new name. But then, that was to be expected. Mamizu was extremely well connected. Raimu, our equivalent to your All Might. She's extremely powerful, beaten demon near everyone in Gensokyo at this point, and the people who've managed to take a win off her can be counted on one hand. She'll be able to put us on the right track, if nothing else. Izuku's eyes sparkled. A bona fide yokai-slaying hero? He'd need to get her autograph, for sure. His mind swam with possibilities as to who she was, a stoic master of the blade? A living saint, blessing the very ground she walked on? Uraraka realized something was off the moment the dream started. She could keenly feel the night's chill and the moss and soil underfoot in a way she had never before felt, even in her most lucid dreams. It made her uneasy. She looked around. She was in the middle of a massive forest of bamboo, tall stalks of bamboo reaching out as far as she could see, with no signs of civilization in sight. The area was bathed in the pale light of the full moon. "Oh, how lucky, a human," came a voice from behind her, making her jump. The speaker was a young-looking girl clad in a pink nightgown, with dark red eyes and shoulder-length black hair from which 2 fluffy white rabbit ears protruded. She wore a necklace shaped like a carrot, and was slightly shorter than Uraraka. "It's not a good night for humans, you see, they don't usually dare to come this far into the forest this time of month. But you're in luck, you've got me." Uraraka was completely lost. "I'm sorry, who are you?" It's bad manners to ask for someone's name without giving it yourself, you know. "Oh, sorry, I'm Uraraka Ochako." "Nice to meet you, Ochako." The rabbit girl's boldness in using Uraraka's given name caught her off guard. W dash. The girl continued, completely ignoring Uraraka. "So as I was saying, Ochako, normally humans don't dare to venture this far into the forest on the night of the full moon. Thankfully, I'm here to help. I'll guide you to safety for the low price of 50 Rio." Uraraka balked at the price. 50? If she remembered correctly from history class, the Rio was a type of gold coin used prior to the Meiji Restoration. Even if she had money on her, it would have been an insane amount. The rabbit girl looked over Uraraka from head to toe appraisingly as the hero in training stood there in her pajamas. "Alright, I can see you don't seem to have too much on you at the moment, so I'll cut you a bargain. 10 Rio now, and then you pay me the rest once I get you back to the village. Sound good?" I really can't dash. I really have to emphasize how much of a steal this is. I'm basically the ruler of this place. Nobody's going to give you trouble with me around. And my ability is to bring luck to humans, so you're guaranteed a pleasant trip. I'm grateful for the offer, but I don't have any money." The girl shrugged. "Well, can't say I didn't offer. I'd wish you good luck making it out, but I don't give free samples. Bad for business." She walked behind a stalk of bamboo and disappeared, much to Uraraka's confusion. After a moment of trying to figure out where the girl had gone, Uraraka gave up, picked a direction, and started walking. After some walking, Mamizu and Izuku arrived at a small shrine a long distance from the human village. Though it was clearly maintained, it clearly didn't receive many visitors, a state of affairs that probably wasn't helped by the fact that Suka, an extremely fearsome yokai, was comfortable enough in the place to be snoring on the front steps. Mamizu stepped over the slumbering Oni and rapped sharply on the door of the shrine. "Oi, Raimu, get out here. Got a question for you." "Go away," came a muffled, grumpy voice from within the shrine. "Come on, it'll only take a second. This is the first weekend I've had all month without some idiot yokai trying to start an incident." "Incident?" Izuku wondered. "What we call major disturbances around here. Blotting out the sun, stealing spring, making the night last forever, you name it, Raimu's had a hand in fixing it." Mamizu turned back to the closed door. "Answering a single question isn't going to cause an incident, Raimu." After a few seconds with no response, Mamizu just shoved the door open and barged inside. Izuku sheepishly followed her. Inside the shrine, a girl with brown hair a bit longer than shoulder length sat at a kotatsu, eating senbei. She wore a red skirt and red sleeveless top tied with a yellow ribbon. Her top was paired with white detached sleeves, and she had a red bow with white frills tied into the back of her hair. She glanced irritably at Mamizu as the tanuki entered the room. "You're not getting any of my snacks. Suka already finished off the rest of them before you got here. And that pack was supposed to last me the rest of the month, too," she grumbled. "Look, Raimu, I'm serious about just asking a question or two. No pranks this time. My son here dash." "Oh great, there's 2 of you now." "Okay, he's from the outside world, so he's not gonna be in your hair, and this could be big. Did you ever fight something made of eyes and lightning? 5 red eyes, shoot lightning to a central point, shape of a woman in the electricity?" Izuku perked up. "Yes, exactly. What was that thing?" "No idea." Mamizu plunked her sake jar onto the table. "That description was too on the nose for you to have absolutely no idea. You fancy a break from Ibuki's booze? I brought plenty to share." Now Raimu looked interested in the conversation. Yeah, gimme. She set out a cup, which Mamizu wasted no time in filling. After draining it, she said, seriously, no idea exactly what that eye thing is. I fought it way back before I even got my ability, after some JRK smashed up my shrine. Wasn't even that hard, I just kicked the yin-yang orb into its eyes a few times. Mamizu answered Izuku's question before he could voice it. The Hakurei yin-yang orb is an extremely powerful relic passed down for generations. It's harmful to yokai on contact. It's harmful to humans on contact too. Thing's heavy, Raimu grumbled, downing a second cup of sake. Anyways, I fought that thing in Makai. So it's not a yokai, it's a demon. Didn't see it that time I fought Shinki, so I figured I had killed it. That first incident was pretty rough. Nobody was using the spell card system, so it was just a free-for-all in terms of lethality. Clearly it survived somehow, though, if Izuku here fought it in the outside world. Raimu gave the half-yokai a glance. Yeah, sounds like you've got an incident on your hands. Says to be you, glad I don't have to deal with it. Raimu, came a voice from the other room, have you seen the miracle mallet? It should have enough energy stored by now for me to grow again. I haven't touched it. Did you look on top of your box? The shrine maiden yelled. Yeah. It's not there. Think Nu mentioned she saw that Aminoja making off with it and snickering earlier today, said Mamizu. Cursing furiously, Raimu stormed out of the shrine, flying off into the night. Uraraka was quite sure she'd seen this particular patch of bamboo before. 3 stalks, all coming out of a central spot in the ground, next to a pair of fresh sprouts, very distinctive. She looked at it closely to try to memorize its appearance, so she'd be absolutely sure if she came across it again. To her surprise, there was a slip of weathered paper tucked into the base of the cluster. She took it and opened it. Jinsokyo. If you know this name already, you shouldn't need this paper, put it back where you found it. If you don't know that name, read the rest of this as quickly and thoroughly as you can, your life may depend on it. I've been stuck here for around 9 months at this point. The paladin hero, idealist, was with me for a few months, but the charcoal was heavily smudged and water damaged, rendering the end of the sentence thoroughly illegible. I've been wandering around trying to find a way out. Whenever I think I know a place well enough, I'll leave one of these notes to hopefully help someone else. You are currently in the bamboo forest of the lost. My greatest sympathies to you. I lost 2 weeks to this place the first time I stumbled in here. As far as I can tell, space bends around here. Even worse than by the edge of Gensokyo. If you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry about it, it'll be very obvious once you hit the edge. You can walk in a perfectly straight line and then come back to where you started, rotated 90 degrees from your original heading. Be very careful when moving or you'll just get more and more lost. Hazard notes. Outside of the spatial distortion, there's not many notable yokai in this area, and most of them will keep their distance if you have a torch. As a result, this is probably one of the safer areas to be in if you have a good supply or don't mind eating nothing but bamboo shoots. P.S. If you haven't prepared bamboo shoots before, you need to boil them first or they're poisonous. Uraraka frowned. If the note was to be believed, getting out would be a massive pain. She didn't even know how she got in. Maybe she could just sit there and wait to wake up. A wolf's howl cut through the silence. Startled, she turned to look in the direction of the source. Around 100 meters away, a dress-wearing woman with wolf ears stood in the shadow of a particularly dense bamboo cluster, eyes glowing red in the darkness. She threw her head back and let out another howl. Uraraka put her hands up in a fighting stance, ready to fight what she assumed was someone with a transformation quirk. The woman leapt, turning fully into a wolf in midair with another loud howl. Uraraka was ready. She didn't seem much faster than the robots from the entry exam, and once the wolf was in the air, its trajectory would be locked in. She just needed to be careful of the jaws when using her quirk, and she could neutralize it. Just before reaching her, the wolf transformed back into a wolf woman, stopping dead in midair, shifted into wolf form to shoot to the side, then shifted back and forth again to resume the forward lunge from a different angle, slamming into her stomach with its head and knocking her to the ground. Frantically, she scrambled back to try to defend herself, throwing her arms up in a desperate defense as the wolf woman pounced, jaws wide and wicked fangs ready to bite. Searing pain in her arm woke her up. In the throes of her nightmare, she had apparently flailed her arm out and split it open against her bed frame. It was bleeding quite heavily. Actually, she quickly rolled out of bed and ran to the bathroom to clean and bandage the wound. Yue was back on today. She'd swing by Recovery Girl's office before class. Honestly, how do you kids even manage to injure yourselves like this? Recovery Girl said as she cleaned Uraraka's wound in preparation for using her quirk. You said this was from banging your arm against your bed frame? It looks more like an animal bite. Uraraka rubbed her head nervously. It was true she had hit her arm against her bed frame, but there was no way she was mentioning she had been having a nightmare about a wolf woman. It's quite a deep wound, so there will likely be some scarring. I'll do what I can to reduce that, though. While you're here, do you want me to give you a full checkup? Everyone needs one before the sports festival, and it's probably not a bad idea for you to get one anyways, in case one of those villains who attacked the USJ had a disease quirk. Almost as an afterthought, she added, grumbling, I don't trust those police paramedics. Sure, but can you give me a note in case I'm late to class? You've got Izawa, right? Yeah, you'll definitely need a note. Now then, the elderly hero offered Uraraka a handful of gummies. Eat these, you'll need the energy. As it turned out, Uraraka was indeed slightly late for class, but there was no sign of Izawa either. As she walked in, Ishido was engaged in a conversation with Kaminari about whether there'd be a substitute or not, considering the severity of their teacher's injuries. You have a scar on your arm, Reiko observed flatly. Ida's head snapped up from what appeared to be a document he was compiling to fill in any potential substitute on where Izawa had left off. Uraraka. I must insist that you see Recovery Girl for medical attention immediately. I already did. She said she couldn't do anything to erase the scar, but she could at least make it less noticeable. Well, that makes sense, I guess, Izuku said. After a moment, he realized everyone was staring at him and elaborated, Recovery Girl's quirk, heal, works by accelerating someone's natural healing, yeah? So it would leave a scar, since scarring is part of the body's natural healing process, especially for larger wounds. It's not magic or anything. That's also why she didn't assist during the apprehension of contagion. Her quirk works on injuries, so a disease-based quirk like the one he had needs to be treated by someone else. That leave it to you to know exactly how someone's quirk works, huh? Jiru said. I always thought her quirk just worked like a healing potion from a game or something. She was pretty annoyed after giving me a checkup, too. I apparently got a shard of that villain from the USJ stuck in my foot during the attack, and she didn't know about it when she healed my arm, so the shard got stuck in there pretty good. She had to cut it out and use her quirk a second time. Opened a new pack of gummies afterwards, so at least I didn't get ones she had left in her pocket. I think she just keeps a bag of them in her pocket so they're not covered in lint or anything. The door slid open. Me being late is no excuse for you to be standing around chatting, Izawa said as he strode in, covered in so many bandages that he resembled a mummy. Sensei, should you really be teaching so soon after your injury? This is nothing, it takes more than that to keep me down. I'm only wearing these bandages because Recovery Girl insisted I keep them on. That doesn't sound like nothing, someone muttered faintly. Anyways, Izawa continued, either not having heard the comment or choosing to ignore it. We lost a few days because of the villain attack and it's imperative that we stay on track. First of all, Bakugo will be returning to classes starting tomorrow. He fixed his gaze on Izuku for a moment. We will be keeping an eye on him in case of any future outbursts. That being said, none of you. He now looked over the whole classroom. And I mean none of you should take this as an invitation to needlessly antagonize him. Doing so with the intent of getting him expelled will result in your own expulsion. UA has no place for a student who would try to hinder others' development due to personal dislike, as Bakugo's punishment has hopefully made clear. I will not tolerate a second offense from anyone. Silence filled the room. After a moment, Izawa sighed. On a less threatening note, the UA Sports Festival is coming up in a little over 2 weeks' time. You should all make sure you're prepared for the event. Is it really a wise decision to go forward with the sports festival? in light of the recent security breach and the USJ attack? UA is confident we have taken the proper precautionary measures following the recent incidents. We've requested an increased police presence, overhauled our surveillance and intrusion detection systems, and will be actively on guard against any attempts to interfere with the event. Rather, what you should be thinking about is what the sports festival offers you as students. Yayorozu nodded. All of the country's top heroes are sure to be watching, so they can scout promising upcoming heroes. Your time at UA is limited. Being scouted by a pro is one of the best ways to get a head start in the heroics industry. You only have 3 shots at this, so if you're aiming to be a high-ranking pro, this is one event that you have to do your best at. Man, even after the villain attack last week, I'm still freaking pumped for this. This is our chance to show what we've got and take a big step towards going pro. Izuku glanced at Kirishima's excited discussion as he exited the classroom to grab lunch. Huh, everyone's so excited for the sports festival. Of course, exclaimed Ida, this is our chance to make a strong impression on the world of heroics. Ida. Deku. Uraraka was sporting a surprisingly menacing smile. Let's crush this sports festival. You know, it occurs to me, I want to be a hero to help people, and Ida's talked about his family legacy before, but I've never asked what made you want to be a hero, Izuku wondered aloud. She suddenly got an embarrassed look on her face, sheepishly running a hand through her hair. He quickly backpedaled, waving his hands around. If it's something you're not comfortable sharing, don't worry about it. No, it's fine, it's just, I want to be a hero for the money, she admitted. I'm sorry, I know it seems a bit selfish of me, especially with Ida and your noble motivations and all. Why though? There's really nothing to be ashamed of about seeking a more comfortable lifestyle, Ida assured her. My family runs a construction company, but business has been pretty bad lately. People hire the bigger companies when they need repairs or new buildings. We've only managed to stave off bankruptcy due to that villain attack in Saitama Prefecture. They needed all hands on deck to repair that. A massive villain attack had occurred in Saitama Prefecture last May, where a single still unidentified villain had engaged in a high-altitude battle with the flame-using hero Afterburner. Their duel had left much of the city in ruins as the telekinetic villain had torn up portions of road, flung manhole covers into the air, and ripped I-beams out of buildings. Power had taken a month to restore due to the destruction of several key utility poles and a radio tower during the fighting. The hero himself had resigned after the encounter, claiming that he had been forced to use lethal force, incinerating his enemy, and could not continue to call himself a hero. Conspiracy theories ran wild in the aftermath, as the only footage of the fight was shaky and from such a distance that neither party was easily identifiable. The most outlandish theories claimed that Afterburner wasn't even involved in the fight, but rather had jumped on it for publicity to sell a fabricated memoir before retiring to prevent anyone from realizing it wasn't him. If you got permission to use your quirk, you could massively reduce the costs involved with moving material, Izuku considered aloud. I know, right? That's what I said to Dad when I was really young, she exclaimed. He said I should follow my own dreams, though. So I'm gonna be a hero, and I'll use that money to make sure my parents have easier lives. Ida smiled at her. Trying to give your family an easy life is as noble a goal as any. I applaud your practicality. True to Aizawa's word, Bakugo returned the next day. Izuku was dreading it, to be honest, but the blonde stayed silent and withdrawn for most of the day. It wasn't until lunch that he finally approached. Deku, he hissed, I'm only going to say this once, you beat me. And if that weren't enough, that Ice BSDRD's show of power and Floaty Chick's little fireworks display, they weren't even winded afterwards. How the F am I supposed to compete with that? Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, visibly trying to calm himself down. Clearly, his suspension had gotten the message across that he at least needed to try to keep his temper in line. I'm going to make it clear that I'm the best in this class. I'm not going to lose again, so you better make a good showing at the sports festival so I can stomp you into the dirt, properly this time. As he got up to go grab his lunch, and presumably find a seat somewhere else, Uraraka walked right by him and took a seat at the table. Bakugo did a double take at her lunch. The hell, round face, You think you've got enough meat on that plate? Her plate had several large cuts of rare steak on it, which she was visibly salivating at. After a moment, she tore her eyes away from the slabs of meat. I know, I grabbed a lot of food. I usually have mainly rice and tempura, but today the steak smelled really good and I just couldn't resist. Bakugu scoffed and turned away, muttering under his breath. Shortly thereafter, Ida arrived at the table, glancing in the direction of the departing blonde as he sat down. Bakugu wasn't harassing you again, was he, Midori Uraraka? I must insist that you go back up to lunch rush and get a properly balanced meal. Nutrition is of paramount importance as we train to be heroes. Uraraka stopped abruptly as she opened the door to leave at the end of the day. What the dash? A huge crowd had gathered outside the classroom, shoving and pushing to try to get to the front, completely blocking the exit. The heck? What are they even here for? Wondered Shiro. Obviously they're scoping out the competition, grumbled Bakugu. This is the class that survived a villain attack. It's natural that they'd want to check us out before the sports festival, try to get whatever advantage they can. The blonde strode up to the group of students. No point in doing so, though. Out of the way, Udaman weaklings. A smug-looking boy with slicked blonde hair sneered at Bakugu's declaration. You think we're weaklings compared to you? Why, I had come to see the mighty 1A that had fought back a villain attack, but I'm really not impressed. Why, didn't you guys even have one of your members suspended prior to the attack? Bakugu's hand curled up in the telltale motion of preparing to fire off an explosion, but he visibly restrained himself. The smug blonde continued, Really, this just shows that 1B is the superior hero course class, doesn't it? We'd have had no trouble with such an attack. Unlike you, we actually work together and dash. I've heard enough of this drivel, Reiko said with shocking forcefulness, glaring at the boy. I can guarantee you that if 1B had been attacked, there would have been more casualties. There would have been deaths. The complete certainty in her tone, as though she was stating a simple fact, made the boy visibly gulp. She continued, It was nothing. Short of miraculous that we handled the attack as well as we did, and you shouldn't be making light of someone else's brush with mortality. Having said her piece, she floated up and over the crowd, down the hallway, and out of sight. That's just great, muttered Kirishima. Between the two of them we've got a whole mob of people that hate us now. Sat aside. We really got a bum draw in the people skills department, huh? Todoroki barely talks. Yanagi's usually blunt as hell and Bakugu's, well, Bakugu. The weeks leading up to the sports festival seemed to blow by in an instant, which left Izuku with distressingly little time when he realized that the festival's ban on support gear for non-support students would prevent him from wearing the amulet he depended on for his continued existence. He approached Aizawa after class with 3 days to go until the festival. So you're saying that your necklace is required support gear for you? The teacher asked, picking at his scarring. The demon that had attacked Yusei had left him with dark Lichtenberg figures all over his face and body. Izuku nodded. I've got a condition that threatens my life. It radiates energy that keeps it at bay. Well, at least his statement wasn't a complete lie. Aizawa typed a message into his phone, sending it. I'll see what Principal Nizu thinks, but I imagine you'll need to bring in some documentation about your condition, as well as letting the support department examine it to make sure you're not trying to conceal some other functionality. Almost immediately, his phone buzzed with a reply. Aizawa turned his phone around to show the reply to Izuku. Aizawa, Midoriya Izuku is requesting permission to use a support item, saying that it's necessary for health purposes. Nizu, I've looked into the matter already. Approved. The phone buzzed a second time as Aizawa was showing Izuku the reply. It was faint, and he couldn't have caught it without his enhanced senses from being a yukai, but for an instant he could clearly see the words, "Not delivered," appear below Aizawa's message, before they vanished again, leaving no sign they were ever there. Anything else you need while you're here, Midoriya? He shook his head silently. Then go ahead and get out of here. Every second you can spend training for the festival is important. At last, the day of the sports festival arrived. Izuku was woken up bright and early by a shout from his mom. Izuku, honey, come down and see who's come to see you. He tumbled out of bed, It was a bit earlier than his usual wake-up time, but not by much, and quickly dressed himself before heading downstairs to see his mysterious visitor. Sitting on the sofa was Midoriya Hisashi, clean-shaven with a head of messy green hair, peering at Izuku through round spectacles as he smoked from a kizaru. He was wearing a gray suit with a small lapel pin in the shape of a notched leaf. "Dad? What? You really didn't think your old man would miss something as important as his son's sports festival, did you?" "But what about your dash?" Izuku caught himself just in time. "Your job? Don't they need you overseas?" A day or two off won't kill me, and I was finally able to slip away. Though, Inko, that does remind me, someone I know from work is also showing up. I had an extra ticket. I hope you don't mind. I can totally tell her no if it's an issue." Inko smiled. "Oh, it's no problem at all, dear." A knock came from the door. "Oh, that should be her now." A suit-clad Sumariko strolled in, looking rather displeased with her formal attire. Seeing Inko, she straightened her posture and stopped picking at her collar, giving a formal bow and an introduction. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya. I'm Renko Hearn, one of Hisashi's co-workers." Hisashi jumped in to help her as she trailed off. She works in the investigative department of the investment firm, looking into things that catch our interest. He made a show of checking his watch before adding, "We should probably go. I know it's still a little early, but they're sure to have stricter security checks in light of recent events." Izuku made it to his class without issue. The students had notably less strict checks to go through. They had gathered in the 1A prep room, which turned out to be a relatively bare room close to the sports festival arena's main entrance, furnished with folding tables and chairs. "Whoa, Uraraka, are you growing your hair out?" Ashido wondered. "It's almost past your shoulders now." "It's been growing faster than usual for about a week now. I'll need to get a haircut by the weekend if it keeps up like this." "They let you keep your amulet," Reiko observed, staring at the object. "Yeah, I sort of need it," he replied. After staring at it for slightly longer than was comfortable, she turned away. Bakugo approached Izuku, several students watching the interaction uneasily. "Deku." "Why? Yeah, Kaken? I've told you to stop calling me that, you F-dash." He took a deep breath before continuing, "You better not take a dive to avoid fighting me. I'm gonna prove to you that I can beat you in a straight fight, that I can beat anyone in a straight fight." "I don't know why you feel the need to say you can beat me, Kaken." The blonde fumed at the use of his nickname. "Your quirk is amazing. It's always been amazing. But if you really think I'd lose on purpose to avoid fighting you, then you don't understand anything. I'm here to be a hero, we all are. If I was the sort of person to give up when things seemed hard, I wouldn't be here. I'm aiming for the top 2, with everything I've got." Hey, Tsukachi," crackled a voice from the detective's radio. "Got some bad news?" "What happened?" "I can get back up to you within half a minute. Kamui Woods, MT Lady, and Death Arms are all on active patrol right now, to say nothing of police presence." "Nah, no situation here. Got word from the station, someone paid Boulder Dash's bail. That obnoxious chatterbox is walking the streets once more. Noon will be safe from his nonsense." Tsukachi groaned. "This is serious, Goto. We need to be looking out for actual threats. Cut the radio chatter and focus for once in your life." "I might have something here," came Officer Tamakawa's voice. "UA's got surveillance on the private boxes, right?" "Yeah, they installed them as a backup measure." "Why?" "That Hisashi guy you've been looking into just checked in, party of 3. Him, his wife, and a Renko Hearn. Their IDs all checked out, but considering you're actively investigating him, I figured you might want to keep an eye on them." "Yeah, I'll speak to Nizu immediately. Thanks for the heads up. Now this is pretty nice." Sumariko cheered as she sank into an armchair. "Never been one for sports stuff myself, but I could definitely get used to these sort of events if this is what the seating's like." "Don't get too used to it, Renko," Mamizu said as she grabbed a bowl of tanuki udon and a bottle of sake off the VIP box's dining table. "This is a VIP box. Most of the crowd's gonna be packed in like sardines down below." "Figures," the high schooler pouted. Well, I think it's nice just to be here in person, Inko said as she picked out a plate of eel from the selection they had been provided with. I'd have been happy just watching Izuku on the television, but to think you actually got tickets, and VIP tickets, no less. Nothing but the best for you, dear, Hideshi said, beaming proudly. Care for a drink? Oh, not right now, I'd be too drunk to pay attention if I started now. The first-year students strolled out onto the field, filing in through a set of entrances in the stadium wall that also served to sort them by department. Present Mike provided accompanying commentary for their entrance. Welcome, one and all, to UA's annual sports festival. Every year our rising heroes compete to show their stuff and see who comes out on top. First up, you all know them. The shining stars who've already fought off a genuine villain attack. Put your hands together for the battle-hardened veterans of Class 1A. Quite a crowd, Ida observed. I suppose doing our best when the public eye is on us is just another skill we'll need in the world of heroics. They're really building us up, huh? Said Kirishima. But we're not letting that get to us, huh, Bakugu? Just pumps me up to put all the extras in their place, agreed the explosive blonde. Next up, while 1A was fighting, they were honing their techniques. What they lack in experience, they make up for in preparation. Everybody give a warm welcome to Class 1B. They definitely gave us a shorter introduction, muttered Suburaba. One more reason we need to show the world we're superior to 1A, responded Monoma in his usual self-assured way. I'll prove to everyone that I'm not just here because they needed to fill a seat in the hero course, Shinso thought as he looked over the crowd. The general studies students had held a grudge against him ever since someone had realized one of the students who scored well enough to pass the entry exam had disappeared and left their slot to him. And then we've got classes C through E of general studies, classes F through H of the support department, and the management kids. Up in the Midoriya's VIP box, Sumariko unsuccessfully attempted to stifle a snort of laughter, earning herself a light slap on the shoulder from Mamizu. And now, your lovely referee for the first-year event. Midnight. The R-rated heroine strode proudly onto the field, clad in her corset and flesh-colored bodysuit and brandishing her whip. No idea how she got a teaching position at a school, Mamizu muttered. Your student representative for this year is Kirishima Ijiro, shouted Midnight. Guess it's 'cause he came first in the entry exam, whispered Zero. Kirishima awkwardly took the stage, glancing at the crowd before focusing on the microphone handed to him. He cleared his throat nervously. We've had a rough few weeks, huh? Villains breached security and attacked us, trying to snuff out the future of heroics. A confused murmur went through the crowd, clearly unsure as to where he was going with his speech. But we faced it and survived, and we're holding the sports festival anyways to show that we won't run and hide. My idol, Crimson Riot, said that chivalry, that manliness, means to live without regret. Even if we're scared, we push through it and fight despite our fear, because that's what courage, what heroics is. And all of us here today, by participating despite the recent events, are demonstrating that we're heroic in our own right. Sumariko was now wheezing with laughter. Chivalry? Manliness? They don't vet these speeches at all, do they? She managed between cackles. Midnight smiled. It was far from the most disastrous speech in UA history, honestly probably in the upper half. They really needed to check what the students were going to say ahead of time, honestly. Now, without any delay, let's get on with the main event. This is the elimination round, which sends so many students home broken-hearted every year. Our fateful event this year is... The large screen behind her made a show of spinning through text before landing on the final result. Obstacle race. The obstacle course race. A competition between all 11 classes to see who can complete a 4-kilometer lap around the edge of the arena despite the hazardous terrain. Anything goes as long as you don't leave the course. On cue, a set of shaped metal panels began to unfold across the stadium entrance, forming a starting gate for the participants. There was a brief scramble to try to get to the front of the pack, primarily on the part of the general education students who were anxious to place well. The heroic students were generally confident enough not to care too much about their placement. At the start, the support students were only there to show off their equipment and the management students didn't particularly care. Present Mike bellowed out a "Racers, to your positions," on account of the fact that Midnight had stepped in to bring some order to the lineup process. "So, thoughts on the course?" asked Mamizu as she lit her kisser. "Yeah, it's moronic," huffed Sumariko. "From what we can see here, they've got some sort of robots set up, then some pits, then a flat field. Someone with flight or teleportation can just breeze through the whole thing. Both of those are actually fairly rare, though quirks suitable for flight have about a 2% incidence in the population, and teleportation quirks are closer to 0.5%, often with restrictive conditions that would render them unusable for a race like this," Inko pointed out. Mamizu whistled. "You knew that off the top of your head?" "Izuku loves learning about quirks. I guess I've just sort of absorbed it." "Should have known." His love of all things heroics came across even in his letters. Always knew he'd get a good power, even if it took some time. The struggle had been broken up and Midnight returned to her position at the side of the gate. Now then, without any further delay. The lights above the starting line lit up one by one. "Start!" Every student rushed for the gate at the same time. The problem with this strategy immediately became apparent. The wave of bodies slammed against the metal as those at the front failed to pass through the narrow opening quickly enough for the rest of the horde. "I see," Izuku thought. "The starting gate itself is the first obstacle." A slight chill ran up his leg as Todoroki broke away from the front of the pack, racing out onto the field and trailing ice in his wake. The heroic students, having been training relentlessly, dodged in their own ways. Izuku saw Ashido lay down a coat of acid to block the ice's progress, Yaoyorozu produce a staff to pole vault with, Bakugo blasting himself into the air, and the purple-haired kid from Class 1B standing on a platform of human bodies. He could probably power through the ice himself, but it was faster to dodge it. As Todoroki continued to widen the gap, two of the one-pointer robots from the entry exam rolled in to block the advance of the remaining racers. A group of zero-pointers, seemingly every robot that hadn't been destroyed in the entrance exam, towered above Todoroki himself. What would an obstacle course be without obstacles? Our first hazard is the Robo-INF Airno. Present mix volume decreased drastically as his sentence ended. "Hey, Aizawa, buddy, what gives? I turned you down. The racers don't need to hear you anymore, and I imagine our viewers will thank me." Aizawa deadpanned. Todoroki didn't hesitate. Another wave of ice swept out with a gesture of his hand, encrusting the towering robots as they moved in and halting them. Someone shouted out, "Nice, he stopped them." "Everyone, he left an opening for us." Someone else reached out to stop them. "Wait, you fool. That doesn't look stable." Almost in slow motion, the zero-pointers began to shift and fall from their unstable positions. Before they could fall onto the unlucky students heading the pack, a tremendous burst of air launched them aside. "Damn it, Todoroki." Kirishima grunted out through gritted teeth, clutching a heavily cracked arm. Someone could have died there. Bakugo didn't waste any time. While the rest of the racers were gawking over the display of raw power, he launched himself over a fallen robot. Reiko, Tokoyami, and Siro were quick to follow, zipping along with the mobility afforded them by their own quirks. Izuku, for his part, raced along on his own inhuman speed and stamina. While he couldn't compete with speed quirks for raw sprints, he knew he wouldn't tire and his physical capabilities would let him slowly draw his way to the front of the pack. Already he was beginning to outpace the non-heroic students, along with most of Class B. He realized, that's not right, they should have the same training we do. A single villain attack isn't going to make us magically better than them in a race. One of the few zero-pointers that Todoroki had missed was struck down by a cannonball to the head courtesy of Yaoyorozu, giving some of the straggling racers the courage to push forward into the battlefield. "These robots SCK," said Sumariko matter-of-factly as the racers pushed through the robot horde. Now, Renko, you can't just kill off their students, and not everybody in the race is going to be a trained heroic student, or even seeking to be one. I have to imagine some of the Gen Ed students are just here because they want a good education and they have to participate in the sports festival whether they want to or not. It's understandable they'd err on the side of caution. Yeah, but the robots are slow and go down easy. I could take all of them blindfolded. Hisutensaku's more threatening than that, and it's a marketing gimmick. You could thrash these things even more easily than I could, mommy. Mamizu's hand immediately shot to cover Sumariko's mouth as she spared a panicked glance in the direction of her wife. Inko was too engrossed with Izuku's performance to have noticed. It seemed the boy had just skirted another falling zero-pointer a bit closer than she'd have liked. Don't use that name here, Mamizu whispered. Right, sorry, Sumariko responded sheepishly. Tsukachi raised an eyebrow. Mommy? A pity his quirk didn't work remotely. He'd have liked to know if this Renko character was truthful about her capabilities. Better assign some extra officers to the arrest group, I guess. He typed out a message on his phone. Tamakawa. Can you do a search for any mommy in the database? Thanks. The racers leading the pack arrived at a massive chasm, dotted with platforms connected by a branching network of. Oops. If the first obstacle was too easy for those combat fanatics, how about the second? One wrong move and our hopeful racers are out. Todoroki was already making his way across the first tightrope. This is just a glorified tightrope walk, isn't it? Azui muttered to nobody in particular as she picked a rope and began to crawl across it. Fufufu. This is my time to shine. Support companies of Japan, behold my beautiful babies. I give you the wire arrow and hover saws. Uraraka looked over at the speaker, a girl with bright pink hair reminiscent of a discolored bunch of bananas and covered in gadgets. Way in it, you're allowed to bring devices into the festival? Heroics kids get actual training. It's only fair that we in the support department get to bring in the devices we've made during our own classes. Now then, keep watching and be sure to see how useful my devices are. A launcher attached to her torso fired a dart into the next platform over, which was trailing a long steel wire. Without even so much as a tug to make sure the line was secure, she leapt into the abyss, cushioning her landing with a burst of air from her specially constructed boots before beginning to climb up the side of the platform. Honestly, said another student with glowing hair and eyes like a starry night sky, Hatsum is too much of a show-off for my taste. He planted a metal signpost into the ground, which made a pinging noise for a few seconds before expanding a screen that displayed the network of platforms and tightropes. A path through it was highlighted. He looked at the screen for a moment before proceeding. What? I'm more of a programmer. This thing's just a shortest path traversal problem. As Reiko drifted over the chasm, she spared a glance at Izuku. He had apparently gotten his hands on something, maybe a piece of robot debris, and had turned it into a zip-line trolley, and was clinging to it, using it to slide across the tightropes quickly and efficiently. He was taking a slightly suboptimal path, likely to avoid colliding with others and potentially knocking them off the line as the sheave slid along the cable. Ellis sat up straight on the sofa as she brushed powdered crystal onto one of the fragments of Eugen Megan's shattered eye, pointing at the television with her free hand. That kid right there, he the one? Shigaraki stood on tiptoes to see over her large bat-like wings. Yeah, he's the one who hurt the summon. I've told you before, Eugen Megan's not a summon creature, and I'm not a summoner. The racers in the lead might be feeling pretty comfortable about now. But complacency sets you up for failure. I present the final obstacle. A minefield. They're not hidden super carefully, but if you move hastily or carelessly you won't see them till you set them off. They're not overly lethal, but they'll definitely knock you around. That's obviously dependent on who sets them off. Todoroki's pace slowed. But not by much. The upturned dirt and bare patches where the landmines had been placed stood out to him plain as day. However, the act of slowing down allowed Bakugo to catch up, rocketing for the lead under his quirk's recoil-based propulsion. Izuku had gained a significant amount of progress in the race at the canyon crossing, and was now one of the top 5. Outside of Bakugo and Todoroki, both Tokoyami and Reiko were also ahead of him, though Tokoyami had slowed to a crawl comparatively. Apparently the flashes of the landmines were devastating to his quirk. However, discounting Tokoyami, the 3 remaining frontrunners had too much of a lead on him. While Bakugo and Todoroki's struggle had slowed them, They were within spitting distance of the finish, and Reiko was airborne and breezing through the course with no heed for obstacles. It seemed fourth place was the best he'd be getting. A blast from Bakugu's palms and a spike of surprise from some hapless student hitting the landmines gave him an idea. The explosives placements were obvious enough, though he'd had to slow to navigate the field safely, but perhaps thinking of them as obstacles was the wrong way to go about it. He forced the gathered surprise into his legs, augmenting his defense just like Byakuren had taught him, and took a running start before leaping onto the closest landmine, aiming for the edge of it. I hope this works, or I'll just look like an idiot who threw my lead away. He touched down perfectly on the edge of the mine closest to the finish line, bracing himself for what came next. It promptly detonated, flinging him closer to the line. Focusing as intently as possible, he positioned his legs such that he would land on the edge of the next landmine as well. This is absolutely incredible. Midoriya Izuku is skipping across the minefield, using the blast to propel himself. Bakugu and Todoroki watched as he sailed right past them, breezing through the minefield. They immediately broke up their squabble to try to catch up, Todoroki freezing the field to disable the mines ahead of him and Bakugu launching himself into the air with his quirk. Get your butt back here. Izuku spared the briefest of glances in Bakugu's direction. The blonde wouldn't be able to catch up in time. Reiko, surprisingly, was catching up to the three of them and would probably pass Bakugu, but still wouldn't be able to grab first place from him. He turned back to the course ahead of him just in time to realize the mine he had been aiming for was no longer there. His foot hit the ground hard and he crumpled into an awkward roll. Reiko zipped across the finish line just ahead of him, a landmine circling her lazily. Gonna throttle that gray-haired ghost wannabe, Mamiza muttered as she passed Inko a handkerchief. Now, Hisashi, she gently scolded. They did say anything goes. It's not like Izuku would have come out of that any worse than he would from exploding all those. He still got second, and we should be proud of that. This is exactly what I meant when I said that flight trivializes that course, Sumariko remarked as she lay back in her armchair and began looking through social media posts. You saw that burst of speed she put on at the end. She was probably holding back for most of the race looking for an opportunity. Naomesa's phone buzzed with a response. Tsukachi. Police database search came up with a mommy the head taker. Assassin, signature is decapitating their victims, travels frequently. True name and appearance unknown. The detective frowned. Assassins. Always a headache to deal with, never as flashy as villains, accustomed to acting in secret, very effective at covering their tracks almost as a rule. If Hisashi really was the head taker, then he'd need to be very careful in his approach. The second event is the cavalry battle. Participants will have 15 minutes to form teams of up to 4 people to form a horse and rider formation. Each of you will be given a headband based on your placement in the obstacle race, starting at 5 points for the student in 42nd place and increasing by 5 points for every rank above that. The sole exception is our first place, who instead will be given a headband worth a whopping 10 million points. Everyone looked at Reiko, who had finished the obstacle race in first. This is your chance for a comeback. Just because someone did well in the first event doesn't mean they'll still do well here. It's anyone's game. Your 15 minutes for team selection starts now. With a decent score, I shouldn't need to worry about grabbing other headbands, and most focus will be on Yanagi. Ideally, I want a team with both offense and defense, so we can easily secure new headbands while protecting our own, though I imagine we won't have to deal with too many attacks. While Izuku was planning his team, Uraraka approached. Deku, wanna team up with me? Oh sure, Uraraka. I was actually about to ask you myself. We work well together and your quirk is extremely well suited to a contest like this. Now we just need someone for offense. I could help with that, offered Tokoyami, who had apparently been hanging around waiting for an opening. Might you be persuaded to join forces with me to overcome the forces of darkness once more? Yeah, that works. The 15 minutes are up and all the teams are gathered on the field. It's time to get this show on the road. As the starting signal was given, Reiko, Hatsum, and Bakugu immediately launched themselves into the air, Reiko and Bakugu with their quirks, and Hatsum using a combination of her air boots and a jetpack. Wasting no time, the explosive boy blasted himself at the #1 duo, aiming for the bandanas around Reiko's neck. And we're off to a high-flying start with an aerial battle courtesy of teams Bakugo and Yanagi. Hatsum huffed. They're not giving me enough credit, gotta fix that. Two spherical orbs from her pack, tossing them into the air where they took up positions orbiting her. As Bakugo got close, they began to spark menacingly, forcing him to back off and land on his team to prepare for another launch. Mei deployed a megaphone from her pack, using it to project her voice to the audience. How do you like my orbiting deterrence? They keep opponents at bay without you having to lift a finger, perfect for people with long-range quirks. Down below, things turned into a hectic scramble as the teams without a ranged option realized their only choice was to attack other teams while Yanagi began showering the grounded teams with volleys of ball bearings. Izuku directed his team to make for Hagakure, who was busy fending off an attack from one BS smug-looking blonde. With their attention elsewhere, it was easy to snag their headband while they weren't looking. Kids a chip off the old block, huh? Sumariko asked, glancing at Mamizu. Heh, you'd have to be a fool to pass up easy points off an unaware opponent, and he's no fool. I'm sure even heroes can appreciate seizing the advantage, at least the ones who aren't obsessed with concepts like honor. What do you make of that Bakugo kid's aerial maneuvering? The girl huffed. He's decent for a power-tripping high schooler. This raised an eyebrow. Who, of all people? That's the insult you're going with? Easy points secured, Izuku's team slunk off to continue trying to avoid attention. One BS apparent ringleader moved to cut them off. Ah, so we have a vulture skulking in the wings, it seems, he exclaimed, holding his arms wide. What's the matter, One-it? Can't stand a fair fight, so you need to resort to dirty tricks. You're trying to pull the exact same trick, Izuku countered, pointing to Monoma's neck, which had about 3 more bands than he had started with. Let me guess, picked a team lopsided towards defense? I never. Tsuburaba, go. Tsuburaba exhaled, creating a veritable maze of solidified air barriers and proving Izuku's point about being lopsided towards defense in the process. Dark Shadow wasted no time in bypassing the maze by running through a crack in the floor, swooping up in an attempt to grab the bandanas from Monoma's neck. High-fiving another of his teammates with a spare hand, Monoma's forearm began to spin rapidly, allowing him to deflect Dark Shadow's attack. Yup, close-ranged quirk and a defensive quirk, as well as what looks like contact-based mimicry judging by the high-five. Whatever the last guy's got, it has to be similarly limited, since he didn't use it for range defense or as part of their defense. Tokoyami. Yes, Midoriya? Call Dark Shadow back. They're a heavily turtling team, we'll just waste each other's time like this. Time's coming up, we should make our move. Got it? Making cover. Yaoyorozu produced a folded umbrella and an attached cable from her free hand, pointing it into the air at Reiko and opening. Kaminari. The electricity user nodded. On it. Grabbing the cable, he let his quirk flow into it, feeding electricity into the umbrella and powering a laser pointer hidden in the device. Reiko's eyes widened with sheer panic as the red dot appeared on her chest, and she pulled into a nearly uncontrolled dive, avoiding a shot from a net launcher Yaoyorozu had concealed within the umbrella. Now! Recipro burst. It happened so fast Izuku could barely follow it, a huge burst of exhaust billowing from his engines. Ida suddenly gained a huge amount of speed and propelled his team past the falling Reiko and straight to the other side of the arena. At the same time, Todoroki was able to reach out and snag the 10 million point headband off of Reiko's neck. Bakugo launched himself into the air immediately afterwards, aiming for Todoroki. Deku, what's the plan? They're across the arena from us, we can't pursue. It's disappointing, but we should at least have our position secured, as long as nobody gets the drop on us in these last seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. Hey, you're Midoriya from 1A, right? 1. Finish. Everyone stop grabbing headbands. Izuku looked over at the person who had addressed him, the purple-haired kid from 1B. Yeah, what did you want? The kid looked surprised and somehow slightly disappointed. Never mind. The top 4 teams in the final are as follows. Team Todoroki, with first place. Team Midoriya, at second. Team Bakugo in third. And, finally, Team Shinso in fourth. Reiko, who had lost the entirety of her score within the last minute, just stood there with shaking hands, staring into the distance in disbelief. Now then, as we have only 3 members in Team Midoriya, could 5th place Team Tetsu please choose a member to enter the tournament so we have a nice 16-man bracket? Sorry about the delay, folks. A few members of Team Shinso have elected to withdraw, prompting us to select a few more members from Team Tetsu. But without further ado, your bracket for the final, traditional, tournament round. A bracket of matchups was displayed, facing each section of audience stands, as well as another display for the actual participants. Midoriya vs. Todoroki. Shiro vs. Ida. Uraraka vs. Awaze. The screen flickered almost the instant the matchups were displayed. Even with what little he had been able to read in that moment, Izuku realized that the before and after were altered. Nobody else commented on this fact, however. Midoriya vs. Shinso. Shizaki vs. Tokoyami. Todoroki vs. Shiro. Aoyama vs. Kirishima. Ishido vs. Yaoyorozu. Ida vs. Awaze. Tetsu vs. Kaminari. Bakugo vs. Uraraka. Chapter text. You caught that too, right? Yep, bracket just got rigged. Want me to beat some sense into, her? I'm gonna say this as nicely as possible. Please do not get into a fight with Yakumo Yukari in the middle of a massively popular public event. Tsukachi checked the wiring on the headset he was monitoring the Midoriya's VIP box with. It was plugged in on both ends and the cable was in good condition. Finding no obvious issues, he slid the headset back on in time to catch Hisashi saying, "Didn't sound like a joke, and knowing you, it wasn't." Strange, the audio had cut out for a moment. He'd need to let Nizu know they may want to check their surveillance system wiring. And we have the first round. Anything he touches is clay, and he is the sculptor. In the blue corner, we have one, as master of transformation, Midoriya Izuku. We don't even have colored corners for this ring, Aizawa grumbled, barely audible. And in the red corner, the master of manipulation himself, the verbal virtuoso, Shinso Hitoshi. Virtuoso is really stretching it, a general studies student muttered. Yeah, another agreed, he mainly just insults people and looks down on them. Then again, guess they don't have anything else to hype him with. He wouldn't even be in the hero course if that kid hadn't gone missing. The 2 combatants stepped into the ring, Midnight checking them over. As a reminder, the rules of the one-on-one round are simple. If you are knocked unconscious, leave the ring for any reason, or declare your forfeit, then you lose. You are not allowed to bring anything into the matches that you were disallowed from bringing into the festival itself, but other than that, everything's allowed. Midoriya, huh? Shinso said, scratching his head through his purple hair. Good luck. May the best man win. Izuku remembered what Ajuru had told him before the match. I can't remember anything from when he spoke to me until after the cavalry battle ended. So do you think he can wipe memories? No. I was in a different place than before, and if he could convince me to join his team he wouldn't have needed to wipe my memory. I think he's got mind control. He stayed silent. Shinso sighed. He told you, huh? Makes my job harder. He took a wary, but clumsy fighting stance, indicative of some amount of combat training, but ultimately very little. I don't get people like that, the tired boy continued, obsessed with honor and fairness. Half of general studies is howling for my blood because they think I don't deserve to be here, that I haven't earned a spot in heroics, that I somehow cheated because someone else didn't accept their spot. They'd give anything to be up here right now. And that monkey just throws his spot away? What a moron. What did you dash? Izuku's eyes went blank. Shinso grinned. And that's game. Walk out of the ring, please. Mamizu let out a whistle. Mind control? That's a rarity, all right. Inko wrung her hands nervously. Do you think that's it? As his power is now, absolutely. Izuku can't break out without outside intervention. He could still surprise us, though. Izuku's legs began to carry him to the edge of the ring against his will. He needed to do something, anything, to jolt himself out of Shinsu's control. If he could just manage to move his fingers, he could touch his pants. Would that even help? Would he be disqualified for stripping? Probably not. They did say, anything goes, and there was that kid a couple years ago whose Quirk stripped him mid-event. Even if he could somehow touch his pants, he'd need to make something that would be able to jolt him immediately, without needing further input. His mind raced with ideas as he drew closer to the ring's edge. There wasn't enough time. If he could only trip or something, the ground was flat stone, nothing to trip on. As he took another mindless step, his foot sank slightly into mud that definitely wasn't there before and slid out ahead of him. He fell on his back, knocking him free of his opponent's Quirk. Shinso ran up, panic clear on his face, to attempt to kick Izuku into unconsciousness before he could recover. It was too late. Izuku had pushed himself into a crouching position by the time the 1B student reached him, and seized the incoming foot with a grip like an iron vice. The brainwasher struggled for a bit, trying to keep a good fighting stance, nearly impossible when one of your legs is in the opponent's hand. Finally, he relented. I forfeit. Mamizu and Inko made for a strange sight as they toasted to Izuku's victory, a fit, lean man with messy green hair, laughing uproariously and happily, paired with a slightly chubby woman wiping away tears of mixed nervousness and happiness, toasting with an equally dissonant pairing of a full bottle of sake and a significantly more restrained glass. It was Mamizu's 5th bottle of the event, and the disguised Tanuki drained it in a single long, uninterrupted swig before tossing the empty bottle over her shoulder into the trash. I don't get it, what happened there? Sumariko asked. People's powers often develop in unexpected ways once they start using them regularly. Something like creating ice actually being manipulation of cold, for instance. Inko smiled. Certainly a more significant example than I would have used. A classmate of mine back in high school had a hair growth quirk that actually extended to all keratin. She had never tried using it on her nails before. Sumariko recalled her own long hours of practicing her ability in secret, pulling down trees and warping space until she figured out how to teleport herself, create fire, and generally do almost anything associated with psychic powers. The idea that someone might think their own power had hard restrictions was foreign to her. Oh, so his ability to transform objects. Mamizu patted down her pockets looking for more tobacco to pack her kizuru. That wasn't actually tied to his hands, it would seem. He just thought it was because it was easier to use that way. The question is how soon until he can do that at will, and how much further he can take it. She thought to herself, I'm going to have to thank Yakumo for this, and that means being civil to that DMN fox of hers. Now that we've repaired the minor damage to the ring. It was one tile, Izuku thought to himself, slightly embarrassed to be the reason for the delay. Cementos fixed it in 5, maybe 10 seconds. We can get on with the second fight. First up, we have the holy woman of class 1B. Her faith gives her strength, Shiozaki Ibra. A girl with long, thorny vines for hair stepped into the ring. A pair of the vines had been carefully braided with each other and tied around her head, forming the appearance of a crown of thorns. How unseemly, Shiozaki muttered, though I am a follower of his teachings, to presume to call myself a holy woman would be unacceptably prideful. And her opponent, one as Master of Darkness, the Lord of Shadows, Tokoyami Fumikichi. Dark shadow emerged from the bird-headed boy's shadow, resting an arm on Tokoyami's shoulder. Begin! A wave of vines immediately shot out towards Tokoyami, sweeping up and around with an aim to completely encase him and stop his movements. Dark shadow wasn't fast enough to stop all of them. It battered and tore at the wall of plant matter to no avail, struggling even as it disappeared into a thorny cocoon along with its owner. Midnight waited for a moment to see if there was any sign of a comeback. Just as she began to raise her arm to declare Shiozaki's victory, a muffled roar emanated from the bundle of vines before a significantly larger dark shadow tore its way out. Fixing its gaze on Shiozaki, the berserk Quirk threw itself at the girl, shrinking rapidly in the sunlight. Ducking down, the vine-haired girl pulled her hair together and swept it upwards, redirecting the raging shadow's momentum up and over her head. Tokoyami was dragged along for the ride as his Quirk flew out of the ring, landing on the ground as it returned to its normal size. Tokoyami has left the ring. Shiozaki moves on to the next round. Midnight declared. Izuku frantically jotted notes into his journal, muttering frantically the whole time. So dark shadow grows stronger in darkness? Makes sense, but it seems uncontrollable when that happens. I suppose that's the drawback of Ascension Quirk. Maybe he could use some portable lights to direct it if he can't find a way to control it, though obviously actually being able to control the quirk would be far better. Meanwhile, Shiozaki's vines are extremely versatile and effective, and I have no way to cut through them fast enough to take them on directly. The best strategy is probably to avoid them while I go for her. There's a slight delay when they change directions, so if I can dodge the initial rush. Wow, Uraraka said with an impressed tone. Your match only just ended but you're already planning ahead for your next opponent? How diligent. He was slightly embarrassed to realize she had been watching him. This is sort of just a hobby of mine. I've always been really fascinated by people's quirks, and this is the first time we've really been able to see the other classes in action. He flipped back a few pages in his notes, turning the book towards her to display the pages detailing Uraraka's own quirk and possible applications of it. I've got stuff on our own class here, too, even your zero gravity, Uraraka. She was speechless for a moment as she looked over the pages. He had even jotted notes on possible fighting styles she could use, as well as ideas for possible uses she hadn't even tested. She'd never considered looking into her quirk in that much detail, and she had lived with the thing for 11 years now. He'd even written out an idea for a shape-shifting glove that could retract from her fingertips and effectively let her turn her quirk off, and noted pro heroes' outfits that incorporated similar design elements to show it was possible. I've always thought you were amazing, Deku, ever since the day we met, but the sports festival is really letting you show that. Born to the best, raised by the best, and trained by the best, the heir of the number 2 hero endeavor, Todoroki Shoto. Todoroki's eyes flashed with anger, though he didn't say a word. And his opponent. Though his presence in 1A speaks volumes about his ability, he's still as plain as they come, Shiro Hanta. Shiro stretched his arms as he took his position. They could have given me a better introduction. The moment Midnight signaled the start of the round, he immediately shot 2 bands of tape at Todoroki, wrapping around the boy's shoulders and knees in an attempt to restrict his movement. Wasting no time, he whipped his arms to the left, flinging Todoroki through the air in an attempt to eliminate his opponent via ring-out before he could react. The temperature dropped noticeably as the tape around Todoroki's body froze and shattered, releasing the boy. His motion, in turn, was stopped by a pillar of ice that formed to tie him to the ground before he whipped his right hand forward, fury in his eyes. Before anyone in the audience could even flinch, a massive glacier had formed in the arena, encasing Shiro up to his neck at the front end of it and ballooning outwards behind him to the point that it was threatening the stands. Shiro, are you able to free yourself from that? Midnight asked. That's a joke, right? Shiro has been immobilized. Todoroki Shoto advances to the next round. Someone in the stands shouted out, "You did your best," as Todoroki began to thaw Shiro out of the glacier. Next up, the dazzling Aoyama Yuga against the fierce bruiser Kirishima Ijiro. Merci for the introduction, mon ami, Aoyama said, striking a pose. There's no way he can hear you, dude. It's still polite to thank him. The moment the start of the match was signaled, Kirishima hardened up. Immediately, a beam from Aoyama's stomach slammed into him, shoving him back slightly but leaving him otherwise unfazed. He grinned. Is that all you got? Aoyama's smile slightly faltered, but the blonde continued to fire beams while backing away from Kirishima's reinforced advance. Soon enough, it became apparent to the audience that this fight was going to be nothing like the previous 2 crowd-pleasers. Aoyama had no chance in close combat and he knew it, ducking across the ring to keep away from his opponent. Kirishima, meanwhile, was too resilient for Aoyama to pose a threat, but too slow to catch up to the nimble boy while keeping himself hardened and braced. One for all would let him handle it no problem, but he was unwilling to injure himself just to end the fight faster. Such a tactic would be suicidal in a real fight. As a result, a decent portion of the crowd was ready for the fight to end when Aoyama finally bent over in pain, his quirk's effects on his stomach finally too great to continue fighting. Someone towards the front of the stands threw a tomato onto the field, an extremely ill-advised decision that nearly immediately got him tackled by around a dozen pro-heroes and a police officer. Class 1, as Ace, the brilliant Yaoyorozu Momo, can create anything her mind desires. Let's hope that her stuff is acid-proof, though, if she's going up against Ishido Mina. Yaoyorozu took a slow, steady breath, trying to calm her nerves. I still need to pay you back for the battle trials, Ishido called across the ring. The moment the round started, the pink girl started laying down a layer of acid, skating towards her opponent with impressive speed. Yaoyorozu froze up, realizing only a moment before the acid user reached her that she needed to make something and hastily producing a shield. The acid sizzled and hissed as it splattered on the metal. She had forgotten to give it an acid-resistant coating. What's acid-resistant again? Certain steels, but they need the right molecular arrangements. Yaoyorozu was doing an impressive job of dodging, considering she was also frantically trying to remember what material she needed on the fly. She tried to stall for time by producing a flashbang grenade. She had practiced that one until she could do it on reflex. Mina immediately doused the trigger mechanism with acid. Oh no you don't. Had enough of those, thank you very much. Backing up further, Yaoyorozu realized with a sickening lurch in her stomach that she had reached the edge of the ring and began to topple off. She immediately produced a staff to steady herself, aluminum, a simple element that was the first one that came to mind. Smirking, Mina flung some more acid onto it. It didn't melt. Taking advantage of her opponent's momentary confusion, Yaoyorozu heaved herself back up into the ring and went on the offensive, battering Ishido with a series of quick, efficient strikes while staying cautious of the lingering pools of acid. When the pink girl stumbled, falling onto her back, she moved in for the finishing blow, only to be taken off guard when her opponent made use of her inherent acid resistance to begin spinning around in it, using a series of spinning movements. More akin to breakdancing than actual fighting techniques and throwing Yaoyorozu's strategy completely off. A foot hooked onto the staff and wrenched it to the side, causing the ponytailed girl to stumble and fall out of the ring. Class 1, as very own Speed King Ida Tenya faces off against 1B's Immobility Master Away's Yosetsu. Great, Yosetsu thought to himself, nothing I can actually use for welding. He braced himself for the incoming rush. This was going to be a tough fight. He could only hope he could keep his guard up as Ida picked at him from any direction the bespectacled boy pleased. Before he could even realize what Ida was planning, his shoulders had been grabbed and he'd been shoved out of the ring. Yishaway's got a bad draw, huh? Kinoko asked, turning to Monoma. He'd have had trouble with that speed even if he did have something to work with. Monoma was steadfastly attempting to crush the arms of his seat with his hands, furiously muttering about bias against 1B and rigged brackets. Dude, chill, Kaibara remarked from the seat next to the blonde. No way did UA rig the matches, we've got one win so far, and Tetsu hasn't even gone yet. Next up, we have a truly electrifying battle. Tetsu the Iron Man of 1B against Kaminari Denki Raijin brought down to mortality. Aizawa stifled an uncharacteristic snort of laughter at the pun. If you want to surrender, do it now, Kaminari said with a smirk, lightning playing across his fingers. I don't think me electrifying your metal body's gonna be pretty. Tetsu's body took on a metallic tinge as he activated his quirk. I think I like my chances just fine, thank you. Your funeral. Tetsu boldly threw himself into Kaminari's arms as the electricity wielder unleashed the greatest voltage he could with a yell of indiscriminate shock. The more squeamish members of the crowd looked away from what they assumed was a suicidal move. Others watched, transfixed. After a moment, the sparking of electricity stopped. Tetsu tapped Kaminari on the shoulder as the boy stood there dazed. He turned to Midnight. Hey, he seems to have fried himself. I don't think he can fight anymore. Do I really have to throw him out of the ring? No, if he's really unable to keep fighting then it's your win without needing to ring out or knock him unconscious. Present Mike chattered excitedly as the medical bots grabbed an idly compliant Kaminari and led him off the field. Absolutely amazing interaction of Quirk's right there. That gamble on Tetsutetsu's part really paid off for him. Aizawa, why don't you explain to our viewers just what that was? You know this. I know you know this. Working with electronics is one of your favorite hobbies. Why are you asking me to explain this? Because it's no fun if I'm just monologuing into the microphone all the time. Come on, work with me here. Aizawa heaved a sigh directly into the mic. Tetsutetsu's quirk allows him to protect himself by turning into metal. However, since he can still move and, more importantly, breathe while under its effects, he made the assumption that it either acted only as a shell, or that the metal in different parts of his body had different traits to mimic the organs, crucially, including different conductivities. And what exactly does that mean for their fight, Eraserhead? Another sigh. An electrical field, when applied to the metal coating his body, causes the charges within his metallic surface to align in such a way as to cancel the effects on his interior. In essence, he's got a natural Faraday cage, making him immune to electrocution. There you have it, folks. You can't always guess how a battle's gonna turn out at first glance. That outcome was easily foreseeable, though. Mute your mic if you're gonna snark at my commentary. Uraraka sat in the prep room trying to psyche herself up for her match against Bakugo. Memories of the boy's savagery during the battle trial on the first day came to her mind immediately. Though she hadn't been there to see him fight in person, she had seen the footage afterwards as part of a review they had done a week later. He was a vicious, cunning opponent, the sort who definitely wouldn't hold back. No, who'd view it as an insult for either himself or his opponent to hold back. On top of that, his quirk had the definite power and maneuverability advantage. This was going to be an uphill battle for sure. Raka, are you feeling okay? She snapped back to reality, realizing that Izuku was both shaking her and calling her name. Blinking a few times, she turned to him. Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry, I was just thinking about the upcoming match. Yeah, they'll probably call you up in a moment. Listen, you've helped me out so much so far at UA, so I wanted to return the favor. I made this on the fly, so it might be a bit rough around the edges, but it's a strategy for fighting against Bakugo, one that uses your quirk. He held a journal out to her. She stared at it for a moment, her mind blanking for some reason. After a moment, the odd feeling passed. Thanks, Deku, but I'm going to do this on my own. Huh. You do amazing things all the time without needing any help, while I just joined up with you during the cavalry battle because I thought it would be easiest to team up with friends. Even then, I guess I was just relying on you again. But not any. I need to do this without your help. We're all fighting for our futures here, so that makes us all rivals. She gave him a thumbs up as she headed for the door. I'll see you in the finals. And now for the final match of round 1. He stood out from the rest since his middle school days, the ever-explosive Bakugo Katsuki of 1A. And against him, my personal pick for the match, also of 1A, Uraraka Ochako. Round face. Bakugo said, an intimidating glint in his eyes. If you're gonna back down, do it now. I won't hold back. Could smell the burnt sugar scent of his nitroglycerin sweat even from across the arena. Stealing her nerves, she met his eyes with a determined gaze of her own. Start! Uraraka immediately broke into a run, dropping to an animalistic all-fours scramble to minimize her profile and present a smaller target for Bakugo's explosions. Initially surprised by her speed, the blonde quickly recovered and whipped his right hand forward, unleashing a blast before she had time to react and change course or block. As Uraraka was thrown backwards, he took a few steps back from the smokescreen his explosion had created, to give himself more time to react to further attack. A UA sports jumpsuit began to emerge from the smoke. Too easy, Bakugo realized. Round face hangs with Deku, she's smarter than that, and the way the sleeve is fluttering, there's no arm in it. He slammed an arm down on the empty shirt, unleashing another explosion and sweeping his arm back to project the blast to his right, the only side with enough smoke to cover a flanking movement. As he expected, Uraraka went flying again, visible in the brief moment of clarity before the smoke filled in the gap opened by the shockwave again. The crowd watched in disgust as Bakugo blasted Uraraka away again for the umpteenth time that match. Doesn't matter how good you are, you can't dodge blasts of that size that close. She's just desperate at this point. The match is already decided. A pro in a brilliant white outfit stood up, pointing to the ring, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Hey! That's not how a hero should act. You're clearly stronger than her, just end it. Stop toying with the poor girl." Aizawa's furious voice immediately responded, practically screaming into the mic, "Who just said he's toying with her? Is it a pro? How long?" A hush fell over the crowd as the Erasure Hero's tirade continued. "If that's all you're getting from this, then you should just leave right now and start looking at job sites. There's no point in you watching. She's come just as far as he has. He's not toying with her, he's being careful, a concept apparently foreign to you. He's making sure he doesn't make any massive moves that leave any openings for her to exploit." Mamizu grinned as she lit another pipeful of tobacco. "Clever." Sumariko, however, was outraged. "Hey, that looks like illegal dumping. That's not even your best move. I can still be angry." Uraraka gave an exhausted smile. "Thanks for keeping your guard up and not ending this quickly, Bakugo." Slamming her fingertips together, she released her quirk. Bakugo looked to the sky in sudden realization as her weapons began to fall, pieces of debris, hundreds of them, varied in size from pebbles to fist-sized chunks of stone, carefully gathered and thrown into the air by her quirk while her low charges had kept Bakugo's eyes from ever drifting skyward and spotting her trap before it was sprung. And now the jaws of that trap were closing around her prey. Whether he dodges or repels this, it'll give me an opening. I just need to close the gap in that instant, and I can win this. Bakugo flung both his hands skywards, unleashing a tremendous blast, larger than any he had used without his gauntlets. Even without being the direct target, it knocked her back. Her entire rain of projectiles was completely vaporized. "Knew you were up to something," he said, voice slightly shaky. She could smell something off. It didn't smell like burnt sugar. Was he running out of his explosive sweat? "Now then, let's get serious, shall we?" She was about to collapse when she saw it, blood, dripping from a cut on his arm. His blast hadn't been enough to deflect her full attack. She had gotten through his defense. The sight gave her a second wind, and she rushed forward once more, mouth open and panting hard. Her hesitation in the face of his last attack had given him time to recover, sealing her fate. Bakugo's knee slammed into her chin, slamming her jaw shut and knocking her unconscious. Let's get started with the second round. First up, Midoriya Izuku showed us a glimpse of his strength with an amazing comeback last round, using his quirk to escape his opponent's control even without being able to move his limbs. Izuku awkwardly shrank in on himself. He wasn't even sure how he had done that, and hadn't been able to replicate it so far. It seemed sort of wrong to him to be praised for something he hadn't intentionally done. His opponent is one BS Shizuki Ibara, who demonstrated her versatility with a dominating performance, using her vines both for offense and defense. The vine-haired girl made no indication she had heard present mixed commentary, eyes closed and hands clasped in silent prayer. She opened her eyes as midnight signaled the match start. "Begin." Just as with Tokoyami, Shizuki's first move was to send her hair out in a massive wave, seeking simply to overwhelm Izuku with the sheer breadth of her offense. He rushed forward, hoping that he hadn't been mistaken in his observation of her round. There, an opening in her attack, one that appeared only briefly as an effect of how she partitioned her vines. If he had waited, it would have closed as the vines sent to the right and left rejoined into the cocoon trap, but by rushing into the attack he was able to escape through it. His arm caught on a thorn as he dove through the opening, landing on the bed of plant matter and rolling to his feet. Kirishima let out a cheer of excitement. "Yo, that was super manly, diving through her attack like that. No fear at all, he just went for it. I see that my inglorious defeat yielded fruit, at least." Tokoyami said, a small smile on his beak. "That technique is a devious one. I was completely unable to see the weakness in it, to my shame." Ashido, however, wasn't so jubilant. Guys, does Midoriya seem okay to you?" "What do you mean?" Midoriya's one of the toughest guys in the Recovery Girl always just sends him back, and the only thing that really slowed him down was that USJ villain. She pointed Kirishima's attention to one of the monitors set up to give a close-up of the fighting. Sheet, Mamizu cursed under her breath. Sumariko didn't even glance up from her phone. What is it? That's someone who can actually hurt a yokai. Izuku's right arm burned like it had been doused in boiling water. It was also bleeding, but that was a lesser concern. Shiozaki's thorns must have had some kind of poison in them. His arm was already starting to feel numb. He couldn't let her hit him too many more times. More worryingly, she could harm him as easily as though he hadn't gained his yokai abilities. He hadn't seen his own blood since before the sludge villain incident, close to a year ago now. The vines writhed around him, drawing back to give themselves the space for another rush. Apparently Shiozaki's control of their movement was best towards the tips of the tendrils, forcing her to maneuver them longer distances after a narrow miss. He took advantage of the extra time by reaching down and using his ability on the floor of the ring, turning it into a large metal sheet and flipping it up to use as a shield against the next attack. It came soon enough, an onslaught of foliage from his left apparently aiming to simply force him out of the ring. He quickly adjusted his makeshift barrier to intercept it, bracing himself as the tide of plant matter crashed around him like a rock in the middle of rapids. As the vines slowed, he grabbed one, careful to avoid touching the thorns, now that he knew they could harm him, and tore it off so it was no longer part of Shiozaki before turning it into a machete and beginning to hack away at the mass of greenery. He almost didn't notice the second wave of vines that swept in from above, only just barely managing to clamber up his metal sheet in time. The vines grazed against him regardless, pain blossoming through his body as the vines raked across his back. This wasn't working, her vines were just too much for him to cleanly dodge, and each scratch she left made his defeat draw closer. Did Tokoyami have to deal with this? He seemed fine after being cocooned by her. Was she somehow more effective since he was a yokai? Although he had cut back a third of her vines, she still had enough to continue her assault. He needed an opening. Transforming his weapon into a club, he hurled the blunt weapon at Shiozaki. She reacted to the projectile with shock, breaking from her prayers to duck the object. Wasting no time, he ran in to engage her in close combat, fighting through the burning numbness in his arm to try to keep her from regaining the focus or space needed to make the best use of her vines. Whatever power had been enhancing her attacks earlier had disappeared, and he barely felt the few lashes she sent his way as he attacked. Shiozaki faltered under his assault, slowly, ceding ground as she simultaneously tried to stop him from landing a decisive hit and use her vines despite the problems posed by their length at such close quarters. It was a difficult task, made even harder by Izuku's strength. His yokai heritage made him a fair bit stronger than he appeared, even if he didn't descend from one of the stronger types like an Oni or Tengu. Finally, she made a mistake, placing her foot wrong and losing her footing. She fell onto her back and, with a silent prayer for victory, lashed out with the two vines she had kept wrapped around her head as a crown. Weakened from the fight, Izuku was unable to dodge the attack at such close range. The thorny vines, their strength renewed by her devotion, lashed across his shoulders like flaming whips. Izuku lost consciousness. Mamizu stared at the arena, unresponsive. Inko had already hurried off to locate Yue's infirmary. At last, the elder Tanuki spoke. "I'm going to kill her," she said, disconcertingly calmly. "I am going to cut the gap hag open and rip her heart out with my bare hands. I'm going to say this as nicely as possible. Please do not get into a fight with Yakumo Yukari in the middle of a massively popular public event," Sumariko echoed sarcastically, earning herself a glare from the furious yokai. "Okay, seriously, lighten up." Plants for brains there had no idea what she was doing, and wouldn't have been able to fully exterminate Izuku without going for a killing blow that the ref would have stopped. She's just throwing raw faith around without an idea of how to actually channel it. Not even samurai level, those guys could use it on their swords. She wouldn't have been able to do anything with it if her vines weren't part of her. I've seen enough yokai get exterminated by hunters they underestimated for she didn't know what she was doing to be little comfort to me. Sumariko idly pulled up her social media feed on her phone, scrolling through it disinterestedly. Then think of it this way instead. Fighting people who can use faith is a blind spot for him, and now he knows that. Were you just assuming he wouldn't run into anyone who knew how to do that? You were worshipped as a god. Byakuren is a devout Buddhist, and the highest-ranking priest in her temple is simultaneously a tiger yokai and an avatar of Bishamonten. The Taoists have that necromancer of theirs who's refined her practices enough to become a hermit despite being, like, one of the worst people I've heard of and someone who heaven refuses to acknowledge. You can't just assume it won't come up. Mamizu hung her head in defeat. I suppose you're right. Hey, don't worry about it. Figuring things yourself out is one thing. Teaching them is another entirely. You spent centuries leading a pack of yokai who'd figure things out for themselves, and the most you would have to worry about is taking revenge if one of them got injured. Now go check on your son already. Power Loader scratched his head. Yeah, it looks like it should be fine. There's no issue with the wiring on this end that I can see, and the diagnostics say all the monitoring equipment should be working fine. You sure they just haven't left or gone quiet? Tsukachi shook his head. They were in the middle of a conversation when the feed cut. Midoriya's mother was in the middle of saying she was going to find the infirmary. The hero put the headphones on his head for a moment before taking them off. Yeah, I'm hearing some faint tapping. I think the Midoriyas have left and their guest is just looking at things on a phone or something. I can open up the walls to check the wiring after the event's done, just to be sure, but as it stands there's nothing I can do that won't make it obvious we're monitoring them, and I know how you police types are about that. Next up, the ice-cold powerhouse Todoroki Shudo takes the field. He's blown through every round so far without losing his cool. Will Kirishima Ijiru be the one to break that streak? Neither competitor made a comment. The moment Midnight began to raise her arm to signal the start of the match, Todoroki simultaneously created a chunk of ice behind him and let loose a massive wave of ice, comparable to the one he had used on Zero. Kirishima immediately responded with an enhanced punch, shattering the inbound ice before it could fully form. That won't work on me, Todoroki, he yelled, clutching his cracked and bleeding arm. Todoroki simply let loose another wave, smaller than the first, that Kirishima was able to punch through with the aid of hardening, activating his quirk and throwing himself shoulder first at the ice to shatter it before it could immobilize him. I wouldn't have realized it without my own quirk's recoil, but you have some kind of limit too, don't you? That's why you've tried to end every fight quickly so far. So if I draw this out, then it's just a manly battle of endurance. Endeavor fumed, prompting several nearby spectators to scooch away from the heat radiating from his seat. The number 2 hero had been too cheap to spring for a VIP box. Shudo, this boy should be nothing more than a pebble in your path, he muttered. Are you really going to throw away a sure victory over some childish rebellion? A shiver ran up Todoroki's spine as he sent out more ice. Kirishima's statement wasn't wrong. He had a definite limit before he grew too cold to continue. He couldn't use another massive glacier like he had used to open the match or to defeat Zero, due to the amount of cold needed to generate the attack. At most, he'd be able to go even with Kirishima's most powerful, self-damaging punches, but then he'd be at his limit and hardening would give his opponent the advantage. Closing in was a bad idea for the same reason. Kirishima thrived in close quarters. You're shivering, Kirishima stated, no accused. You aren't immune to the temperatures of your own quirk. Gritting his teeth. Against the biting chill in his arm, Todoroki loosed another wave of ice. You have fire, don't you? You've thawed people out after sparring matches before, use it. His body was growing numb from the cold. The waves of ice he sent out were weaker, smaller than before. Kirishima's rocky body seemed less conductive of the cold. That or his exertion to break through each wall of ice was keeping him warm. Regardless, Todoroki could see him panting through jagged teeth, a clear sign that the extended combat was wearing on his stamina. What happens if a villain shows up and your ice doesn't work? You can't just stand by and watch as innocent people pay the price. Shut up. Todoroki grunted out, putting his full right side to work and creating the largest burst of ice since the start of the match. Sluggish and debilitated from the cold, he misjudged Kirishima's approach, and the ice was aimed too far away, spreading out only once it had passed his opponent. The audience in the front rows flinched away from the incoming wall of frost before realizing it wasn't quite large enough to put them at risk. Returning to her spectator's seat in time to watch Todoroki's ice wave miss a target directly in front of him, Reiko stifled a snort of laughter. Jiraiya shot her a sideways glance. "What's so funny?" "Oh, you wouldn't get it." Now in front of his opponent, Kirishima let out a bellow of, "Don't hold anything back, Todoroki," as he swung in with a punch from his good arm, sheathed in red lightning. Instinctively, Todoroki's left side flared up as the attack came in, but the flames were too small, too insignificant to do anything. Kirishima's fist slammed into Todoroki and launched him from the ring. Midnight was quick to announce the resolution of the match. Todoroki has been launched out of bounds. Kirishima Izuku is the winner of this round. Kirishima let his arms dangle limply as he watched the medical bots carry Todoroki off to the infirmary. "I've been there, Todoroki," he said, faintly, to himself. "You don't want to have to stand there watching something terrible happen because you can't bring yourself to intervene. You want to be able to look back on your life and say you have no regrets." "Kirishima Izuku," beeped a medical bot that rolled up behind him. "It is advised that you report to Recovery Girl after a match of that intensity." "Yeah, I'm going." Izuku blinked awake to the sight of an unfamiliar ceiling. "It's the UA infirmary. Doubt you've been here before, not for very long at least." They turned Inko away at the door. "Guess it's school policy that only students or faculty can be in here." Turning his head, he saw a bespectacled Uraraka sitting next to his bed with a look of worry on her face. She fiddled with a hair ornament in the shape of a leaf, a key tell as to who it really was. "That was quite a fight you put up, Izuku. Honestly surprised, you're a tougher customer than I thought." Izuku couldn't bring himself to meet her eyes. Instead fixating on the television that had been set up for students to watch the matches. Ida had grabbed Mina by the shoulders and was running her towards the arena's edge while she was powerless to stop him. "Not good, Ida," he thought. "You're relying on your speed to blitz the opponent. Bakugo will see through that in an instant. You've done it twice in a row now." Mamizu continued to press him. "Don't worry about the loss, Izuku. I'm proud of how well you did, considering the circumstances. Truthfully, I wasn't expecting anyone like that girl to show up here. Wonder if she wouldn't be happier as a monk." "She felt just like that demon at USJ," Izuku said at last. "Most things feel like they're hitting through a layer of padding, way weaker than they should be, but her attacks didn't have that." "That'd be her faith," Mamizu said. "I imagine you also felt a burning pain when she hit you. Remember the story of the Umikade of Mount Megami? Fujiwara no Hidesato fired 2 arrows that splintered against its shell, before the 3rd arrow, when," Izuku muttered in realization. "That he prayed to Hachiman, who governs archery," Mamizu finished, "and his faith and devotion let that final shot strike true. That Ibra girl would have made a fine student for a Yukai hunter, back in the day. Not a hunter of her own, oh no, she'd be dead within a month without proper training, but she shows potential. Not the sort of person I wanted you to fight this soon. Not the sort of person you should have fought this soon." It was clear what she meant by that. "The matchups." She nodded. "Yukari's meddling, no doubt about that. I don't know what game she's playing, but there's a storm coming, one way or another. I wish I was strong enough to act freely in this world." Kirishima burst into the room. "Midoriya, dude. I'm fighting Shiozaki next round. Do you have any tips?" "Oh, sorry, Uraraka. Didn't realize you were here too. I thought you were calling your folks?" Mamizu as Uraraka smiled. "I just wanted to check on Izuku and make sure he was fine after that match." "You're right that I should really call my folks. I'll be going now." The red-haired boy watched the disguised Tanuki leave, none the wiser. "Huh, didn't realize Uraraka needed glasses. She should wear them instead of her contacts more of the time. She looked pretty cute in them. Anyway, like I said, I'm fighting against Shiozaki next round and wanted to know if you had any advice." This next match is a battle of steel and explosions that wouldn't look out of place in an old war movie. We have Tetsu versus Bakugo Katsuki. "I've been looking forward to this since I saw the bracket," said Tetsu. "You've rubbed me wrong from the start. Now I can beat you down myself." What did you say, you demon extra? Bakugo let explosions rip from both palms, launching himself at his opponent. The speed of his attack caught Tetsutetsu off guard, the boy only barely managing to metalize before. Bakugo struck with a heavy left hook. He staggered back, even metallic, the sheer momentum behind the punch stung. Recovering, he retaliated with a jab from his right hand, which the blonde deftly avoided, retaliating with a blast to Tetsutetsu's ribs. No doubt about it, steel wasn't enough to let him ignore the hits. He gritted his teeth and pressed on, hoping he could get a decisive hit in before Bakugo wore him down. He didn't. As our tournament reaches the semifinals, we have a battle of two individuals who've proved to be extremely well-rounded combatants. Shiozaki Ibara's had plenty of opportunity to show how her vines work both on the offense and defense, while Kirishima Ijira's powerful strikes and extreme durability have definitely left an impact after his match last round. Shiozaki gave a simple nod to Kirishima as she entered the ring, her hands clasped as they so often were. Kirishima returned it, though his mind was elsewhere. My mistake when fighting Shiozaki was that I let her keep me at range for too long. Her quirk is extremely well suited to longer range combat. She can maintain pressure on the opponent without needing to compromise her own position, and the sheer quantity makes it hard to find an opening once the assault starts. Tokoyami fell victim to this as well. However, the fact that her first action is always to send her vines at her opponent as a delaying tactic shows that she needs one thing. Sorry, Shiozaki, he thought to himself. This is going to be pretty unmanly of me. Start. Immediately infusing his arm with one for all, Kirishima mimicked one of All Might smashes, launching a gale force wind across the arena and sending Shiozaki flying out of the ring. Time to get her vines set up. And in contrast to our generalists last round, we have two specialized combat machines. Ida Tenya's used his raw speed to blitz every opponent he's had so far. Will this tactic keep working for him against Bakugo Katsuki's explosive offense? Ida kicked his engines into gear the moment the match started, but was still a bit too slow. Bakugo had already let off a huge explosion, creating a smokescreen like he had during his fight with Uraraka. It was a good move, concealing his position and obscuring vision so Ida couldn't move too hastily. The crowd disagreed about that, a groan rippling through them as they realized they were about to spend a round staring at smoke. Ida looked around for any sign of Bakugo in the thick smoke. He rushed in as fast as he could. The blonde couldn't have gone far when he realized what he was overlooking. Quickly using a boost from his engine, he flipped his leg up in a bicycle kick, striking Bakugo as he tried to drop on him and launching him away. To his chagrin, he noticed that Bakugo had managed to get an arm up in time to block the kick. Now the blonde was both conscious and hidden, not a good combination. Recipro burst would be useless due to uncontrollability and the risk of causing himself to leave the ring. As a boom rang out from the smoke, Ida prepared himself to receive Bakugo's attack, catching the blonde off guard yet again as he launched a counter at the moment the explosive quirk user emerged from the smoke. Taking the hit in the shoulder, Bakugo grabbed Ida by the arm and fired an explosion at close range, where Ida had no way to dodge. He was sent flying back. It was a wonder he didn't ring out. He had to be close to the edge after that. A dangerous place to be, but not without its benefits. A good reversal could get him an easy ring-out victory. Another explosion heralded Bakugo's next attack. Ida focused intently on the smoke, readying his hands to grab and throw, to toss his opponent out of the ring. Bakugo was spinning like an artillery shell. His form was completely off. There was no way Ida could correct his positioning in time. The blonde slammed into him with an exploding palm, launching him out of the arena. Ida's phone buzzed just as Recovery Girl shooed him out of the infirmary. It was his mother. She must have seen his loss. Hello, Mother. I'm sorry that I disappointed you. What? No, that's not. Her voice sounded raw. Had she been crying? Tenya, please stay calm. It's about Tensei. She paused for a moment to take a shuddering breath. He didn't return from a patrol on time, so the other members of his team went out looking for him. Ida could have sworn his heart stopped. The hero killer ambushed him. He's in critical condition. At long last, we come to our final matchup. Our combatants should need no introduction at this point, So give it up for Kirishima Ijuru and Bakugo Katsuki. The crowd erupted with cheers and applause, as well as a few faint yells of, "No smoke this time, please. May the best man win. No hard feelings, yeah?" Bakugo just growled in response. Though he was calm on the outside, on the inside, Kirishima was desperately trying to psych himself up. Bakugo had a decisive advantage in maneuverability and sustained offense. He could surpass Explosion's raw power with one for all, but he had a hard limit on the number he could fire off 4 shots. Or only 2 if he didn't want to render his arms useless. It was going to be an entirely different type of battle of attrition than against Todoroki. Midnight signaled the start of the match, and Bakugo stalked forward, bold yet wary, ready to use an explosion to dodge at a moment's notice if Kirishima tried pulling the same ring-out trick that he used against Shiozaki. Kirishima knew that he had to pin him down somehow. Tetsu's quirk was too close to hardening for comfort, and Bakugo had already shown he could overcome it. When Bakugo finally reached him, he threw a few experimental punches, mentally grimacing as the blonde dodged each one and gritting his teeth as he responded with a blast to the ribs. "Hey, shitty hair!" Bakugo hissed. "Don't hold back." There was a brief moment after each explosion where Bakugo was stationary. He needed larger explosions to go against hardening, and had to brace himself not to go flying from recoil. It was during this delay that Kirishima seized his chance, recovering from the first hit faster than Bakugo anticipated and grabbing the blonde firmly by the wrist as he readied for another blast. "Wouldn't dream of it." Bakugo's eyes widened as Kirishima threw his punch, his free hand sparking with a massive explosion to launch himself into the air, dragging Kirishima's arm with him and flipping the redhead. The smash flew wide, leaving the hardening on his right arm in ruins with nothing to show for it. One down, they both thought. Bakugo wasted no time at all, launching another attack from their prone position on the ground, slamming an explosive palm onto the arena floor and blasting them both with the shockwave. Kirishima, his arm damaged, weathered the blast worse and ended up losing his grip on his opponent, who rolled quickly to his feet and launched another attack. Kirishima, thinking quickly, used his remaining good arm to smash the floor from his prone position, breaking up the arena's smooth surface and ruining Bakugo's footing to buy him time to get to his feet. 2 down. By smashing the arena and forcing Bakugo to interrupt his finisher, Kirishima had only managed to turn a certain defeat into a very uphill battle. The arena, now in pieces, was far easier for Bakugo to navigate using his explosion-based flight than Kirishima, who was landbound. Unless UA was going to pause the fight to replace the arena. As if reading his mind, Midnight announced to the whole stadium, "We have precedent for this. The battle is still on, but touching the floor instead of one of the arena chunks counts as a ring-out regardless of if that floor was in the original bounds of the arena or not." Well, there goes that plan. Bakugo immediately resumed his offense, blasting a nearby chunk of arena into rubble and showering Kirishima with fragments, forcing the redhead to cover his face while guarding. The moment Kirishima dropped his guard again, Bakugo had vanished. A second blast from above gave away his plan, and Kirishima whipped around to counter the blonde's dive, only to realize almost a moment too late that Bakugo was aiming not for him, but for his foothold. With no other choice, he let loose a third one for all-enhanced punch, forcing Bakugo to evade at the cost of his left arm. Only one left now. Before long, Bakugo's aim became clear. Rather than just using debris to harass Kirishima, he was systematically destroying every foothold within the redhead's jumping distance. Of course, this also meant he was destroying his own footholds. Just as Bakugo was about to land on a larger chunk of rubble, Kirishima sacrificed his right arm to launch it clear across the arena. To his despair, the explosion user's reflexes remained as quick as ever, that or he had anticipated the move, and he immediately launched himself back into the air. With both of Kirishima's arms broken, Bakugo moved in for the finishing blow. At the moment of impact, Kirishima launched one final one for all-enhanced punch with his shattered right arm. For once, Bakugo wasn't expecting it, nor was he able to react. Both boys went flying, launched by the strength of their opponent's final attack. It was sheer dumb luck that decided the winner, as Bakugo landed on a slanted piece of rubble that had come to a rest at the arena wall. Shigaraki clapped loudly at the television screen as the awards ceremony commenced. Spectacular, simply spectacular. Alice rolled her eyes as she ground a small rock taken from Stonehenge in a pestle. Why are you bothering to applaud them? You're a villain, they're heroes. You're their enemy. She picked up the pestle and looked at the powder carefully, shook her head, and continued grinding. Weren't you paying any attention to the matches? The boy who won, vicious, relentless offense, underhanded tricks like smokescreens, kicking his opponent while they're down and going for their injuries. Don't you think he's much better suited to be a villain? The bat-winged woman shrugged. No, not particularly. Why do you even need more villains? Aren't your oh-so-special, no-mu things good enough for you? I wouldn't expect you to understand, considering you can just conjure up any allies you need. Not a summoner. Kurogiri, we've waited too long since our last raid. Set up a GLFM, and also one direct party invite. We need a DPS rogue. The League's Misty bartender suppressed a groan at Shigaraki's gaming terminology, but nevertheless set about making the necessary arrangements. Mamizu and Sumariko said their goodbyes and left for what they claimed was the airport, but Izuku suspected was whatever method Mamizu had used to leave Gensokyo. Coupled with his mom retiring early for the night, citing the excitement of the festival, this left Izuku alone with his computer, all ready to do one of his favorite yearly activities, taking notes on the UA Sports Festival. He hadn't been able to watch the other year's events, after all. He pulled up UA's webpage for the event and turned to a fresh page of his special festival notebook, the same one he had taken notes on during the tournament. His blood ran cold. Someone had already written on the next page. 2 short lines of text. I know what you are. Dagoba Beach. Midnight. Dagoba Beach was neither the cleanest nor the most picturesque place by any stretch of the imagination. At some point, some anonymous individual had left some large piece of garbage there, an old dresser, a refrigerator, a washing machine, who knows, really, and before long others had begun dumping their own trash there too. The beach became an illegal junkyard within the year, and had remained a dumping ground ever since, the authorities generally having better things to do with their time than stake the beach. Out looking for litterers. It made for an eerie sight in the light of the half-moon, silver illuminating the pathways people used to navigate the mess while the towering piles cast long, menacing shadows. The perfect place to hide for an ambush. Izuku advanced cautiously, carefully watching the darkness for any signs of movement, a task made significantly easier by the enhanced senses of his Yukai heritage. The only sound to be heard was the distant lapping of waves, running up on the beach and crashing against junk that was too close to the water's edge. The creaking groan of metal heralded a refrigerator toppling towards Izuku from the summit of a nearby heap. He leapt forward to avoid it and ran smack into a shimmering, pale blue wall of energy that materialized from nowhere. Looking down, a ring of runes glowed with an eerie light, producing the barrier. He reached down to touch them, only to retract his hand in pain as it shocked him in response. They're warding glyphs, called a calm, female voice. More than strong enough to contain something like you. I've spent the past 3 years practicing them daily. Yanagi Reiko limped out of the shadows, dressed in her full hero gear, a knee-high white kimono with a furred collar and a black mask covering her nose and mouth. Her injury was clear to see in the moonlight, a mess of scar tissue covering her entire lower leg. Sand, gripped in her telekinetic quirk, circled her right arm, carefully arranged into more runes. Why, Yanagi? You're the one who left that message in my notebook? What do you mean, something like me? We both know what I mean, Midoriya. Those runes wouldn't work on a human. She sighed. Truthfully, I was hoping that I'd be wrong about this. That you were just possessed or something, and Shiozaki knocked it out of you, and I'd just be standing here trying to make an excuse for why I called you to a beachside junkyard in the middle of the night. But I'm not wrong and you're a Yukai. I don't know how you escaped Gensokyo, or how that amulet can sustain you out here, but you're putting this world at risk just by being here. There was something almost pleading deep in her eyes. I can send you back, but it has to be willingly. I want to stay here. I want to be a hero. You and I both know that's impossible, she said, staring into Izuku's eyes. Izuku didn't falter. Her expression hardened. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this. For whatever it's worth, I'm sorry. A glow from the runes circling her arm was the only warning he got before a barrage of projectiles issued forth, blanketing the area. If he hadn't been ready to move, he'd have been hit directly. Instead, he avoided the attack, jumping into the air within the cylindrical confines of the barrier while the attack eradicated the warding glyphs and freed him. With a wave of her hand, she rearranged the runes in midair, fanning them out in front of her as they twisted into new shapes. He scampered into a side passageway between two piles of discarded microwaves. She had clearly prepared her battlefield well, more of her runes, carved into pavement and wood alike, lined the beach's entire boundary, ringing the whole thing in one giant barrier. Escape, it seemed, was not an option. Faintly, Izuku considered folklore regarding binding circles. They needed a full circle to work. Reiko, he assumed, must have nearly completed the circle before finishing it once he stepped onto the beach. A beam of pale blue light lanced through a massive pile of trash, narrowly missing Izuku and filling the air with the aroma of burning plastic as the destabilized mound collapsed on itself. Reiko stared across the debris at him. "Please, just yield," she begged. "I can still send you back. It doesn't have to end like this." He answered by running back towards her. Sand flew up from all around him, forming rings of glyphs in the air even as their absence left runes carved into the beach. Magical bolts began to rain from the sky, launched by the array Reiko had created. As he ran for cover, Izuku stepped on one of the runes left in the sand, which crackled with energy for a brief moment as its delicate pattern was broken, then exploded with uncontrolled energy before he could fully get out of range. He winced with pain as the blast licked at his leg, but kept running, snatching what appeared to be the handle of a coffee mug from a junk pile as he continued to dodge the rain of fire. Turning it into a hand fan, Izuku swept it towards Reiko with as much strength as he could muster, producing a fairly impressive breeze and destroying several of her landmine runes with the sheer air pressure. They detonated in a chain reaction, triggering other runes that were too close and working their way into the junkyard's close quarters. He sensed a jolt of surprise, and the runic circles in the air faltered and crumbled, falling from the sky as lifeless sand. In fear for his classmate's life, he ran into the devastated dumping ground, trying to avoid putting too much weight on his wounded leg. He made it 10 feet before Reiko's Quirk excavated a new set of runes around him, a set of 4 forming the corners of a square that shot out ghostly ropes to tether his leg to the ground. He clung tight to the fan as he felt her pull at it as well, stopping him from simply blowing away the runes again. Debris lifted from the nearby piles and flew straight for him from all sides. With his leg snared, had no way to evade. Object after object slammed into him, blocking out any trace of moonlight and burying him under cast-off garbage. Reiko took a moment to catch her breath and regain her focus after burying Izuku. Rune magic was ideal for her, quick to learn and easy to use at the cost of needing to prepare every rune, which Poltergeist allowed her to shortcut. However, the headache brought on by extended and vigorous use of her quirk threatened the precision of her craft. And to exterminate it, she needed every rune of her finisher to be perfect. After a deep breath, she began to sculpt the spell runes. Sand, as much as her quirk allowed, flowed into the air in streams at her command, partitioning into 44 clusters. She focused on one symbol at a time, meticulously guiding its creation before moving to the next. It took a single, agonizingly long second to craft each one. Any other spell would take a fraction of that time, but this was her strongest, her most dangerous. At long last, it was finished, a tremendous circle of runes in the sky. She took a moment to visually confirm the pile was still intact. The last thing she needed was for him to escape after all her effort. Satisfied, she intoned her spell's name. Afterlife Sign. The runes crackled to life, illuminated in blazing glory. She took a moment to steel herself for what she was about to do. Eternal Oblivion. Pure, brilliant energy surged forth from the magic circle, bringing day to the beach as it annihilated all within its zone of effect. After 4 seconds, the beach was plunged into darkness yet again, and she blinked away the shadows, cursing the limitations of the human body. I should look into becoming a Shikazen, like Master. Once her sight returned, she walked to the edge of the beach's new crater, just to be sure. Nothing but sand remained. With a heavy heart, she turned away to return home. Izuku landed a solid hit to her back, making her stumble despite the defensive runes she had sewn into her costume's lining. How did he survive? She whirled around, wincing as her leg made its displeasure at her haste known, and threw her quirk into use, crafting 3 circular barriers around herself. Barriers 1 and 3 failed, her haste and exhaustion compromising their construction. Barrier 2 held firm against his next attack before immediately shattering from a second hit, which carried through into her stomach and launched her a few feet down the beach. She struggled to keep her dinner down. She reminded herself not to fear. Yukai fed on fear, gained power from human weakness. She could still win this. She had to win this, even if she didn't want to. It was for the sake of the world. As Izuku approached, she poured magic into the runes sewn into her sleeves and drew upon the full might of her quirk once more. Unbidden, memories of a sunny morning during his training came to Izuku's mind. "Miss Casadani?" he asked. The teal-haired Yukai didn't acknowledge him, continuing to sweep leaves from the courtyard while idly humming sutras. "Miss Casadani?" he repeated, a little louder. Her strange, dog-like ears twitched. Nu padded up alongside him, her serpent tail hissing at him as she approached. "You'll never get through to her like that," the chimera remarked in an amused tone. "Yamabiko embody echoes, you need to be louder. Watch." The creature cupped 2 paws around its mouth, his mind providing his interpretation of the beast within. Extra 2 forelimbs to explain why the quadruped wasn't toppling over. "Good morning, Kyuko." Kyuko's response was immediate. Clutching the broom tightly, she screamed back in an equally loud tone, "Good morning." Before blinking and apparently noticing Izuku and Nu. "Oh hey guys, what's up?" Nu smirked and slunk off. Izuku stepped forward. I was trying to figure out how to make my ability work faster, for my training, you see. I was wondering how you can reflect sound as quickly as you do? Your technique might be something I can use too." She scratched her head, leaning on her broomstick. "I just slap up a barrier ahead of time. My ability creates intangible fields that bounce sounds off them. I can set them up in advance." "Oh." He was visibly disappointed with the unusable answer. Kyuko shrugged. "Hey, if you think it might help, Misty and I are putting on a concert tonight, on the road between the village and the Hakuryai shrine. You could come and watch the mosh pit. We get all sorts of yukai showing up and throwing their abilities around. You might see something useful. Last night Miss Suka showed up and punched a fairy so hard I'm pretty sure she made it to Muenzuka." Though he hadn't realized it at the time, Kyuko had actually given him excellent, though difficult-to-use, advice. Just moments ago, he had been trapped by Reiko's sorcery and buried under junk, desperately trying to be free. Then he was out, fading echoes of power reverberating through his very being. Now, without even truly understanding what he had done, he was trying to wrangle that feeling once more, to reproduce it, suffusing his skin with his ability as a defensive layer. It took immense concentration to maintain. Waves of junk slammed into him and poured off as water while he advanced towards Reiko. He chose to weave around her other projectiles, though, he doubted, magic was on the list of things he could negate with his transformation powers. As he drew nearer, her desperation showed through, the magical barrage increasing in intensity at the cost of its accuracy. Once he was at the closest range, he was still comfortable dodging her attacks. He waited for an opening, then dashed in and engaged her in hand-to-hand combat. Just as before, she threw up a barrier that protected her for a paltry 2 hits before failing, but this time she was expecting the failure and swayed aside as her defense collapsed. For a brief moment, the two of them were a flurry of motion, the half-yokai making quick, short, efficient motions while the human narrowly dodged each one, looking more like a flag in a windstorm than a flesh-and-bone being as she whipped back and forth with incredible speed. She couldn't dodge forever, though, and before long she slipped up. He kneed her in the stomach before hitting her in the jaw with a palm strike. Dazed, she staggered back, her mask falling from her face. Before he could close the gap again, she whipped her arms up. using her quirk to assemble 3 rings of runes, one in front of her, and one to each side. "Goodbye, Midoriya," she whispered, just loudly enough for him to hear. As she moved to unleash her spell, the sand suddenly collapsed, falling limply at her feet as her eyes widened in surprise at her quirk failing her. She whirled around. "Aizawa, you're making a dash," was all she got out before a familiar capture weapon restrained her. "Yanagi." "Midoriya," droned Aizawa's perpetually tired voice. "Care to explain why you appear to be having a death match in an illegal dumping ground?" If you were to ask him, Aizawa Shoyuda would be extremely emphatic that he was in no way paid enough to deal with this. Late-night patrols? Sure, he did that by choice and the heroic salary was good pay in return. Teaching courses every weekday? Also fair. He took the position willingly and Nizu paid well. He also genuinely cared about the upcoming heroes he mentored, though he'd never admit that out loud. But 2 of his students fighting to the death in an illegal junkyard, throwing around quirks they had never demonstrated in any heroics lessons? That was absolutely not what he signed up for. He found himself longing for the prior week, a purse snatcher here, a botched burglary there, a case of someone trying to buy trigger from a dealer who was in actuality attempting to offload counterfeit chocolate syrup, normal crimes. The worst part was the students involved. Yanagi was always fairly quiet in courses, but studious and diligent. She hadn't posed a single problem during any of his courses. And Midoriya, well, low though he was to admit it, he actually liked Midoriya. The kid was bright, quick to pick up on things, and hadn't yet overexerted himself and needed medical attention, which immediately put him above at least half of the class. Seriously, he'd have put money on Bakugo if he had been told to guess which of his students would be trying to kill someone on the beach at midnight. However, life seemed to want to watch him suffer, and so he now sat in Principal Nizu's office at 1 a.m., about to take part in an interrogation with the aid of a panel of whoever they could grab on short notice. All Might, who looked like he had just tumbled out of bed and slapped on the first formal outfit he could find, Detective Tsukachi, who smelled strongly of coffee and looked like he hadn't gone to sleep yet, and Nizu himself, who looked immaculate and perfectly awake. The principal gave the detective a nod. "Thank you for your assistance with this on such short notice, Detective." "Not a problem," Tsukachi responded, casually ignoring his quirk as it informed him that he had, in fact, just lied. "I'm happy to be of help." To bring everyone up to speed, Aizawa started. "During my nightly patrol, I noticed a massive disturbance at Dagoba Beach and went to investigate the possible villain activity. I instead found Midoriya and Yanagi engaged in what appeared to be fight to the death, using their quirks to levels they haven't displayed in class before, and further, displaying capabilities far beyond their registered quirks." All Might and Tsukachi were immediately at full attention. "Like what, exactly?" the detective asked. Yanagi was creating defensive barriers and wide-area energy blasts, while Midoriya displayed the ability to teleport. "He can teleport? I can teleport?" both Izuku and Reiko asked, simultaneously. Aizawa gave Izuku a strange look. "You appeared directly behind Yanagi and struck her while she was still unaware you had done so." Nizu added, "Additionally, both Midoriya and Yanagi were flagged for observation during the first month of courses on account of unexplained disappearances in their histories. Midoriya was missing for slightly over a day before returning with his late-blooming quirk, while Yanagi was the individual involved in the Aichi Prefecture disappearance case from 5 years ago. She returned 2 years later, refused to testify where she had been outside of her insistence that it was not a kidnapping, and had a substantially stronger quirk than when she initially disappeared. Depending on the exact timeframes involved, Yanagi could have contacted All for One before my battle with him, but Midoriya. All Might shook his head sadly. To think that my nemesis is still alive, and actively recruiting spies, to boot. That still leaves the question of why they were fighting each other, and in a public area, no less. Tsukachi pointed out. All Might. Izuku asked, "Who's All for One? Was he the villain who gave you your injury?" "All Might's injured?" asked Reiko, keeping her voice carefully level and quickly smothering the small amount of surprise Izuku sensed from her. "Don't play coy with me, Midoriya. Based on what Aizawa is saying, You have to have received your quirks from All for One. I only have one quirk. That's a lie, interrupted Tsukachi. My quirk is lie detector. It lets me know when people are lying. You don't have just one quirk, and you're obviously not quirkless, so you have multiple. I only have one quirk, Reiko said, prompting a bewildered look from the detective as she apparently told a bare-faced lie in defiance of his quirk. True, Tsukachi begrudgingly admitted after a moment. So this All for One figure can give quirks to people? Izuku was mumbling to himself. Quirks don't just materialize from nowhere, so he has to be able to take them too. All Might referred to him as his nemesis, meaning he's a massive threat, probably able to stand up to All Might with proper use of synergistic quirks. All Might started looking paler and paler as Izuku continued to mumble, eventually pleading with him, "Young Midoriya, please, this information cannot be revealed to the public, just like my injury." Tsukachi fixed a stare on Reiko. Needless to say, that goes for you too, Miss Yanagi. You need not be concerned. Clasping his paws together, Nizu said, Midoriya's comments reveal an important detail, however. He was unaware that quirks could be transferred, or, indeed, that one can have multiple quirks. And since his statement that he has one quirk is false, the truth, however outlandish it may seem, is that he is, in fact, quirkless. There was an awkward silence, during which Reiko made eye contact with Izuku and mouthed something to him. Unfortunately, Izuku didn't know how to read lips. That's completely irrational, Aizawa objected. It's also possible that Midoriya has a single quirk with multiple uses that he views as multiple, like how some people view inherited mutations as a secondary quirk. Inherited mutations are not viewed as quirks as far as the quirk registry is concerned, except in cases where the owner has no other quirk, however. And while it is certainly possible that the average layperson could view one as a second quirk, Midoriya is by all accounts fascinated with the science and would use the accepted view that they aren't quirks of their own. Nizu pointed out. Regardless, this particular debate is a moot point. We have a lie detector in the room. He turned expectantly to Izuku. No getting around it at this point. They expected an answer, and he had no way to get around Tsukachi's quirk that wouldn't be obvious. He took a deep breath before answering truthfully, I'm quirkless. The gleam of curiosity in his eye, Nizu went on the attack. So how are you mimicking a quirk? A symbiotic quirk user, perhaps? A drag, like Trigger, designed to emulate a quirk for brief PRDS? Advanced Nanum Dash. Reiko interrupted the rodent-like animal before he could press any further. Why does it matter? We've established that we have no connection to villain activity. Further, Midoriya is quirkless, and thus cannot violate any laws against quirk usage. This doesn't concern you anymore. Any matter that endangers my students concerns me, Aizawa replied. She's trying to run interference, Tsukachi realized. Whatever the answer is, they both know it. That only works when neither party being investigated has a reason to tell the truth. Or, Nizu added, a cruel gleam in his eye, a weakness to exploit. Midoriya, if you refuse to cooperate with this investigation, I will be left with no choice but to expel you from UA. Izuku yielded nearly immediately. I'm quirkless because I'm not human. As the adults waited for Tsukachi's quirk to go off, he elaborated, I'm half yokai. Part tanuki, to be precise. I don't have a quirk, I have what's called an ability. Half tanuki. You're Fuditsu, this kid. Reiko realized with shock. Tsukachi slammed his head onto the table as his quirk failed to indicate a lie in Izuku's statement. I've been trying to arrest a mythical creature, he hummed. Nearly 8 months of planning a sting and trying to track Midoriya Hisashi, and he's a tanuki. Actually, Nizu pointed out, Fuditsu Daimujin is the name of a deity, enshrined in Eikawa. So by another interpretation, you were trying to arrest a god. I'm calling in sick tomorrow, the detective declared. Or today at this point. I need a drink, badly, and I need to figure out how to bury this investigation without having to admit I was chasing a literal fairy tale. As the detective began to sob, Nizu turned back to Izuku. So what meaningfully distinguishes these abilities from quirks? If they were functionally identical, you'd be calling your power a quirk. I don't think erasure works on them. They tend to be more mystical in nature and don't have an equivalent to quirk fatigue, Reiko added. I've got the ability to use magic. So then, Nizu concluded, I imagine that Miss Yanagi has some sort of grudge against Yukai, and attacked Midoriya for that reason. I have no particular ill will towards Yukai, Principal Nizu, Reiko stated. You don't understand what's at stake here. And you, Miss Yanagi, are dodging the question again. Why did you attack Midoriya? Her answer was simple, to protect our world. Explain, Nizu pressed. Reiko sighed, there was no getting out of it at this point, as much as she wanted to keep the truth of the matter secret. As Principal Nizu has already stated, I was the individual at the center of the Aichi Prefecture disappearance case 5 years ago. A young girl, who went nameless in the papers on account of privacy laws, was separated from her parents before disappearing off of a busy street in broad daylight without any witnesses to the event, Yue's principal helpfully supplied. Izuku's memory had been jogged as well. A young girl with short gray hair, separated from her parents, watching the crowd rush by with terror in her eyes. Sumariko stopped him before he could get closer. This area of the dream world's in use now. Looks like a nightmare of some kind, doesn't matter. I saw you, he breathed. In your dream, you were alone, afraid, and wanted to be somewhere safe. You saw a forest in an alleyway. You've been watching my nightmares? Reiko asked, sounding slightly hurt. She recovered after a moment. Trying to get away from the crowds, I did something very stupid, and when I turned around the city was gone and I was alone in a massive, ancient forest, trapped in a world inhabited by the creatures of our myths, Gensokyo. The land of illusions, Nizu mumbled. I survived my first day by sheer dumb luck. My leg got savaged by a wolf and I barely managed to use my quirk to escape into the treetops in time. It's fortunate I did because that forest is filled with mushrooms. Most of them give off spores around noon, creating a toxic haze that'll kill anything dumb enough to still be there when it happens. The yukai themselves are immune to it, and the animals all know to get to shelter when it's coming, but I would have died. For my first month there I hid in trees, trying not to make any noise at all during the night. Once the dawn came I would descend for a bit to forage around the forest floor. I ate a lot of mushrooms during that time. A lot of mushrooms. Learned to love them after a while. If you have any particular favorites, you could ask Lunch Rush to stock them, Nizu suggested, in a rather transparent ploy to learn as much about the Gensokyoan ecosystem as possible. Or perhaps that girl in 1B. The purple ones with the glowing yellow spots are good, their spores aren't too poisonous, so if you eat them in moderation you only get a tingling on your tongue, followed by numbness. That doesn't sound like any mushroom we have out here. Reiko sighed. How disappointing. After a month, my fortunes started to improve. Found a big lumbering idiot in a full suit of armor passed out on the forest floor after the daily miasma. Managed to haul him into my tree and nursed him back to health for 3 days, during which time I thankfully managed to go unnoticed by the local predators. Izuku recognized the description immediately. Idealist. The paladin hero's unexplained disappearance had long been one of the most hotly debated subjects in the field of heroics conspiracy theories. Turns out the fool was investigating my disappearance and got himself spirited away too. Biggest idiot I've ever known, and my favorite hero to this day. Though she had a faint smile at that last bit, her voice maintained its usual carefully controlled, emotionless tone. We started wandering once he was better. Now that he had found me, he felt it was his duty to return me safely home. Another slide of luck. I manifested my ability 3 months in, which was crucial to my escape, and was finally able to discover a way out after 2 years. She had rather conspicuously avoided mentioning what became of her companion, Izuku noted. Idealist had never reappeared. And you believe that Midoriya somehow puts us at danger from this other world? Aizawa asked, obviously skeptical of her whole story despite Tsukachi's verifying presence. Yukai need belief to exist, it's why they created their world in the first place. For Midoriya to continue to exist out here, he'll need that same belief, and that opens the door for other yukai, less benevolent yokai, to come through. She gave Izuku an apologetic look. I offered to return Midoriya to his world. I didn't want to have to kill him. But as long as he's here, he puts us in danger. It's already started. The thing that attacked USJ was a yokai, and even though I helped All Might kill it, it won't be the last. We could fight them off, Nizu proposed. Japan has some of the strongest heroes in the world, and with your information, we'll have the advantage of knowing what's coming. Absolutely out of the question, Reiko said with finality. If the most dangerous ones enter our world, nobody will be able to stop them. I find it hard to believe that they're completely undefeatable. Every great yokai of myth was eventually brought low. The heroes of old never fought the yokai of boundaries. That was a title Izuku had heard before. You dash. Don't say her name. Reiko shrieked, emanating more fear than Izuku had ever sensed from a single being. He reeled from the overwhelming sensation. The rest of the room silenced. She continued, voice still trembling slightly. She's the mastermind behind Gensokyo's existence, and the one who controls the barrier separating it from our world. Any spiritings away the idealist, and who knows how many others, they're all her work. She cannot be allowed to enter our world. Certainly our strongest heroes could dash. Her ability is manipulation of boundaries, Reiko said. Any physical or conceptual boundary is her plaything. She could twist reality to her whim, Nizu whispered in realization. To his credit, he maintained an admirable poker face, though Izuku could sense fear through his facade. You understand what's at stake now? We can't risk letting Midoriya stay in our world. If he does, since he needs belief to exist, then becoming a pro-hero, a public figure, will end up allowing the yokai of boundaries into our world, Aizawa realized. But if we prevent that by making him become an underground hero, we'll just be condemning him to death. Actually, from what I've been told, that's not true, Izuku replied. If people believe in me specifically rather than just yokai in general, that belief is only usable by me. So if we keep what we've been told today between us, the risk is minimal, Nizu concluded. As long as that happens, the public will just assume that Midoriya is like any other hero, just a human with training and a quirk. Reiko was silent for a long while, her face kept carefully neutral as she tried to handle her concerns proving to be unfounded. Izuku suspected she was trying to avoid breaking down entirely. The principal took the silence as a cue to render his judgment. In light of the circumstances, I feel neither party should face expulsion from UA. Mr. Midoriya was fighting in self-defense and had no ill intent, while Miss Yanagi was fighting out of an admittedly misguided belief that she was defending our world. On a more pragmatic note, we should keep hold of them if only for the fact that they're the only people we have who can viably fight yokai. That being said, Midoriya fought back rather than retreat, while Yanagi was the one who instigated the fight. You can decide their punishment at your discretion, Aizawa. Looking more than a bit guilty, Reiko broke her silence. Actually, Midoriya couldn't retreat. I set up a binding circle around the beach to trap him there. He had no choice but to fight. Very well. Midoriya, you're free to go. Yanagi, you will be barred from attending any internships you may get offers for. We'll consult with Nizu on ways we can prepare for any other yokai threats that may arise, and will otherwise be subject to any requests to help around the school, within reason. Aizawa got up and prepared to leave the room. That's more than fair, considering what I did. And Aizawa? The teacher paused at the door. Yes. Thank you. Today we've got a special hero course, Aizawa said in a bored tone while idly running a hand over the Lichtenberg figures covering his face. Izuku noticed he seemed slightly more uneasy with them than he had previously been. You'll be coming up with your hero names. A cheer went up from the class. But before we get to that, he continued loudly, instantly silencing everyone, I should clarify something regarding the internships I mentioned before the sports festival. They're essentially a way for pros to express interest in your futures. They'll make offers to those who they think will be ready to join the workforce upon graduation. However, there's also plenty of time for their interest to wane. Their offers can be revoked for any reason, and it's fairly common for this to happen. So if we're picked, that just means we'll have to keep our performance up, Hagakure observed. Correct. Aizawa tapped a button on a remote, causing the projector to display a list of names and numbers. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki topped the list. Now, typically there's a bit more of a spread, but our top 3 this year all had powerful and flashy quirks that tend to draw the pros' attention. The class started chattering at the list of internship offers, some happy, some upset. Uraraka was excitedly shaking Ida over the 20 offers she had received, while Izuku was just satisfied to have gotten 30 despite his lackluster showing in the sports festival. A quick stomp and then a losing matchup where his defense was overwhelmed hadn't left him with the greatest hopes. Regardless of whether you were picked for an internship or not, you will all have the opportunity to work alongside pros. The experience you have in dealing with villains aside, there are more aspects to heroics work than simply fighting, and working with a professional agency will be important to your growth going forwards. UA has a list of heroes that we work closely with and are willing to extend offers to any heroics student regardless of performance. However, before we get to that, we have the matter of your hero names to address. While it's true they're only temporary, you'll still want to pick something you're happy with dash. Or else you'll regret it, Midnight agreed, suddenly striding into the classroom. The name you pick today may very well end up being what the world calls you. It's happened to plenty of pros in the past. Izuku immediately thought of an obscure Hokkaido hero known simply as Help. I'm no good with deciding names, so Midnight has volunteered to assess your tentative names, Aizawa said, grabbing his sleeping bag from under the desk as he did so. Try to pick a name that suits the image you have for yourself. Your name will be the first impression most people get of you. After 15 minutes of brainstorming, Midnight quite literally cracked the whip, using the distinctive and loud noise to alert the class that it was time to announce their names. Yuga was the first to present, eagerly jumping at the opportunity to be the center of attention. The shining hero, I cannot stop twinkling, he proudly proclaimed. It's a bit of a mouthful at the moment, Midnight considered, but it should work if you remove the and contract cannot to can't. Ah, excellent advice, mademoiselle. And with that, the floodgates were opened. Nobody had to worry about the pressure of being first anymore, and Midnight had shown she was treating all names seriously. Alien Queen. The Horror Movie Association means you'll need to work a bit harder on public image, but if you're fine with that, by all means go for it. Froppy. A lovable, cute name. Earphone Jack. Tentacle. Cellophane. Tailman. Sugarman, muttered Sato, clearly slightly embarrassed and annoyed someone had used the same naming scheme as him. Chargebolt. Invisible Girl. Creati. What a creative name. Shuto. Just your name? Well, if you're fine with it. Tsukuyami. The god of the night, huh? Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku saw Reiko raise an eyebrow at that one. Koda, too shy to speak in front of the whole class, simply raised his board reading anima. King of explosive murder. That's way too villainous. Try again. Onikiri. Nice pun. Certainly fitting of the strength your quirk gives you. Uravity. Exorcist. Isn't there already a hero by that name? There isn't, I checked. There's an exorcister, but no exorcist. Huh, kinda weird they went for the portmanteau first. Well, go right ahead then. As Reiko returned to her seat, that only left 3 of the class left. Bakugo trying to think of a new name, and the ones that were most visibly struggling with their decisions. Ida and Izuku. Ida was the first one to make his choice. After a long moment of silence, clearly grappling with something, Izuku suspected his brother's injury had something to do with that. He finally stood, walked to the front of the class, and displayed his sign, reading simply, Tenya. Simply your name, just like Todoroki, huh? Somewhat hesitantly, Ida nodded. Izuku decided on his name soon after that. In retrospect, he wasn't sure why it had taken so long. He held up the sign to show the hero name he had decided on, Deku. Are you really okay with that, Midoriya? Ojiro wondered aloud, seeing Bakugo's old insult for what it was. Yeah. I used to hate it, but someone helped me to see it in a new light. It was surprising, but it actually made me feel sort of happy. He could see Uraraka's face light up at that. He continued, on top of that, My quirk lets me transform things. What better way to symbolize that than transforming what used to be meant as an insult to me? Midnight gave him a warm smile. That's a wonderful reason for that name. Lord of Explosive Murders. The word king really wasn't the issue with your previous name, Bakugo. While everyone was looking over their internship offers, Tokoyami took the opportunity to approach Izuku. Midoriya, he began, seeming slightly nervous. I apologize if this request seems odd, but if you have any internship offers in Hiroshima Prefecture, and especially in the area of Hatsukachi City, would you be willing to take it? That was an odd request. I don't know of many major heroes near there. Miruko is the only one that comes to mind, but she makes a point of working alone most of the time. Why? My mother's side of the family has passed down a diary for generations, supposedly from one of my ancestors. According to the entries, she was an accomplished warrior who roamed Japan, dueling people to test her skill until an injury left her unable to fight. Izuku nodded hesitantly, not quite sure where this was going. In one of the more fanciful stories, she supposedly fought a monster on the island of Itsukushima, sealing it away in an isolated cave. Most of my family treats her stories as just bedtime stories or interesting peeks at what life was like back then, but I have to know if this one is true. I'm taking an offer from Kimuso, the monk hero in the area. After you, I feel like you're the best one to help me if there is something after all. Yukai hunters were con artists, Reiko said dismissively. Apparently with Aizawa banning her from internships, she had decided to just wander the room eavesdropping and was now jumping in to interrupt the conversation, preying on people's fear for easy money. She either didn't do anything, or she killed some poor peasant and left him to rot there. The bird-headed boy looked outraged at the accusation. But her descriptions of the confrontation. She was a good writer, so what? The facts don't match up even if we do say Yukai existed. Religious power, prayer and the like, are anathema to them, they get used to defeat them in all the stories. Why would a Yukai be hanging out on Itsukushima of all places? The whole island's a shrine, they don't let you go there if you're sick and make you leave if you're elderly, terminally ill, or PRGNT. It's surrounded by the sea, which is traditionally the best medium for purifying yourself. The place is probably as pure as you can get. She says it had golden eyes and wore the skin of a man. It could have been Blend Dash. She snatched the list of offers out of his hand, giving it a quick glance over. You've got an offer from Hawks, one of the most promising and popular up-and-coming heroes, and you're passing that up for someone I've never heard of just because of a fairy tale? Grow up. Having said her piece, she turned and floated away. I think she's just mad about not getting any offers, Izuku said weakly. It's fine, Tokoyami reassured him. I'm used to people not believing in the darker aspects of this world. Though I'm somewhat surprised, Yanagi seems remarkably knowledgeable about folklore for someone who dismisses them as fairy tales. Perhaps she was once a kindred spirit? Hard to beat someone who actually interacts with Yukai for knowledge of them, Izuku considered. Anyways, I'm sorry, if I had any offers in that area I'd happily help you, but most of mine are in the Mizutafu or Hosu. The bird-headed boy nodded. About what I expected, truly. As Izuku turned his attention back to his own list of offers, Tokoyami began to give his list a second look. After class let out, Izuku grabbed Reiko for a moment. You didn't have to be so harsh. She looked at him strangely. You should know better than I do that I was just telling the truth. He won't find anything on Itsukushima. It's better for him not to waste his time when he wants to become a hero. And if he does? Vijay and my very existence both prove a Yukai can be in the outside world. Then it'll be too dangerous for him, and he shouldn't be chasing after it anyways. The League of Villains bar hideout was nothing like one would picture a villain hideout. Kurogiri made sure of that. It was kept nice and clean like a proper bar should be, and well lit on top of that. The only issue was that much to his chagrin, the Misty villain had not managed to convince the other members of the League to get rid of the sofa and television that had been set up in the middle of the room, and it presented an absolutely unsightly blight on what would otherwise be a very nice drinking establishment. Making matters worse, Ellis was currently sitting cross-legged on that sofa, meditating and chanting in a tongue Kurogyari had never heard before. He really hoped this wouldn't cause an issue in negotiations. Stain regarded the bar warily, shooting a sideways glance at the magician. "What's with her?" he rasped. The hero killer was an imposing figure even if he did look like he had stepped out of a gritty 90s comic book. He had bandages wrapped around his arms, likely more for aesthetic than healing, considering his preference for ambushes, and wore a simple black sleeveless shirt and pants under a huge amount of assorted pouches and sheaths. A red bandana adorned his head, drawing one's attention towards his utter lack of a nose. "Communing with her, master, apparently," Shigaraki replied, scratching at his collar. The lanky villain's tone made it clear what he thought of her claim. "She's part of that weird death cult that's popped up lately, does it at least once a day." Keeping his gaze locked on her for a moment more, Stain finally looked back to the League's young leader. "You contacted me. Why?" Shigaraki sat up a little straighter at this, clearly hoping to make a good impression. Kurogyari was slightly impressed. He hadn't thought the young villain had it in him. Maybe dealing with the hero killer would go smoothly after all. "Our organization has been on the rise lately, and boasts a decent amount of support as well," he started, gesturing to the tidy bar. "We've recently made our opening move against Hero Society and Dash." "Stop," Stain hissed, silencing the lanky villain. "I have an idea of where this is going. You're the ones who attacked UA, and you want me to join your little team." "Naturally. When it comes to villainy, you're Dash. What's your goal in this?" "Well, we want to kill All Might, ideally. But mainly I just want to destroy anything I don't like. For example, he held up a photo of Izuku, this kid. He stopped our trump card at USJ." The hero killer grit his teeth. "You're the type I hate the most," he snarled, sliding his blades from their sheaths. "Just aimless bloodlust, throwing a temper tantrum against the world. Without a creed, bloodshed is worthless." Kurogyari flinched away slightly, shooting a glance towards the computer monitor set up in the room. "Sensei, should I stop him?" "No, this works," the individual on the other end of the call replied in a wheezing voice. "Simply telling someone how to grow is useless. Growth comes through struggle. He must come to the necessary conclusions on his own, with our help if necessary, but without us simply carrying him there." Stain struck like a viper, lashing out with impressive speed for someone without an enhancement quirk. Striking Kurogyari in the arm first, he brought the knife up to his mouth and licked the blood from it, and flung it towards Ellis in a single fluid motion as he kicked Shigaraki directly in the chest. Unprepared, the young villain toppled to the floor and Stain dove on top of him, shoving his second knife into the young man's bicep to keep him pinned there and unsheathing a third knife, pressing it against the hapless villain's neck. The knife thrown at Ellis slammed into a wall of water that materialized out of nowhere, killing its momentum and causing it to tumble to the floor. The magician immediately flung an arm towards the hero killer with a single cry in a demonic tongue. Stain toppled forwards onto Shigaraki, unconscious. "And why didn't you do that earlier, Miss Ellis?" Kurogyari wondered aloud. He was paralyzed, apparently the effect of the hero killer's quirk. "I forced him to commune with my master," she replied. "It's not something I can do easily. I need to prepare for almost an hour before I can start to commune. So I can absolutely do that again, if you're willing to stall for me for a full 60 minutes. "We'll consider it," Shigaraki sarcastically grumbled. "Now get him off of me, he's heavy." Stain's eyes widened in surprise as the League of Villains bar hideout vanished around him, leaving him suddenly kneeling in some ancient stone ruin. He mentally kicked himself. An amateur mistake, focusing on the most lethal quirk to the point of letting his guard down about the complete unknown in the group. Did the League have two warpers? He should have focused more on taking her out first, removed uncertainty from the equation. Instead, now he was in this place, probably miles from civilization. He looked around. The chamber he was in was made of some unidentifiable dark stone, carved by some ancient craftsman's hands in a distant era. It had the trappings of a temple, large, open space to make the visitor feel smaller, more humbled, while paths carved into the floor drew the visitor's eyes to the center of the room and pillars drew their eyes upwards, where a hole in the ceiling allowed golden light to filter in, shining a spotlight on the center of the room and illuminating the rest of the temple. At some point there had evidently been either some great battle or a botched attempt at demolition. Some unknown force had left deep gouges in the floor, and numerous indents and cracks spread from points in the floor, walls, and even the ceiling, marking where a round, heavy object had been slammed into the structure. Akaguro Kaizome. Tense, Stain looked around for the source of the voice, booming yet gentle, that echoed in his mind. A foe with an unknown quirk was bad enough. An unknown foe in a hidden location was even worse. And there was nowhere in the ruined temple that could provide a hiding spot for him. Be not afraid. I mean no harm. His hand went instinctively to his blade's handle, only to realize that it wasn't there. When had he lost it? I shall reveal myself to you. In the center of the room, a crack formed in reality. As it grew, Stain realized that wasn't quite right. It had been there from the start, just hidden. 6 appendages unfolded from a central point, spreading wide, each one easily 6 feet in length. They had a curious quality to them, appearing without texture or any sense of depth, as though they were holes in reality, pulling it away to reveal a shifting purple vortex underneath. This had been the cause of his initial confusion. As they reached their full size, he realized from the shape of the appendages that they were wings, attached to a central figure that was at once humanoid yet obviously completely inhuman. It emanated a strange sense of dissonance, as though it was simultaneously a pitifully weak creature on the verge of death, yet so powerful it could kill him with a careless action. His breath refused to come. Breathe, Akaguro Kaizome. Your time has not yet arrived. It sounded almost amused. You have been sent here for a reason, Akaguro Kaizome. He finally found his voice. And that would be? To be judged. The hero killer sneered. Only one man is worthy of judging me. The entity ignored his comment. You bathe yourself in the blood of others, bringing lives to ends without hesitation. Have you no remorse? It was a question asked out of genuine curiosity, without any hint of accusation. Stain's answer was never going to be any other. They were false heroes, a blight on our society seeking only to glorify themselves. A good answer. The winged void reached out to him and touched his forehead with its right hand. Go with my blessing, hero killer. Stain opened his eyes to an extreme. Close-up of the League's Bartop. Picking himself up, he saw an empty room. Shigaraki and Kurogyri already left. Didn't think you brought enough value to the partnership, in Kurogyri's words. Shigaraki said your gear score wasn't high enough, whatever that means. His katana was immediately in his hand as he whirled on the speaker. The bat-winged woman was sitting on the stool next to him, resting her head on one hand and looking completely unconcerned about the sword pressing against her neck. Explain. Now, he demanded. Oh, and what could you be so worked up about, I wonder? He pressed slightly harder. A trickle of black blood oozed from her neck, sizzling against the blade in a distinctly inhuman fashion. What did you do? She grinned a wide, evil smile. I gave you an audience. Stain flinched slightly at the look in her eyes. It was something he recognized well, the look of a crazed zealot. Your actions glorify death, hero killer, she said, grabbing his katana by the blade and pushing against it. Despite his efforts, she began to force it back, away from her. The cut on her neck sealed up before his eyes even as she sliced her own hand open. I sent you to my master and you came back with a blessing. You are chosen, one of the few in this world who can say so, and dash. Stop. She looked mildly offended at the interruption. Tearing his katana out of her grip, he examined it for any damage from her strange blood before sheathing it. I need no higher power backing me. I alone decide whether to swing or stay my blade. I am the only judge. He got up and stormed out of the bar, unwilling to continue listening to her delirious claims. There were false heroes to be judged, anyways. I'll be watching. She called after him as the door swung shut. Don't disappoint. Stain grumbled to himself. It was going to take him the better part of a day to make it back to Hosu. Izuku didn't actually have to go far from UA for his internship. Kemui Woods had elected to set up his agency right in downtown Mizudafu. It was comforting, really. He could pop back home for lunch if he really wanted. How much can you transform at once? The hero asked, immediately cutting straight to his point. Izuku had expected as much. The man was known for being very serious and focused while on the clock, which almost certainly played an important role in his rapid rise. Depends on how much time I have to work with the material. I can transform anything I'm directly touching nearly instantly, but if I keep maintaining my focus I can spread out to around a 10-meter radius. To say nothing of the much simpler transformation of leaves which, he was increasingly starting to believe, was an aspect of his Tanuki heritage rather than strictly part of his ability. It could be passed off as part of an overarching quirk anyways, so there wasn't a problem there. The first thing we'll work on is your speed then. Try to see if you can aim it as well. Transforming the ground 20 meters ahead of you is much better than transforming all the ground within 10 meters of you. Right? I'll start working on that immediately then. The idea will eventually be to dash. Transform the ground to trap enemies before re-solidifying it, or creating snares around the enemy at range. Kemui's eyes widened. You figured that out immediately? Izuku shrugged. I was already thinking of it as a tactic, I just hadn't had the range or ability to properly do so before. Now that I've figured out how to transform things without needing to use my hands, I don't have to sacrifice my mobility. That, and your combat style focuses on restraining the target, and I feel like you're the sort who would pick an intern you can directly help develop rather than one who might cover your weak points, he added after a moment. You're very astute, Midoriya. I know he doesn't work directly alongside me, but I feel I should apologize for Death Arms' harsh words that day. Your quirk may have come in late, but you're already well on the path to being a splendid hero. Izuku beamed at the praise. The battle hero gunhead looked over his two interns approvingly. Uravity, mind blank, you look great. Uraraka personally thought that Shinso didn't quite look so good. He was clearly a fan of Aizawa, judging by his outfit, but somehow managed to look even more exhausted than 1A's teacher. She kept that thought to herself, however. Gunhead continued, I extended offers to both of you for similar reasons, and I'm happy to see that you both accepted. Simply put, I believe both of you would benefit greatly from hand-to-hand training, and considering you both accepted, I imagine you two agree. Uraraka nodded eagerly, Shinso less so. Don't worry, you'll still get to go on patrols, he added, chuckling, but you'll be both intern and student during this time. Uraraka, I'm sure you realize that grappling will be orders of magnitude better with your quirk, and Shinso, I hope you've realized you need a way to handle things if your quirk fails you. But before we start, what do you guys want for lunch? My treat. Kimuso's hero agency was extremely modest, as one would expect from a hero who modeled himself on a type of Buddhist monk that wore face concealing to represent discarding their ego. It was only a few rooms, barely taking up a single floor of the building it was in and sparsely furnished, with the few pieces of furniture needed, such as a desk and filing cabinet, for storage of paperwork, being simple and unadorned. I would have rented less of the building, but the owner has a strict policy requiring a minimum of 1 floor rented for heroes, he said, sounding somewhat embarrassed about the matter. Tokoyami imagined he bore a wry smile as he said this, but the tengai he wore betrayed no details of his face. Anyways, I should get to business. Do you know why I extended an internship offer to you? Tokoyami had no answer, he actually hadn't thought. Well, if you don't have an answer for that, why did you accept? I hardly think it's because of my enduring popularity, the hero joked. As shameful as it is to admit, I picked you because hoped to visit Itsukushima, Tokoyami muttered, hanging his head. I understand if you don't want me as an intern now that my deceit is exposed. Kimuso let out a laugh at that. Why, not a problem at all. In fact, it sounds like you're well on the way to the lessons I was hoping to teach you anyways. I am. Of course. Do you know what my quirk is? I did regretfully little research before selecting you. The monk said. You should never let your worldly desires distract you from the bigger picture. But anyways, my quirk is Channeler. It allows me to commune with the recently deceased and call upon their knowledge to aid me. Tokoyami was in awe, a real-life medium, standing right in front of him. Kimuso continued, a little more sheepishly, that is how I explain it for the kids. but really it just hyperanalyzes the body and takes on aspects of whatever personality I subconsciously think the deceased had. I had a lot of preconceived notions when I was younger, not any large ones, but the subtle ones that slip into your day-to-day life, things like, that guy has tattoos, he must be a yakuza, or, that guy in a yellow raincoat must be a fisherman. Beside, those little mistakes caused me no end of grief. The key thing here is that my quirk doesn't necessarily cooperate with me, it takes on a personality of its own. I worked for years to learn to work with it. So when I saw your match at the sports festival, when your own quirk ran out of control, you thought your techniques could help me as well. Tokoyami realized. This internship he chose on a whim could actually bear some serious fruit. Exactly. And don't you worry, we'll visit Itsukushima at the end of the week. Now, the first thing I recommend is to... Reiko knocked hesitantly on the door to Nizu's office. Come in. Aizawa and Detective Tsukachi were already in the room as well. She raised an eyebrow at the group. I didn't think you'd need this large a group to consult me. Normally we wouldn't. I was planning to ask you what sort of measures could be applied to help secure UA against future attack. However, something occurred to me as I was thinking back on our discussion the other day. Detective, if you would. Tsukachi handed Reiko a folder. Opening it, there was a file detailing a student by the name of Mineta Minu, who appeared to be extremely short, with hair that resembled large grapes. Just looking at the picture made her feel uncomfortable, somehow. As she looked through the file, Tsukachi continued. Mineta was originally one of the accepted UA students, with a solid score on both the practical and academic portions of the entry exam. However, he never accepted his invitation to you. He disappeared off the street without any witnesses, leaving a spot in the heroics course that was filled by Shinso Hitoshi. It was investigated by the police as a kidnapping, but... You think he was spirited away, Reiko finished, not looking up from the file. Exactly. Nizu exclaimed. You mentioned trying to send Midoriya back. I assume that whatever means you discovered for getting out, you can also use it to get back in. I will be completely straightforward with this. His chances of survival are slim. You survived, the principal pointed out, and for 2 years at that. I didn't have a consistent history of SXL harassment, nor do I lock up during emergencies, she replied, reading directly from the file. Basically everyone important and powerful in Gensokyo is female. If he tried that on the wrong person, they could reduce him to a mist of atoms without a second thought. His panicking habit would doom him in the wilderness, too. How'd this kid even make it through the practical? There was a lot of crying and throwing his hairballs involved, Aizawa said, clearly low on patience. Can you find him or not? I can certainly try, but But I'm going with you. No, she replied shockingly forcefully. Miss Yanagi, Nizu started, delicately, considering you would normally have an internship during this time, sending Aizawa with you is an excellent substitute for that experience. Search and rescue is a common Inu dash. His erasure doesn't work on abilities, and he doesn't know any yokai fighting techniques. He'll just be dead weight. She turned to Aizawa. You want to go with me, into a world you have no experience with, where your quirk is completely useless and you have no ability to fight the locals. What part of that is rational? You're jumping to the worst-case scenario, the underground hero protested. From what you've said, you weren't constantly fighting off yokai during your time there, and I have experience in searching for missing individuals that you don't have. As long as I carefully follow your lead on handling dangerous areas everywhere can become dangerous on short notice in Gensokyo. You're not coming with me. Idealist never made it back, Nizu realized. Reiko abruptly stood up. I can start looking tonight. Alone.